Damn it. I forgot to add myself again. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody's doing good. 45 of you here so far. Yeah. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. So, a lot of people have been talking about this clock. A lot of people talking about it being a fraud, talking about, their personal opinions of it. I tracked their IP address, all this other stuff. Well, this is what I'm going to say. Okay. And you guys can take it or leave it, right? Okay. So this is what the message came up as this morning. Look to the sky tonight. Worldwide green sky. Okay. So I guess what that means is that if the sky is not green tonight worldwide, then we know this site is BS. But if the sky is all green tonight, like it says, then I guess that we would be in the right? And that something is transpiring that they know about that we don't know about. Okay. Now, is this the Q team? I don't think so. Okay. I don't think so. However, I don't know for sure. Okay. The fact that we had a conversation between Dave and I, a couple of days ago about, we actually talked about frazzle drip. Okay. And then all of a sudden this comes up and the address that's on there is what? Okay. Frazzle drip. Less than 24 hours after we talked about it, that comes up on the screen. So either these people are listening to us and feeding us information according to what we're saying or thinking, or we're just one step ahead of them, one or the other. Don't know. We won't know, until, but we'll find out tonight whether this is BS and just a big distraction, or if there's any legitimacy to this, right? Am I correct in saying so? Okay. Can I get an amen? We'll know tonight whether this site right here is BS or not tonight. Because if you don't see a green sky, I don't see a green sky, and people around the world don't see a green sky, then we know that these guys are blowing smoke up our asses and we don't ever need to look at them again. Can I get an amen? I got an amen. I got a couple of amens. I love that. I love it. So that was one thing I wanted to throw out there right away, just to get that out there, because I heard the other podcasters were saying, well, they track the IP address, blah, 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 blah. Okay. This is what I'm going to say. Okay. I don't discount anything as being fictitious until I see something that shows that it's fictitious. Okay. I don't approve anything as being 100% truth until I see something that shows me that it's 100% truth. Okay. That's why I named the show Where the Truth Lays Before Us. Perception is everything. Okay. Unfortunately, we have discounted things in the past that were truths. Okay. And then we're fed a whole bunch of other stuff that was kind of off the wall a little bit. And we kind of fell under that narrative. Okay. And that's not where we wanted to be. Okay. And what did we do as soon as we found out different? We backtracked. Okay. So let's cover something else here. Janet Osbar. Okay. An amazing woman who put together the entire Fall Cabal series and all that. Okay. The head researcher of that project and everything else, she's missing. Okay. However, there was a post that was going up on Facebook and it was getting spread around really fast. Okay. That stated that she was suicidal. That wasn't the case at all. Okay. We went back on 5 minutes after we found that out with a message directly from her partner that said she's not suicidal. She is just missing. Okay. Personally, and I said this to Auntie. I says, you know, she said, well, what do you read out of this? I have a feeling that, you know, all these countries are like trying to set up their ministries of truth and everything. And I have a feeling that that is if anything could be what happened. She may have been picked up by somebody, and her partner has not been informed that she's been picked up. That's my personal internal feeling, was that she was picked up. Okay, that and but I don't feel like she's been harmed. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys or not, but I don't get the internal feeling that she's in danger or has been harmed. You know, and yeah. Okay, so let's talk about Charlie Ward for a minute here, Parkside. Okay, thank you for bringing that up. And Parkside said Charlie Ward is the one who started this the suicide shit. Okay, Charlie Ward, as far as I'm concerned, is 100% shill. Okay, when he was on that interview with that girl and the other girl came on, they pulled the other girl up on the screen, and that girl recognized him. Okay, flat out recognized him for being the owner of the plane. Okay, and on the plane that she was being trafficked in over there in Europe. Okay, from that moment on, I have not listened to a word that Charlie Ward has put out, nor will I. Okay, that dude is a 100% pure shill. He's been telling us for 2.5 years that this is going to be done in a couple of days. This is going to be done in a couple of days. And if that guy can make you believe that he's going to be in charge of the monetary system in the United States, that he was selected to come in and take care of the monetary system in the United States, and you believe him, you are as much a shill as he is. Okay, because there ain't no way that we're going to pull in some foreigner, okay, who was involved with trafficking, money laundering, moving large amounts of money for these politicians and everything else. Okay, there is absolutely no way that we are ever going to put somebody like that in charge of our financial system. Okay, Simon Parks, the same thing. Okay, telling us that he was talking to people from the Q team. Okay, listen, there are 10 people. Okay, 7 military, 3 civilian. Okay, and those 10 people know who each other are. We don't know nothing where it comes to them. The only thing that we know is the questions that they pose to us for us to research and gain information and knowledge in order to better ourselves, better our communities, and inform each other about the real truth that is being revealed on a daily basis. Okay, that's just a fact. Now, the fact that Trump leads us to a lot of numbers and such, and we were kind of told who Q plus was, through the post. Okay, and those things were confirmed through particular things that were asked of him to do, and he did that, like tippy top, because tippy top was just not something that would be in Donald Trump's vocabulary. So we knew that he was an insider right from the get-go where that particular group is concerned. Okay, so that's the only thing that we know. Everything else, nothing has been revealed. Nothing. Okay, as to any of them. And all these sites all these people who say that they have direct knowledge and everything, the Q team and everything else, Bill Godzelewski, all of them, they're full of crap. Okay, they're full of BS, poppycock, and everything else. Okay. When I was in the military, I had a military clearance. Okay. And I'll tell you what, I don't know. And I can't find anybody that I served with or that has served since that would even come close to knowing. Okay. So what makes you think that a guy who was who was arrested and charged with, doing it with an underage girl, okay, is going to get information like this. Okay, sure, you can research, you can find out information in regards to the financial systems and everything else. Okay, everybody can do that. Okay, but to lead people to believe that you are in any way connected to that team, you are full of shit. And I'll face you face to face and tell you that. It's that simple. Okay. Now we've got other shills that are out there that have led a lot of people in a direction of a continued, okay, this is the only time that I'm going to say this word, hopium, okay, that have consistently kicked the can down the road for the last 5 years. Kick the can, kick the can, kick the can, kick the can, kick the can. All right. Now, if it's not from somebody who has worked with Donald Trump or worked for Donald Trump, a lot of it I'm going to discount. Now, let's talk about Janet Halper. Okay? Because of her work with a task force out of the Pentagon, okay? And nobody has come forward to say that she did not have any contact with anybody in the Pentagon, okay? And the fact that she was involved with his original transition team, which can be looked up and verified. She is about the only insider in regards to Donald Trump that I would listen to and believe, other than Dan Scavino, maybe Mark Meadows, but even with him, I'm a little iffy because I never trusted him when he was chief of staff anyways. Okay. And all that. So I wanted to air this out. Okay. I wanted to say this. Okay. Because of the fact that, I'm so tired of opening up my Facebook, opening up my YouTube, opening up, and seeing all this BS being laid out. Okay. Is one person's perception of a Q question will not be the same perception that another person has. Okay. Your answers may be remotely common with with an answer. Okay. But the question is always not perceived. Okay. And I'm tired of seeing these guys who know absolutely nothing about the military trying to read the military code on that board. You weren't in the military. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Shut your mouth. It's that simple. Okay. But it's, it's, there's got to be a point where we stop people from stringing us along and either give us the solid truth and evidence or shut your flipping mouths. Okay. That's why I said, okay. And this is going to be a prime example of it. Okay. This board here that appeared about about a week and a half ago. Okay. Now, this is where we're going to find out the truth. Okay. This is what came up this morning. Okay. It says, look to the sky tonight. It says specifically tonight. That word right there, tonight. Okay. Worldwide green sky. Okay. So this is what it's going to be is tonight. Each of us is going to go outside. We're going to look at the sky. And if it's not green, then we will never look at that page again. That simple. That simple. Okay. Who just tried to call me? Oh, okay. All right. So it's the, yeah, if the sky is green, okay, everywhere, like it says, okay. Now the aurora borealis never shows in Oregon. I'll tell you that right now. It never shows in Oregon. Maybe in the eastern corner, the northeastern corner of Oregon might see it. I know Montana sees it. And I believe that parts of Washington can see it. Okay. And then I know that Canada sees it. Okay. Remote, you can verify that for me if you're still in chat. Okay. You can verify whether you ever get to see the borealis from your location. Okay. But this will once and for all. Okay, so you've seen it in Canada. Now, see, we can't necessarily say that Canada can tell us whether the sky was green or not, because as Remote says, he has seen the green aurora borealis in Canada before. Okay, so that's nothing new under the sun for them. Okay, now for us in the lower 50, okay, then that's where the question lies in. Okay. But at the same time, I'm looking at this and I'm saying worldwide. Okay. So that means that I want to see somebody from the UK say, yes, the sky is green. The sky was green last night. I want to see somebody from Australia say, yes, the sky was green last night. Okay. Yeah, same thing here. We had rain like crazy. So yeah, it's actually, I got to tell you guys this is actually kind of funny. So I have a rain barrel out here, and I have a 275 gallon water tank that I pump that 50 gallon rain barrel into, and I was down to my last 10 gallons of water last night. Okay, and I'm like, I got all these dogs, and they got to have their water, and I said, Father, I need some rain tonight, just enough to fill the barrel twice, and guess what? I had just enough rain to fill the barrel twice. Now it doesn't get any freakier than that. It just doesn't. It just does not get any freakier than that. So the Lord heard me and hooked me up, and I appreciate it, Father. I appreciate all that you do for me, 100%. So yeah, so I just wanted to iron that stuff out here at the beginning of this so that people understood, because like I said, other truthers here on YouTube, they're saying the site's 100% BS. They track the IP and all that other stuff. I don't know nothing about tracking no IPs and all that. I'm not a computer hacker or genius in any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact, I am technology challenged. Okay, no doubt about it. Now you put a soundboard in front of me, and I'll make anybody sound sweet. Okay, I'll make them sound good, and I won't use auto tune. I will tune it myself. Okay, I can make even the worst singer in the world sound beautiful. Okay, now, but where it comes to all these computer things, not so much, not so much at all. I know how to turn it on. I know where my browser is. I know how to pull up videos. I know how to adjust the sound and all that stuff. But other than that, I'm pretty much dumb, where it comes to this stuff. I had no interest in learning all those things, nor do I have the interest in learning all those things. And I'm just not gonna put myself there. So, with all of that being said, okay, there are just so many things, and so many people who are shilling the heck out of everybody. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. Okay. I get emails. I get messages on Facebook. I get this and that. I get phone calls. I get text messages. Calm down, people. Calm down. Okay. Calm down. All right. It's everything is on God's time. It is in no way in man's timing. Okay. When they get a green light to go to do whatever they're going to do, okay, because we don't know what they're going to do. All we know is that there is something that's going to be done. When it's time, it will be in God's time, not in man's any way, shape, or form. We will continue to suffer through this, and we will get through it. Why? Because we have each other. Okay. We have a close-knit community where we can talk about anything and everything. Okay. And not be afraid of that. Okay. We have people that we can lean on. We have people who help each other regularly, daily, weekly, whatever. Okay. It's a look out for each other, look out for our friends and family, look out for our neighbors and our local communities, and do everything that we can to just start building a better world today. Okay. And I'm not saying to build back better. Okay. Because their build back better ain't no way that anybody should be getting involved with. Okay. We talk about it and we do it through God's will. And we do it without fear. Okay. Because he told us 365 times, be not afraid. And I'm not going to be. And I hope that you're not going to be either. So now if the whole United States gets cloud covered tonight and we don't get to see the sky, I would not put that past anybody. But that's talking 50 states that have to be covered with clouds. And I just don't see that happening. So we should have reports tomorrow morning as to, and if it's green where you're at, okay, tonight, I want you to take a picture of it. Okay. But if it's clear and there is no green at all, any time of the night, take a picture of that. Okay. We're going to prove whether these people are legit or BS. Okay. And if they're BS, we close that page and we never look back and never think about it twice. And we can honestly say that that was somebody trying to shill us. Okay. But if it's green all the way across the United States, then that tells us that something is up. It could mean that something's up. You know what I'm saying? So we'll watch and see. Okay. Now, as to somebody making money off of every time that the page comes up, well, the thing is there are no links to click on this page. And clickbait would require a link for somebody to click in order to get paid for it. Now, this page has been consistently open on my computer for going on 5 days now. Okay. With no power down or anything like that. Okay. So they don't make any money off of me if that's the case. Okay. But without having links to click, because that link that's there, that's not a clickable link. This right here, the Frazzle Drip, is not a clickable link. Okay. You have to copy and paste that if you want to go to that address. Okay. So if that's a clickbait page, then how are they getting paid? How are they getting paid? That's what I say. How are they getting paid? So, like I said, tonight we'll know for sure. Okay. If the sky is not green tonight, then this page closes and never gets reopened again. One less thing on my plate, which is fine with me. I got no problem with it. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. All right. How about we get into some other stuff? How's everybody doing today? I hope you're all doing fine. I hope things are going well for everybody. Let's start off where I left off last night, an interview with Dustin Nemos with X22 Report. Let me get this opened up here and then also get the Bob Kudla one set up for afterwards because I already got the other one copied into the thingy there. And we'll see more videos pop in. I'm hoping to get Dave to come on and get me started. The link to the interview from X Spaces yesterday so that we can play that today too. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our first one, the SGT. I'm going to breathe. and I'm probably going to smoke a bowl. Just being honest, there's no probably to it. I'm going to smoke a bowl. Okay. That's just, that's just the way it goes. All right, here we go. SGT.
But then they say we have experts. Your experts traffic children. They've been arrested. In fact, many who allegedly debunked Pizzagate, many of them have been arrested. But many of them worked at major media outlets and took credit for and were credited for debunking, allegedly, Pizzagate. And they move through the ranks by how much evil they're willing to do, how many things that they're willing to do that God considers an abomination, especially.
Hey, friends, thanks so much for tuning in. Guys, imagine how obscured human history is if we can't even keep our wrist straight. They've lied to us about everything, but even Google AI now knows that NASA faked the Apollo missions and the moon landings. It's all coming out. The FBI acknowledges that pizza is a code word for pedophiles, and we fully understand that commercial aircraft flying at night with passengers aboard can't vanish into thin air. Or can they? Dustin Nemos is back to discuss some hidden history and hidden technology. Thanks for tuning in. Before we start, just a quick word about our sponsor. Are you turning healthy fruits into highly unhealthy fruits without even knowing it? Fruit can be the healthiest things you put in your body, but the majority of Americans are guilty of making this single mistake that can counteract all of the health benefits of fruit. Some fruits can wreak havoc on your digestive system and energy levels. In this viral presentation, world-renowned heart surgeon Dr. Stephen Gundry showcases the 3 fruits to stop eating today. Go to thehealthyfat.com/SGT or click the link. I'll leave it below in the description box. Eliminating these fruits from your diet could forever change the way we help increase energy levels, decrease brain fog, support digestion, and even lose weight. And by activating this specific process in your body, Dr. Gundry has seen thousands, yes, thousands of people dramatically improve their health, even at the age of 40 and beyond. This video has been watched by over 20 million people to date, and you can learn all about it for free at thehealthyfat.com/SGT. It's linked below this video. Dr. Gundry will teach you exactly how he's kept his weight off for free at thehealthyfat.com/SGT. Hey friends, Sean from SGT Report here. Thank you so very much for coming on back to the show. Guys, today I want to have a conversation sparked at least in part by that MH370 drone footage. And to that end, I wanted to get Dustin Nemos back on the line to talk hidden history, hidden technology. And before we bring Dustin on, let me just show you guys this, because I can't think of anything tastier with your happy hour beer than happy hour lab-grown drumsticks. How'd you like to get this batch of wings brought to your table? Yes, that is a lab-grown drumstick. 67% natural, we're told, always fresh, semi-free range, and so fresh it wiggles on your plate. Guys, the ends to which this New World Order satanic cabal will take us, you know where they want to take us. It's right off the cliff. I have a few clips to play for you today, but let's welcome Dustin Nemos. How are you, Dustin?
Doing well, Sean. I apologize in advance. My grandmother gave me a little parakeet over Thanksgiving, so we're going to have a guest chiming in her opinion on this one.
Oh, that's a lovely segue from the drumstick I just showed. Well, if that bird doesn't be quiet and your new little parakeet friend. Guys, I want to play this clip from a Irish Green Party senator who is obviously a whore of Babylon in the New World Order. And Max Kaiser reposted this clip saying, exploiting mental illness to restrict free speech rights is the work of the devil. It mocks those who fought and died for those rights. It begs the question, is this Irish politician herself mentally fit to serve in quote unquote government? Listen to this whore of Babylon.
Yes, you have rights, but they are restricted for the common good. Everything needs to be balanced. And if your views on other people's identities go to make their lives unsafe, insecure, and cause them such deep discomfort that they cannot live in peace, then I believe that it is our job as legislators to restrict those freedoms for the common good.
So what's this all, guys? Well, it's about restricting freedom of speech in order to make people feel safe about their gender identity in the name of the common good. Dustin, more clips to play in just 1 second, but I want your thoughts on that. Anytime these vipers in government say, relinquish some of your freedom in the name of common good, it's time to bring those people straight to justice and certainly out of government. It's time to round these people up and try them for their crimes against humanity. Your thoughts?
It is, and historically we see this sort of activity happen every time, you know, tyranny gets really bad. In fact, this has happened. Weimar Germany was one recent example. It was really where, like, the Institute of Sexual, I forget what it was, sexual experimentation or something, where a guy named Magnus Hirschfeld was basically experimenting on children, pioneering sex change operations. Be quiet, birdie. And essentially, I mean, this is what started a lot of the so-called Nazi book burnings. They were burning the kind of books that they're passing out in schools today that we don't agree with, that we're wanting out of schools and libraries, that we would be happy to burn today. So this is history repeating, and I think that they're just trying to shut up the people who don't want to stand for the sin.
Guys, we made a couple of adjustments here to help minimize the bird sounds. I guess the bird is a free-range bird in Dustin's home, so it's not caged at the moment. So Dustin's put on some headphones. But I want people to never forget who is responsible for what is being done to our country right now. Just to put people in prison daring to insult somebody who's trans while the borders are wide open and immigrants are slashing and knifing women and children, and they're going after Conor McGregor for speaking out against the terrorism in Ireland based on this immigration, this illegal open immigration. Never forget who's responsible for what's being done to our beloved republic. I want to play this clip, and I want people to remember what a joke this inauguration was.
Hey guys, we're at the inauguration. It's the most bizarre scene you ever saw in your life. There's like 100 people at the Biden inauguration. And it's dystopian. So there's nobody here. There's like more people up here with the press overlooking the Capitol than there are at the inauguration. We're here with Fox News and CNN, and this guy Eric is great from TBN. He's a Middle East correspondent. Really great coverage. You know, conservative. So again, it's freezing here. It's like 25 degrees. It's snowing. Kamala Harris and Amy Klobuchar just spoke. There are more people at the West Palm Beach airport waiting for Trump than there are here at the inauguration.
It's because this conversation is about hidden history. Eventually, we'll get into the area of hidden technology too. But the hidden history, do you remember seeing the clips of the inauguration on the news? It appeared to be a beautiful blue sky day. So this clip reveals it to be an overcast gray day, very much in keeping with the day itself, a day of absolute desolation. I saw Janet Biden. For those of us who didn't contribute to his 81 million votes, remember, this is a corrupt system of traitors, and that inauguration day marked the coup, the implantation of Joe Biden, who then opened the borders and shut down the Keystone XL pipeline on day one. This is a man who is out to destroy our nation. We must never, ever forget who is responsible for what has been done to our country. Dustin, more clips to play, but your comment. That's right. And just a couple more things to show as we bridge into this conversation about hidden history and hidden technology. This might be a bit of hidden history. I'm not sure if it's true, but Henry Meckhow says Freemasonry ensures Goyim serve Jewish same Zionist influence on our world to isolate the Goyim, the whites, into Freemasonry, which is then secretly controlled by the cabal that runs the world. I definitely think there's hidden history there. We could talk about it.
Yeah, I would just want to put a couple of short comments there. Even Jewish magazines have been quoted as saying, I'm going off memory here, essentially this numerous times, numerous magazines, and they'll admit it. If you take away Judaism from Freemasonry, what is left? That's a direct quote. And also, variations of that. But also, when you say goyim, that term does not just apply to whites. It applies to all non-Jews. It is a racial term for everybody who's not a Jew. It's like saying the N-word, but it's applicable to everybody. It's inclusive, if you will, of all non-Jews. It's a term that they use for everyone else, which is basically a slave.
Well, let's make a mental note to come back to that after I play just 2 more clips, because don't you find it interesting that we're told that Elon Musk is the world's wealthiest man, and he just tweeted in agreement with the statement that Judaism, that the ADL, that this cabal targets white folks endlessly. And so Elon Musk pointed that out as being something that's true, and he was immediately summoned to Israel to sit down face to face with Netanyahu. Now, if Elon Musk was really the world's wealthiest man, right? If the Rothschilds weren't the world's wealthiest, or the people in those circles weren't the world's wealthiest people, these central bankers, if Elon Musk really was the world's wealthiest man, Dustin, would he have to kowtow to Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu? I don't think so. You froze up.
Oh, that's not good. Well, I'm here. Basically, I just wanted to chime in that whenever the people need a hero, we shall supply him. That's a direct quote from Albert Pike, the 33rd degree Mason. I think Elon Musk is just another in a long line of heroes that they're supplying.
Well, back to the clips here, because I find this one extremely interesting. It really will bridge in nicely to our next clip about MH370X and that investigation. Google Neural Network AI exposes the US moon landing to be fake. Apollo, no. NASA, care to comment? Watch this, guys.
Почти все объекты на этом фото и как настоящие. В то же время вот фотография китайского лунохода, в нее особенных вопросов не вызывает.
So Google AI believes this photo of a man on the moon, guys, is fake right there. And you know what? The AI is right. Apollo, no. They did not send men to the moon in 1969, 70, 71. And the smoking gun, of course, is that lunar dune buggy that supposedly folded up neatly into the lunar lander, the blueprints for which have been lost forever, along with the telemetry data and so much more. You know, as they say, Dustin, coming back to you, we'd like to return to the moon, but we've destroyed that technology, NASA says, and it would be very difficult to rebuild it.
Yeah, and now we're starting to see, I hate to use this term. Once again, people have a lot of emotions around it, but the flat biblical earth argument continues to grow, and we're starting to see, a lot of major debates where people like myself and others are really spanking the so-called scientists on their so-called science using the actual scientific method. So, I mean, the moon is a light source. In fact, you can prove this by going out at night with thermometers and putting a thermometer in the shadows, and it's actually warmer in the shadow than it would be in the moon's light itself. Now, if the moon was reflecting a hot light from a hot ball of fire sun, it would be warmer in the light, not the shadow. So right there, you have a cold light, which is absolute evidence that it's not a ball of fire or a reflection of a ball of fire. It's in fact its own light source, a cold light.
Well, they've lied to us about absolutely everything, and I do mean everything. I could play a clip, perhaps I will later in the show if you remind me, of an Asian gentleman, an older Asian gentleman who says exactly that. They've lied about absolutely everything, including subatomic particles and all of that nonsense. But I want to play this clip. I played this for our friend Mel K, Dustin, just the other day, and I want to play it for you. This is the Ashton Forbes investigation into the disappearance of Malaysian airliner 370. He calls this investigation. Piqued my interest in it is not only the footage I'm going to play right now of that plane being tracked by the US military by 2 different satellites and a drone. There's the drone passing through the smoke. And it's very, very, very interesting because this aircraft did indeed vanish without a trace. It's never been found. And 4 days after the disappearance of the aircraft, this footage was released by an insider who had classified access to video, and a military insider. I just think it's so compelling, Dustin, because Kim.com got involved. He's vetted this footage. He believes it to be authentic, and he's made a $100,000 offer to anybody who can provide the original video footage without the orbs. What do you make of any of this, Dustin?
So, I would say, first of all, it looks real, but even if it's real, it's also fake. And it's basically fake the way that the moon landing was fake after all of the events that happened in Antarctica. And they didn't want people to realize our true cosmology. So the moon landing was part and parcel of creating this sort of fake space worldview that everybody has, with a cannonball covered in water shooting through space. And that's not our cosmology. We're not moving. We're not shooting through space. We're not on a ball at all. There's no curvature. And this is an attempt, I think, to sort of push the alien belief system using technological feats, lying signs and wonders, if you will, from a biblical term. This is an attempt to make us believe in aliens. Now, why does the government continually push this sort of stuff? Why won't they shut up about aliens? In fact, I mean, they continually talk about aliens, disclosure. The Mexican Congress just actually unveiled alien bodies recently. There's a lot of government pushing alien propaganda stuff happening right now. And I would say that the reason for that is because they're ready. And just like the Bible talked about, and including the Apocrypha taken out of the Bible because of prophecies in it, the aliens are back. The Watchers of Genesis 6 are back from their imprisonment for creating the fallen Nephilim giants of the pre-flood world. And that punishment is over around the 1950s when the aliens popped out. And the same facts that prove aliens prove that this. You have two versions of key alien, modern ancient aliens type TV, very popular perspective. And then you have the biblical Old Testament context and perspective, which is they're not aliens, they're fallen angels. There's no such thing as space. They came from heavens above to here, and they've been underground ever since. And now they are back, and they're doing the same thing they did in the pre-flood world. There's a huge explosion of technology, lying signs and wonders to convince us that they're here and they're powerful. And then also same modus operandi of the fallen angels of the pre-flood world. They're just back, and they're here just as the Bible described for the end times. They're here for the last battles, and they're basically destroying mankind, being used as judgment for, we could go into why God uses evil to punish good. But basically, the short version is we stopped following his law. And right there in Judges 2, he told us, you're going to have a Jewish deep state because you refuse to follow my law.
Well, let me just say this about those that control the world. They also control big pharma. And I want to just play a brief part of this clip. By the way, fun fact, Albert Bourla made $33 million in 2022 as people around the world dropped dead from his vaccine, his bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine. Listen to this.
Why? Because we know from research out of Basel, Switzerland, that 5 to 9% of the people in that study experienced significant cardiac harm. 5 to 9%, that's 50,000 to 90,000 situations of heart damage for every million citizens to get the jab. That's pretty nasty truth. And as a doctor, I know that if you actually get myocarditis, if you have diagnosable myocarditis, I've known this for 45 years and it's still true, 75% of you will be dead in 10 years. I'm very sorry to tell that to families and to people who have a child or themselves with myocarditis. It's either that or a transplant. You might succeed if you get a transplant. So those are your choices. If you've got vaccine-induced myocarditis with evident harm, 50% are dead in 5 years, 75% are dead in 10 years. That's the problem with truth. It's sad. And that's the problem when we've been lied to and allowed truths like this to occur in our bodies and in the bodies of that we know that massive numbers of menstrual abnormalities and infertility are spreading through the vaxxed. Dr. Jim Thorpe has told us that. And I believe the ecologists and obstetricians that spoke earlier this afternoon alluded to.
I'll pause it there. What a small world. I don't know who this man is. Okay, I've not met him. I've not interviewed him, but I have had on Dr. James Thorpe, a truth teller who was fired from his position at St. Mary's after something like 3 decades, for daring to tell the truth to his pregnant patients that the vaccine, the bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine, might be unsafe for them and they should do some research before taking it. Okay, so again, this entire conversation about hidden history of Pfizer's crimes against humanity, history that's being hidden, purposefully obfuscated by the mainstream horror media. But it gets better from there, guys. Remember I mentioned that elder, the Asian elder? I won't play this whole clip, but this man is sincere and passionate. And if you can't trust a kind Asian elder, who can you trust?
If you study physics on the basics, atoms are not formed from nuclear and electron. A hydrogen atom is not a proton surrounded by an electron cloud. It's not that way, totally not. It is all lies. The smallest particle exists is hydrogen. Nothing smaller, no particles smaller. Hydrogen atom is solid, indestructible, and separated a hydrogen atom into proton and electron. It's all lies. All these particle research, all these labs in particle research, CERN, accelerated proton beam, all lies, all lies.
Guys, let me just pause it there, then I'm going to jump to the end because this man is so passionate. He tears up at the end. Here's what I want to say about this. But I think this guy probably has a lot more credibility than Neil deGrasse Tyson. And let me just add, there is a movement among truth tellers, people I know personally, people like Owen Benjamin, Crow 777 is fake. So let me jump ahead, and I want you guys just to hear the end of his passionate plea that everything is a lie.
Highly particle, blah, blah, blah. Condensed physics, all lies. Everything is a lie. All the Nobel Prize rewarded detect the black hole, gravity wave, all lies. There's no black hole, there's no gravity wave, all lies, people. Since the relativity, all these theories, black hole, time dilatation, all lies. Nothing is true. I'm so pissed because people, I tell you what, it's all lies. It's all lies. Check out my other videos. Everything you learn from school in physics is a lie. It's a lie. There's no solar wind. There's no violent band. It's all lies, people. It's all lies.
It's all lies. One last thing. Our friend Liz Crokin, well, she's been proven right about Pizzagate. She has been a longtime guest of SGT Report, and she and I have talked about the plague of Pedogate and Pizzagate and John Podesta and the WikiLeaks emails and satanic ritual abuse and Marina Abramovic and spirit cooking and the Clinton emails. We've talked about all of it. We covered last week, the FBI confirmed that pizza is a pedophile code word in the College Station, Texas child porn case. So the Department of Justice has confirmed that Liz Crokin is not only right, she is a real journalist and a truth teller. And by the way, guys, Laura Logan agrees. Did I say this clearly enough? Liz Crokin is vindicated. The Pizzagate cover-up is being dismantled. The pedophiles and those who covered for them. Media Matters are evil and they are hateful. They're a partisan organization that has lied to the IRS and should be shut down. And by the way, as I'm coming back to you, Dustin, Media Matters for America, they are the ones that got my channel taken off of YouTube on October 15th, 2020 on the back of a hit piece. And a week later, the same organization, Media Matters, wrote another hit piece targeting me and others and had us removed from Patreon. They are evil to the core. But what'd you make of that Asian man? Everything is a lie.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with him absolutely. And you know, I've been through all those things as well. I know what it's like to be targeted for truth as you do. I know you've been kind of leading the pack in many ways. I just want to share two memes that have sort of crossed my desk recently in regard to exactly what you're saying. As soon as you activate it, I'll turn it on. But one of them, for example, goes through a list of how science got it wrong: tobacco, mercury, opioids, aluminum, talcum and baby powders, sweeteners and sodas, which include dead baby particles, saturated fats, GMOs, raw milk. They were wrong about all of this. Cholesterol, they're wrong about that. Fluoride, glyphosate, which killed my grandfather with, pretty aggressive advanced cancers. And my grandmother's still spraying the stuff, even though I've told her it's poison, and she took the vax. And that's just one list of some of the things that they've gotten wrong. The so-called scientists who were telling pregnant women to take the cigarettes and such. And if I can share screen, here's the other image. It nails exactly what you said. This is kind of making the rounds right now. And the joke is like Pizzagate is real. And they're like, no, it isn't. We have experts. And then you say, well, they traffic children. But then they say, we have experts. Your experts traffic children. And then they're in denial. They've been arrested. In fact, many of these so-called experts who allegedly debunked Pizzagate, many of them have been arrested. I don't remember the names off the top of my head because there's just so damn many pedophiles getting arrested these days. But many of them worked at major media outlets and took credit for and were credited for debunking allegedly Pizzagate, which really, I want to mention again, never was really debunked until Alex Jones sort of apologized for it, which is not a debunk. That's a controlled opposition psyop, but which is my opinion anyway.
Well, let's be clear about that. I think Alex Jones was forced to apologize over the Sandy Hook thing. I think that's what they got him for, not so much Pizzagate. I could be wrong about that, though. Did he also apologize about Podesta emails or something?
He had Alefantis on his show for like an hour and just sat there and groveled and apologized for everything, even though Alefantis had been caught in numerous lies, such as having a basement. He said there was no basement, but the year before he was bragging about how they kept the tomato sauce in the basement. There's a lot of weirdness there, but Alex Jones just sort of, he just bent over for Alefantis,
Well, you know what? He knew they were going to make an example of him. And don't you find it interesting, too, that Megyn Kelly had Alefantis on Fox News and for like a half hour, 20 minutes, and did a softball interview about how does it feel to be the target of conspiracy theories? It must be very difficult. And so it just pisses me off because now we know it's all true. And by the way, Alefantis, he was never asked to defend his Instagram. The pictures from Instagram. The stuff he was posting, like hashtag kill room. Just rinse it off when you're done. Hashtag murder.
Yeah.
Hashtag murder and worse. I mean, this guy is creepy. And by the way, if he's so innocuous and so harmless and so innocent, if Pizzagate is just a fable, why was he named the 49th most powerful man in Washington, D.C. by GQ magazine?
Yeah, and I want to add to that. There's a lot of people who allege that he's a Rothschild who changed his name and just chose something that sounded a lot like "I love children" in French.
Correct. 100% correct. Follow the bloodlines, right? See, everybody wants to malign that 17th letter of the alphabet. Go for it, malign it. I don't care. But guess what? Follow the bloodlines. Alefantis, Klaus Schwab, Podesta.
But this also brings us round circle. It's not just Pizzagate. It's actually part of their religion. And it goes back to adrenochrome, which is in their Bible, the Talmud, the sacrificing, the evil that they do. All of the Kabbalic stuff is evil. It doesn't, it's nothing to do with the Torah. It's nothing to do with the Old Testament. They didn't write the Old Testament. They just sort of came in way later and infiltrated. Just like Jesus said, these Edomites are going to pretend to be Israelites and infiltrate and take over the government and the religion and try to teach the false traditions of the elders. And then Jesus had come back to talk about the law. And that's in John 8:33-44, where he's actually calling them out as imposters who were never enslaved in Egypt the way that the Israelites were. So they're kind of fibbing on themselves, and he sort of goaded them into it. And that's right there in scripture for all to remember. Jesus warned us that there would be imposter Jews, imposter Hebrews, Israelites that would take over our governments. And again, God cursed us to have this specific tribes, the specific groups of today's deep state, the Jews of today. That specific group, God told us would be our deep state in Judges 2. I'm happy to walk you through it if you like, but that's basically where we get all of this stuff. It was unavoidable because we turned from God.
You know what I find interesting about having a conversation like this? This was even more dangerous just a few years ago, because if you ever brought this topic up, you'd be called an anti-Semite. But now that they've already deplatformed everybody, we've already lost our platforms on YouTube, on Patreon, etc. People are starting to lose the fear. It's like Gerald Celente used to say, when you got nothing else to lose, you lose it. And people are starting to lose it. People are fed up, Dustin. People like Owen Benjamin, Crow 777, Dave Weiss, and yourself. People like me and so many others. People like Liz Crokin. People like Laura Logan. We are speaking truth because we aren't going to live in the shadows and cower to these demon creatures, these bloodthirsty vipers anymore.
Amen. Yeah, no, the time is coming. And in fact, God has foretold the end of all Jews on earth. Right there in Obadiah 18, he says they'll be completely wiped out, not a single survivor.
Right. I just want to make the distinction, though. These Khazarians, this Zionist mafia, the Zionist Rothschild cabal, people like Joe Biden who says, you don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist, and I'm a proud Zionist. Okay. These people, that group, are the ones I think you're talking about, because I don't think every Jew on the planet, because there's a lot of Orthodox Jews standing up against the apartheid state of Israel, standing up against the crimes in Gaza, standing up against Netanyahu and the ethnic cleansing that's going on. There are a lot of good Jews like Dr. Zev Zelenko, who I used to have on the show, God rest his soul, who spoke out against all of this evil. So I just want to be real careful here. I personally believe the Jews you're describing are the fake Jews, the non-Jews, those who hijacked that story. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, so I was looking for a way to make this work, because I don't want to give people, even in my own audience, sad advice, and especially not if it's not true. But I can't find any way around it, because the language in Obadiah 18 was quite specific. I'll pull up the article in the background, but basically God is speaking to the entire race of Edom. And he lists reasons for why they're going to be wiped out, because they betrayed their brothers, etc. It's basically here. 18 specifically, there's a lot of context here, obviously, but it talks about how the whole race of Edom would be wiped out, like that, of the house of Esau, man. It's not of the Zionists, Anyway, I would love for someone to help me around that.
Well, one way to get around it is to say, how about this? Not all Jews have read or subscribed to the Talmud. Okay, so there's a distinction between the Torah and the Talmud. And the Talmud is very, very dark. Absolutely, no doubt about it. Some of the things written in that book will make your skin crawl, especially if you're somebody who's a believer in Jesus Christ and you're a Christian. So we can wholeheartedly agree there, but there's definitely a difference between Torah Jews, like Zev Zelenko, and Talmudic Jews, correct?
Allegedly. I would argue that they actually train their rabbi. They claim to train their rabbis on the Talmud. That's the training book for the rabbis. And then they also claim that all of the rabbis use it. And then they honor and lip service the Torah, but do they actually follow it is a question. There's a lot of argument there.
Well, in the last part of the conversation here, we've covered a lot about hidden history. We've talked a little bit about hidden technology. We know they stole Nikola Tesla's technology, right? Free energy technology definitely existed. I think there's a whole hidden history to human history that is locked away in Vatican libraries and locked away in the Rothschild libraries. I think that they've repainted and rebranded history in their own image, their satanic image, which is why now we're all living basically on the edge of poverty. I mean, a lot of people can't pay their rent. It's hard to put food on the table because their central bank fiat printing presses have destroyed everything that's good and pure. And it's not money that's evil, Dustin. It is the love of money. And these people, the central bankers, the Rothschilds, they love their money machines and they despise humanity. And I personally believe that the Pentagon, which I guess there's trillions again missing from the Pentagon, they have hidden technology that could free humanity, but they're keeping it for themselves as they depopulate the planet.
Yeah, they've been sort of working on a breakaway civilization for some time. And, they've been also, honestly, people can sort of call me out on this, and I'm happy to defend it in a debate setting or in interview settings, but they engage in a blood tax on our civilization. That's where all this abortion comes from. And it's more than that as well. The way that they put poisons into food supplies, they make deals in order to get power, that if they poison their products, for example, and give that many people a year cancer, they get to move up in the ranks. It's not just outright blood sacrifice of babies. There's different levels of this. There's, different grades of gray, different shades of gray, if you will. And they move through the ranks by how much evil they're willing to do, how many things that they're willing to do that God considers an abomination, especially. And blood tax, blood sacrifice has always been a big part of it. And that's kind of how these entities work. They demand massive evil, including and especially blood sacrifice. Their own, offspring, the seed of the serpent, are still with us running the deep state, and they've engaged in it, been kicked out of 109 countries for it. But it's also something that, all of mankind has engaged in at some point, including the Israelite tribes that became America and the UK and Europe. So you have the real Israelites. So you have this explosion in technology that accompanies these entities and blood. That's why they do it. They commune with them, and the more blood, the more perks. They call these entities civilization heroes in the pre-flood world because they brought with them all sorts of things that we considered civilized. Cities and technologies and various other things. They also taught, according to scripture, the smitings of the womb and other such evils. And there were different ones. They had different personalities. There were leaders of them, such as Azazel and Shemyaza. And then there were all of the others that landed, at least 200 in total, on Mount Hermon, which is basically Golan Heights and the Mount Olympus of Satanism. And that's where we see a lot of drama play out today as well. So you actually see this play out throughout history with a pre-flood massive surge of technology. Then they go quiet for a long time, although people still sacrifice and worship their offspring, the giants, and their various gods like Nimrod and Osiris and Apollo, etc. Baal, Moloch, same guy, different names, Tower of Babel. However, these are the real deal. These are the origination. These are the source of all that. This is where Nimrod was worshiping. He was bringing back the religion and teachings of the pre-flood fallen watchers who were bound for 70 generations. And when you do the math, right now, 1950s, that's when it shows up, 1900 AD at the earliest. That's about the time of Roswell. That's also when the book of Enoch was meant to be rediscovered according to the prophecy in Enoch, which it is, it's absolutely scripture. They took it out because of prophecies about Jesus. Even though it came far before Jesus, they always call it a Jewish book. It's not a Jewish book. This is also where we see events play out in parallel, such as the events in Antarctica, where we started to see all of the secret space nonsense start, and them start trying to fake space with moon landings and NASA and all of the other NASA equivalents and the Antarctic Treaty, and no one's allowed to go there. And also parallel to that world, Aleister Crowley, the guy who called himself the Beast, who loved the name 666, began to do sex magic rituals with other people. He birthed Barbara Bush, and then also an entity named Lamb came out of a portal. And then this is what Lamb looked like, the first little gray alien. I mean, this all happened about the same time. And then, just like Elon Musk, somebody with no real background in it, we have a protege of Aleister Crowley who became the godfather of rocketry, Jack Parsons. And he also teamed up with the founder of Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, to do the same thing, sex magic rituals out in the desert, where later would become Area 51, a hotspot for alien and government collusion and such, conspiracy. And now we get Hillary Clinton 9 months later, these sort of sex magic rituals where they birth demonic moon children entities. And then at the same time, they get technology for it. This guy had no background. He had no real reason to know the things that he knew. And his obsession was not science. It was sex and drugs and ritual. So how did he get all of this technology and become the godfather of rocketry as we know it today? This is all the same modus operandi playing out again and again and again throughout history, with one more time to go, and that is now, before the end.
Well, yeah, and I always like to show people and remind people what Wernher von Braun left on his tombstone. By the way, this is the same man who told his assistant, Carol Rosen, many times over 4 years that she worked for him, that the last card they would play is the alien card. And von Braun told her, and it will all be a lie. So Wernher von Braun, he wanted to share in death the truth about what happened with those Apollo missions, in my opinion. So what did he put on his tombstone? Psalms 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. The firmament, the biblical earth. Dustin, the biblical earth. By the way, one last screen share here as we round out the conversation. I want people to remember why you're struggling to pay your rent, why you're struggling to make ends meet with 2 or 3 jobs, with you and your spouse or your loved one working together. 2 people on 2 incomes, sometimes 2 or 3 people on 3 or 4 incomes can't make ends meet anymore. In 1964, the minimum wage was 5 90% silver quarters. In 2021, 5 90% silver quarters have a melt value of $23. We don't need minimum wages. We need sound money. Dustin, we got to remember the enemies of humanity. And I like to point time and time again at the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and their stinking international criminal central banks.
I agree, and I want to reinforce you on the firmament, especially the firm part, because it's absolutely meant to be understood as a firm barrier. It is not meant to be understood as an expanse or the sky or space or any of that nonsense. It is meant to be understood as a firm barrier, holding back, indeed, the waters above, which is why the sky is blue. And I just want to touch on what to reinforce what I said earlier, so people don't think I'm making it up, because these are highly offensive and controversial statements I'm making. Here's the image that I have sort of adopted and adapted to show this, and the verse is John 8:33-44, where Jesus is telling us that the Jews are non-Israelites, because Israelites are actually all Aryan. I'm an Israelite. I can trace my lineage to Isaac. However, my children, mixed Asian children, are not Israelites according to the Bible. You can't be mixed and be an Israelite. You can still be saved. That has nothing to do with salvation. But you can't be you're not going to be suddenly milk tolerant. You're not going to have lactose tolerance. You're not suddenly going to be part of the prophecies in the Bible that specifically talk about how the tribes would come back into their own land, like America was in Leviticus 26:18. So I'm not racist, obviously. I've got an Asian wife and mixed Asian children. I just want people to understand this is what Jesus was telling us, that this specific group, the Jews, would move in and infiltrate everything and take over and deceive and pretend to be God's chosen people.
Well, guys, I think we just touched lightly today on hidden history and hidden technology. Maybe in the future, we'll really dig in deeper. And we should have a conversation sometime, Dustin, about Tesla. Just Tesla, Nikola Tesla alone, a man who died as a pauper, a man who died with nothing, even though he was one of the most seminal, if not the most seminal scientist in the modern era. Certainly a bigger name Tesla should be than, for instance, Albert Einstein. But I kind of think we can see what the lineage issues are there. Albert Einstein got all the press, while Nikola Tesla, well, he had his technology stolen and locked away by the deep state, and he died a pauper.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually have an entire article called Scientism, the Cult of False Sciences, where I'm sort of tracking. It's by no means complete. But, God warned us, "O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science, falsely so called." It's right there in the Bible, a warning about fake science. It's been there with us a long time, and they have all sorts of, fake sciences out there, like climate change and the vax and everything else. All this depopulation and control science, but the real science is one of attempts at free energy. I can't say I've got a working machine or anything, but they're trying to control things. We have real anthropology, real etymology, real technology, real sciences, real scientific method, all of that stuff. And there's various people out there pushing various frontiers of science, if you will, because that's us, not them. The government's not going to do that for us. What does the science actually tell us? We live in an electric universe, that there is an ether, that we are on a still planet at the non-moving planet, stationary, geocentric center of the universe. God's name is literally on our DNA genetically, and that this world is about 6,000 years old. I mean, there's a lot of science that, man, it really just destroys their entire paradigm.
Well, their entire paradigm should be destroyed because, they worship the father of lies. We're going to play one last clip before we part ways here. This from a man in the U.S. Navy. Shock report. Medical officers reveal the COVID vaccine is related to heart issues, which are now skyrocketing amongst active duty naval officers. Listen to this.
So in July, Undersecretary Cisneros acknowledged the DMED data, the database working properly, and also acknowledged things such as myocarditis rising 151%. So what I did, I went in today. I'm doing the same thing, 5-year average. However, I'm comparing it to 2022, and I only am using fixed wing pilots and helicopter pilots, active duty. So we get hypertensive disease, 36%, ischemic heart disease, 69%, pulmonary heart disease, 62%, heart failure, 973%, other forms of heart disease, 63%. Cardiomyopathy, 152%.
So that is the result of the government forcing the bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine on active military men and women. That's called democide, Dustin. And I don't want people to forget that Albert Bourla earned $33 million in 2022.
I'm with you. Sorry, I was muted. It is democide. It's also a form of religious genocide because there is an agenda behind this, and you could call it the Goyim jab. That's basically what's going on. It was developed, pushed, and propagandized by one group of people. It was forced on us by one group of people controlling all Western governments and China and Russia. And they have controlled China and Russia since their communist revolutions, which were primarily of them. And I don't want to pick on one group of people, but basically it all goes back to the seed of the serpent and what is a people exactly? What are people? What is man? What is Nephilim? What is human and what is demon? And we see the fruit of the tree here on this one. And that's basically where we're at. The deep state are demons and they're walking around. They look like people and we're afraid to call them out because, I mean, most people don't want to have their lives absolutely wrecked. And that's exactly what they'll do. I mean, look at the guy in Florida who did some John Menadeo. I mean, he says some rude things, but he's facing a potential year in jail, and he just did 30 days in jail for littering because he was passing out free speech protected activity flyers.
Oh my God, littering. Yeah. Meanwhile, the Jan 6ers are still sitting in DC gulags. Well, Hillary Clinton, John Podesta rules the roost still. I mean, that guy's still in politics. He's still running money for these people. He's still heavily involved in politics, despite his litany of crimes against our nation. Guys, one last screen share here.
He's still hurting kids.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. Ashton Forbes has provided an update. If you do want to listen to this video, I'll try to remember to link it below. It's over on YouTube, but MH370X podcast update, the leak project part 2. Let's break the internet. So I did load that up here. We'll listen to just the introduction. This UAP video could break the internet.
What you are about to see is the most amazing footage ever released of UAPs and high technology. This is the MH370 flight that disappeared in 2014. And now you're about to find out why. Ashton Forbes is with us today. He has a top security clearance with the government that is not associated with this footage, so he can talk about this. And he has spent the past several months, hours and hours, attempting to get this information out to the world, and he's doing a pretty good job. Look at this. Boom, gone.
I want to pause it there. I want to go back. I want to say one last thing. So I've listened to several extremely long pieces, video pieces that Ashton has done on his own YouTube channel. This man is extremely intelligent when it comes to latitude and longitude and satellites and all the technology. Very, very articulate. And one thing I want to point out is that evidently what you're seeing here is not the same video repeated twice. What you're seeing here is 2 satellites creating basically a 3D image of what they're shooting.
The people that keep trying to cut us down, they end up just elevating us even more. And, you know, I think that I couldn't be more proud of the followers and people involved in this case. It really has truly been a community-led effort and a grassroots movement that we're starting here, where we're really trying to get disclosure on our own terms. It's really about this advanced technology that will just simply change the face of the world. We have a $145,000 bounty right now. Real bounty, $145,000 for anyone out there to find the supposed hoaxer of this video and provide the source files to us. That's how serious the people that are backing this movement are about showing that this footage is real. There's no way to debunk this. The only way to do so is to try to find this hoaxer and prove that somebody created this, because the videos are too good. 2 videos are in perfect synchronization, showing 3 orbs that appear to be defying gravity, showing room temperature superconductive properties, taking essentially a 777 macro scale object and quantum teleporting it to another location. I mean, this is mind-blowing stuff.
So I think it's a very, very interesting investigation, and we'll continue to follow it. Our guest today, though, has been Dustin Nemos. Dustin, shout out the website, will you?
Sure. It's theserapeum.com, which has all of our hidden history, everything I've been able to track so far, with a lot more coming. I mean, we have a list of 2,000 different articles, videos, PDFs, books, documentaries, etc., that we're backing up and saving as it's just being disappeared from the internet. So hidden history, hidden science, hidden theology as well. This is where I'm also posting our debate videos and such for people that want to follow some of the debates that we're having. I actually proud to say I'm remain undefeated, standing on God's word when it comes to against scientists or pastors or theologians or scholars or historians or rabbis or whatever. I'm holding firm. So theserapeum.com is basically the gateway to primordial paradigm.
Well, very good. And there's our buddy Dave Weiss, who I mentioned earlier in the broadcast.
Yeah.
Dustin, I can't thank you enough for your time. We appreciate you. Take care. God bless.
Thank you, Sean. Have a great day.
You too, sir. Friends, thanks so much for tuning in. As always, I'll direct you to sgtreport.com. That is the antidote to corporate propaganda 24 hours a day. So, until we meet again, may God truly bless you and yours. Bye-bye.
All right, so that was the SGT report. Up next, Bob Kudla. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report Spotlight, and today we have a returning guest, Bob Kudla. Bob is the creator and owner of TradeGeniusAcademy.com, and I am very happy to have him back on the X22 Report Spotlight. Bob, welcome back to the Spotlight.
Hey, Dave, thanks for having me.
Hey, thanks for being here. And let's just start off with what's going on with energy right now, because we're seeing a lot of the blue states, they have a lot higher fuel costs than the red states. And do you think this is because of their entire agenda, the Green New Deal? Is that why it's pushing the cost of energy in these states much, much higher than the red states?
Dave, you're trying to hurt me because I live in a blue state.
Oh, boy.
And yeah, you should just read our electric bill, and you should read the legislation that they put out here. You know, California is trying to go, I think by 2030, they're trying to go like all renewable. And there's a chart out there that shows that the higher the renewable rate is as a percentage of your energy use, the higher your average cost of living is. So it's not just gasoline, which we're getting hit with taxes on that, but electricity we get taxed on. You know, we had a nuclear power plant. I'm still getting taxed on the nuke plant shutdown, that they shut a nuke plant down in our area. I get hit with that. And then we get hit with carbon charges. So yeah, absolutely. They're making themselves non-competitive. And, you know, you're just going to see more and more high-paying manufacturing jobs moving to the red states, and especially red states that have organic natural gas and oil production in it. So yeah, absolutely. It's just mind-boggling. And Europe is just totally screwed. So we've been doing a great trade. Just because you sell our natural gas to Europe, they got to ship it there. So the shippers have been doing just outstanding. And that's going to continue for a couple of years.
So are the people in California, are they complaining at all that, you know, the energy costs are very, very high?
Yeah, you know, I mean, we're kind of numb to it. So, you know, a lot of people here make a lot of money. So I think it's more lost in them. You know, if you get more into the communities where there's probably more the Latinos, you know, or in the Central Valley where people have to drive a lot and a lot of farms, I'm sure there's a lot more dissatisfaction, you know, regarding the energy area here. But, you know, not so much. It's kind of weird. People here are stupid.
Yeah. I mean, now we're coming up to the holiday season and we just had Black Friday. How do you think it's going so far with the retail sales for this holiday season?
Yeah, they say they're up 2.5%, but there's caveats here. Number one is that inflation is if you believe the inflation number, even the best case inflation number is 3.5%, right? So we're actually falling behind on an inflation, you know, weighted basis. But What I've also been told is that they've done a lot of what's called buy now, pay later schemes. Remember the old layaway when we were kids?
Right, right.
You know, a lot of that's coming back in terms of, you know, hey, you could buy it now and then you could pay it over time. I mean, if you buy anything like on, where was I just saw it? I forget. I saw a thing on Amazon. You could buy it now and you could break your payments into like 4 or 8 payments. You know, so they're doing those kind of things just to induce purchases. And I don't know about where you live, but where I live, Black Friday specials started at right after Halloween. So they've been trying to kill inventory here for the last month. So I say it's tepid at best. And you can look at the credit card spending. You know, we're over $1 trillion now. So, you know, we're basically, this is the YOLO trade because people's credits are being tapped out. So it's going to be really interesting to see going forward. You know, more retailers are going out of business than ever before. And in January and February, usually when they clear the inventory, they'll start shutting down more stores again. I suspect that'll continue.
You think they had to do that buy now, pay later because people are maxed out on their credit cards and they had no room to do that, so they had to introduce this?
Yeah, well, absolutely, and they're not charging interest, so it's really, it's really just it's just really a scheme just to move inventory at this point. Yeah, I totally believe that.
So do you think, as you know, after the holiday season, because people always they don't want to give up their way of life, they want to have a nice holiday. So people are most likely going to purchase, you know, just like they did last year because they don't want things to change. Do you think 2024 is going to be a disaster? Because we're already getting companies already projecting layoffs right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, our prediction is 2024 recession's baked in. There's no way they can get around it. You know, they may be able to cover some of the numbers up because of inflation in terms of looking at numbers, but from people's lifestyles, it's going to feel like a pretty severe recession. Yeah. And they're already laying people off now. You know, the what they call the report that you have to do to say that you're going to lay off X amount of employees 60 days ahead. That is surging right now. And my daughter has a friend that works at Amazon distribution, and they did a massive purge, and they didn't in September, and they didn't really hire everybody back for the Christmas season. FedEx told pilots that are contract pilots to seek work elsewhere because they're not going to have enough flights to cover it. Shipping companies that are shipping stuff out of China, Maersk laid off 10,000 employees.
Wow.
You know, so which tells you, and then Xi Jinping came here like tin cup, you know, to make nice with the U.S. because their manufacturing is getting absolutely obliterated. So even if we were friends, China would be in big trouble, you know, because nobody's buying anything. So yeah, 2024 is like inventory is going to be scrapped, the restocking is going to be low, everything's going to be optimized and what do you call it? That they right size it. In other words, of saying I'm going to fire you. So yeah, my expectation is that we're gonna be in big trouble in 2024.
Yeah, it's starting to look that way. And while I guess the entire system's breaking down, it's very interesting that Bitcoin is continually moving up. I mean, it's up to 37,000. And I mean, I don't know with your algorithms and what you're seeing, where do you think it's going to go up? Do you think it's going to go down? Where do you think it goes next?
Yeah, so you know, our algorithm actually looks at the momentum, and so it was following this price up, but from a macro point of view, is we think when these ETFs are released, we think this is like front buying, Dave, by BlackRock and others to build up their collateral for the ETFs that they're launching. So we expect a pullback in Bitcoin until the Fed blinks, and then we should see Bitcoin then move up higher. I don't know how far down it will go. You know, our suspicion was going to get to the low 20s, you know, but I don't think it's going to get down that far anymore. And here's a tell for people. Look what's happening with Mara and Riot and the other Bitcoin miners. They're not tracking like they used to track. And when you see divergences like that, that's like gold is going up, but the gold miners are not, is that it should say it makes the underlying price suspicious. So we think it's an anomaly. The other thing that happened too, Dave, is that Janet Yellen changed what is called the QRA, which is basically the average size of the duration for the bonds that she sells. And with that falling, it's almost like a stimulus, and Bitcoin and gold reacted positively to that. So the good news there is that once the Fed blinks, and they're going to have to blink at some point here in the next 6 months, is that it's gonna buoy Bitcoin and gold to much higher levels. Now, if you're a long-term holder in both, then don't do anything. If you're a trader, when you get a sell signal for a swing trade, then you can modify your size or sell your position, because it will dip back down, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 before it moves back up higher again.
When you say the Fed might blink, what do you mean by blink?
Well, when they actually start lowering interest rates and or initiate bond buying again.
So
because at some point, Dave, I think it's $9 trillion we have to refinance in the next 2 years. $9 trillion.
Right.
I don't think there's enough private capital out there in the world to absorb $9 trillion of new new and existing bonds, U.S. Treasury bonds. So that means the Fed has to come in and raise their balance sheet again. And so that's what I mean by blinking. And that'll be inflationary, and then Bitcoin, gold, silver, energy will all move with that.
So do you think the Fed through 2024, do you think they're going to keep the rates steady and then start lowering it, or do you think they're going to bring it up one more time and then start lowering it?
Yeah, that's the big argument. I don't know. I mean, Jerome Powell is kind of pissed at Janet Yellen because she pulled a fast one here in terms of changing the mix of the bond she's selling. And it just basically is countering what he's trying to do in terms of stamping out excess speculation in the markets. And so he may try to raise it one more time just to make that lower end of the rate range intolerable. And so a lot of people are saying that he's going to do it in December. But here's the deal. If he doesn't do it in December, the January macro numbers for the economy are going to be too weak for him to probably pull the trigger. And so then he's probably done. But what I've been reading, though, from people far smarter than me, are saying that he may just be steady Eddie in 2024 until things get intolerable from the economic standpoint, and he has to follow the economy down by lowering rates. So people are saying that he'll be lowering in March. We don't think so. He probably won't lower interest rates till the summertime unless he absolutely has a gun to his head.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's probably going to lower it probably like in July, August. That was because I don't think he'll do it during the election period of time because it's too close, and I guess it would cause too many problems. And I don't think they like to do it during the election period of time. So.
No, and this is kind of setting up the same way. Remember when they bounced George Bush out to bring Clinton in? This is setting up the same type of scenario where economic weakness and he held off on lowering the rates until it was too late to help Bush. And I think the same thing's setting up here with Biden. I don't think Powell is a big fan of the Janet Yellen crowd. Mm-hmm. He's a Republican, so I don't know how much he wants to lend a hand to the Bidenomics.
Right.
So it's going to be really interesting to see, but I think he's going to hold steady longer than people want him to, and probably longer than the economy can tolerate.
So as this is all playing out, we're seeing gold. It's over $2,000 an ounce, and people are saying it's going to go much higher. Where do you think it's going to go?
I agree with that. I think once this QE goes, the suppression in the short interest in gold, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to see an easy double in gold prices in the next 18 months, for sure. Silver for sure is going over $30, and a lot of these banks, they've nakedly shorted a lot of silver and gold contracts that they haven't covered yet. And I mean, you look at Citicorp has $190 billion, what they called assets sold, or how do they say, assets sold, not yet bought, which is basically saying we have naked short positions, you know. So, but that's a lot of money, and you know, most of the stuff they're shorting is they're trying to suppress interest rates, and they're trying to suppress gold and silver prices, and so those things, when those things unwind, you know, in 2016, platinum palladium doubled in 4 months because Putin decided not to export platinum and palladium. He got into a tiff, and the people that were short the contracts got their heads handed to them. And there's nothing like a short squeeze, you know, to move prices very, very quickly. And that's what's going to happen with gold and silver. You know, these things aren't just going to slide up. They're going to pop like a cork that's been held underwater. So it's all going to come to fruition here when Powell has to when he has to take off the brakes. And then just like Bitcoin, gold and silver will go in the same direction.
Yeah, since we're heading into 2024, it's a volatile time with layoffs. We see Bitcoin and gold moving up, and with the Fed rate. So for those people that are looking to get into trading and looking to trade not just Bitcoin and gold, but other stocks, do you have any specials or anything running this month?
Yeah, so Dave, since we're talking after Thanksgiving, you know, we just finished our Black Friday special. We're going to extend it one more week to next Saturday for your listeners. So just go to tradelikeagenius.com or tradegeniusacademy.com or tradegenius.co, and they all go to the same place, and you can check out our bundles. Lowest prices of the year. We haven't raised them, so these are killer good prices. You can trade stocks with us, crypto. You can trade options and futures in our VIP room. And one thing that we added this year, Dave, we added a new enhanced indicator that basically took two of our existing ones and modified the code based on what we're seeing in the market. And we created, it's called the Trade Force indicator. And it really is designed for like one decision kind of indicator. So you can basically see the buy and the sell very easily. And people are absolutely loving it, and it's flying off the shelf. So any level of bundle that you buy from us, you automatically get that, the Trade Force indicator, and we're charging for our services nothing compared to what you'll get out of it. And we're doing quite well. Volatility, which is coming into the market here with a recession, is our friend. And recessions, people are worried like, oh, there's a recession, how can you make money in the stock market? Tremendous opportunities, depending on what the recession is. That'll depend on what will move. Like if it's going to be an inflationary recession because there's QE, but economic conditions are falling, you know, gold, silver, Bitcoin, energy will move with the Fed pumping money in. If it's a good old fashioned recession, you buy bonds like TLT. And, you know, in 2008, when we had our last big recession, it went up 40%. I don't know about you, but I'll take a 40% year any day of the week. And all you had to do is just sit and wait for the Fed to come back in the market again, and you close your bond position, and you made really good money, and you sidetracked the whole market sell-off, which is coming. We will get in 2024 a good double-digit, when I mean double-digit, over 20% reduction in stock prices. And that doesn't mean that gold and silver and Bitcoin and bonds won't be a buy. They absolutely will be, depending on how the Fed reacts to it. So tremendous opportunity now, and also will help you, you know, in terms of what sectors to stay away from, and so that if you have your own personal accounts that you don't trade but you have professionally managed, you can at least advise your advisor to make sure you keep them on their toes. So we can help you regardless of how you like to trade.
Great. I'll put all the links at the bottom of the video to make it a lot easier for people to go right over. I mean, right now, we're talking about the economy falling apart and things not going well, but Biden's economic advisor, Bernstein, and actually Biden himself too, you know, they're moving in the right direction, the right track. It feels like they're continually keeping this narrative up that everything is fantastic. What do you make of this?
There's a psychological term for that. It's called delusional.
Yeah.
So, look, obviously they have to say that because, you're going to run into election season and say, hey, guys, we're not really doing that well, but hey, vote for us.
Right.
So, these guys firmly believe in their heart of hearts, they're creating a more just and fair and prosperous society for everybody. It's just pure delusion because these people are academics. They don't live in the real world, and and they're so arrogant that they never admit that they have a problem. Right? How many times does communism have to fail before people say, for the communists say communism doesn't work?
Right.
So so they're just full of beans here. Their right track is actually total control of your entire life. So in their sense, it is going the right way for them. But from an economic prosperity standpoint, absolute disaster.
Yeah.
And it's getting worse. This is the first time in my life that I feel there's going to be people that are totally going to be hopeless. Can you imagine living a middle class or slightly above middle class life between when you're born until you're like mid 50s? And at that point on, you're in poverty. Can you imagine the anger that's going to be generated from that? And I think that's what we're seeing, Dave. If you look around the world, I think people are waking up and like, oh my God, what did we allow to happen? And I think it's going to be there's nothing like unmet expectations of a population to really, really blow people out of power.
This whole thing is reminding me of 2008, 2009, when Obama was in office, when everything, he was coming into office. He was running against McCain. McCain was saying the economy's great. And then the economy crashed in October. I think the market came down. And then, throughout that period of time, people were struggling through the Great Recession. And it feels like we're back to where we started, but actually worse. And people are feeling it right now and they're struggling.
I think it's worse, Dave.
Yeah.
Because there's no escape now. If you're over 50 years old and you had a great job and you lose that job, you're not getting another one.
Right.
I think we talked about this before. I have two friends that are in the IT consulting space. Both of them made over $200,000 a year. Both are laid off. Laid off.
Awful.
And I just talked to one guy last Friday and asked him, how's the job search going? He said, I may have something in January. I might. So he's been out of work 6 months. Okay. He already sold his house and downsized his home. He was lucky. He was able to sell pretty close to the top and then buy something cheaper that he's not carrying a mortgage. But other people that have a mortgage, they're going to be blowing out of the houses. Before we got on the call here, I just got a report of the 17.6% reduction in the median sale price of a home from October 22nd to October 23rd. 17.6 reduction in median sales price. So people are going to be forced to sell. Excuse me. They're going to be forced to sell, and they're going to be forced to sell at a discount. So people that think they have cushion in their homes to be able to live off of, at the end of the day, they may not have any cushion whatsoever. And it's just going to be brutal. It's going to be hard to watch.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I think what's happening now, since people around the world are seeing this and experiencing it, especially in those countries that have been really hit hard, like Argentina, France and Ireland and the Netherlands. I think there is change right now because in Argentina, we have the new president, Javier, and he's talking about closing the central bank. What do you make of that? I mean, where he's saying there's no negotiation.
Yeah, no, this is the end game for the central banks. They took it as far as they could. And he doesn't mince any words either. If you ever listen to his translations, he is not kind to leftists. He doesn't view them as opponents. He views them as vermin. Because he views them as pure evil. And then, you had that election, and then you had the election in the Netherlands, basically said, closing Islamic schools, you commit a crime, you're not a citizen, you're deported, no more immigration in this country. And then in Ireland, they rioted downtown Dublin because migrants stabbed some Irish school children. And so I just think it's boiling over, and people are really, really angry. And people always say, well, this is how kind of World War II got started, because the communists were in power in a lot of places in Europe, and you had this right reaction. When I mean right of center politics, and it went too far, and then you ended up having a global conflict from it. And I think we're seeing that same reaction again. The left never gives up until they get blown up, and I think we're at that stage again.
So do you think this is leading to World War III?
I don't know if World War III, but there's going to be probably a lot of inter-country strife. Is that a good way of putting it? So, if the United States melts down, then we'll have World War III. But if the United States stays monolithic and keeps our military, strong and engaged, which I'm not advocating one way or another, I'm just speaking truth here, then it'll probably keep the lid on a lot of things. I think the Chinese backed down this week. Russians have no hope to challenge us. Iran did not engage because we parked 3 aircraft carriers, around Lebanon and Iran, and they know full well if they engaged that they would be basically obliterated. And whether you agree with or just disagree with what's happening over there, it is what it is. But if the United States, if we have issues here, then I think the whole world will go into some sort of wild kind of a devolution, if you will. So that's kind of my view of it.
Bob, thank you very much for being on the X22 Report Spotlight. Once again, if people want to join up to your trading system, how can they join?
Yeah, go to tradelikeagenius.com, pick one of the bundles, make sure you get the Black Friday special. You can call us, or you can chat with us, and we'll get the right plan for you. Depending on how involved you want to be. There's just 7 bundles, so you can pick the one that works best for you. And like I said, the pricing is always, the ROI is in your favor. Thanks for letting me share that, Dave.
Great. I'll put all the links at the bottom of the video. Bob, once again, thank you very much for being on the Spotlight. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Dave. You too.
Thank you.
All right, that was Bob Kudla with Dave from X22. Up next. What do I have up next? Give me a second here. I'll look at this and see. Nope, it didn't change, so it's still the same message. So like I said, we're going to find out tonight if that site, we're going to find out if this site is BS tonight. Okay. Everybody's discounting it, saying, oh, it's BS and all that. Well, I'm not going to say that it's not BS. But what I am going to say is, it says here, read it. It says, look to the sky tonight, worldwide green sky. Okay. So tonight, if the sky is not green for everybody worldwide, then I'm closing that page and I'm never looking at it again. Okay. It's that simple. That simple. Pretty easy way to prove whether they're telling you the truth or not, right? That's what I figure. So, all right, this is where we're going next. Here we go.
I don't care if you think I'm Satan reincarnated. Coming at you live! Catching up the apocalypse! Oh yeah!
What's up, folks? Welcome to Nemo.
Let me pause that for a second. By the way, I've been watching the chat and off and on, and I know some of you are talking about the pets with like coming down with pneumonia. Well, that horse paste. You know what stuff I'm talking about? The horse paste. Okay, I gave a tube of that to my neighbor whose dog had pneumonia just a few days ago. That dog is up and running around like nothing was wrong with it ever. So that's what I'm going to recommend to you. If your pet gets sick, get some horse paste. Give it to them according to their weight. Okay. 2 times a day, each day for at least 3 days. and watch what happens. All right? Okay. Back to it. Here we go.
NinosCorner.tv. I'm joined with Janet Halper once again. Jan, thank you for joining me. I know it's nighttime over there, so I would imagine you'd want to get some sleep, but I mean.
Well, I pretty much work East Coast hours.
Okay.
So, it's kind of dinner time or something.
Well, what we're trying to do with this podcast today is put to bed the rumors of, there's a few of them, and clarify some of the things that you've said. So let's put number one rumor to rest. Are you Joan Rivers?
No, just look at the nose. There'd be no way they could squash it, so it's just a bone and then goes out. No, can't happen.
Okay. Not Joan Rivers, folks.
No,
not
Joan Rivers. Joan Rivers. No.
All right. So this is a legitimate thing you're doing, right? This is a lot of people ask me, I don't know about this. It doesn't seem legitimate. This is DOD task force that you're doing. You're under a contract.
Yes. As we clarified, actually, when I first came on the scene and you were the interview, yes, there are 12. Most businesses hire contractors, and unless you're in the military, you're probably a contractor at the DOD. And we have just been chartered with sort of protecting people online, taking the temperature, finding what resistance is, finding who might be doing damaging things to the perception of Republicans or Democrats. I mean, we are definitely non-partisan whatsoever when we're looking at those things.
I've heard the whole operation, everything is basically captured. It's a captured operation. I mean, 107 talks about that all the time. How do you know what you're doing is, how do you know you're working for the good guys?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, all I know is that the guy who asked me to do it, I had sort of mentored him throughout his career moving into leadership. So it's someone that I know, and that's all I can say because I trust him implicitly, and I can only deal with it if I find out that my trust was not placed in the right, but I'm dead centered on the fact that I would actually work for an entity, any kind of entity, because I've been an entrepreneur all my life, my own boss. But this was just too good to pass up.
Do you get paid for this, or is it just something you do in your pastime? I mean, you're
a
part-time thing, or just?
Do I get paid for all my analysis and reports and everything?
Yeah.
Yes, I definitely get paid. Yes.
And you do it out of
paid for any of this?
No,
because I didn't plan on this. And that expression of a success, an overnight success. No. 8 years of talking about Trump and politics, but that's what happens. And so the response it's been worthwhile. I think I've been able to reach people. The first bit was the hope, just because it was mainstream media, and I clarified a lot of what people already knew.
Why? Let's first go over what you do exactly. You read basically internet conversations, or what is it that you do?
Well, honestly, it varies because nothing is predictable in this. You don't know what's going to come up. You don't know what outside event could have an impact, and it constantly changes. I mean, there are some weeks that I spend so much time writing because everyone else's reports might be coming to me to do a specific analysis. So the theme that I've really been on, and we have been on the past couple of weeks, is that the level of impatience in people who are saying, when is something going to happen? I can't take it anymore. Well, we look at that at a couple of different levels. One, that is resonating quite a bit. And in fact, I said the cacophony has not reached a crescendo yet, but there are that side that need something to happen for some odd reason to validate that they've been thinking and following the right people and getting the right information and everything else.
Did you see
But
Michael? I think his name is Michael Rappaport, the hardcore liberal that's like, I think pig dick Trump, I'm going to vote. I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm voting. It's not off the table. I mean, when you got someone like that,
yes.
Changing
Yeah.
or switching lanes, that says a lot to me.
Oh, absolutely. But see, a lot of people are switching lanes, but they can't talk about it. I mean, I get calls from people ever since this one interview, and they talk to me about what is a way that they could do something, but other people can't know that they're doing something. There's still that stigma. I mean, here's what people should think about. In the past 10 years, write down the year numbers that were the best years in those 10 years. And then what you want for a president is not one who gets us back to that, but one who knows how to bring us forward and make it even better.
I totally agree with you. I agree with everything that you're saying. Can you go into detail on how you monitor the conversations, or what you look at to kind of what you're examining here on when is the threshold? What's going to be the point where you get in your report and you say, okay, I think the public is ready?
Oh, I still think we're at about 66%.
Oh shit.
I do.
So when Juan says something like 81%, well, I guess we're not there yet.
I'm not sure I agree with Juan.
Okay.
And frankly, I wish I knew where that premise was coming from, because if you look at the statistics for mass formation psychosis, which is simply people who don't think for themselves and believe everything that they're told, and just go with the marching orders. He thinks that at least during the whole COVID and vaccine, 30% of the global population would fall under mass formation psychosis. How do you get people who probably are scared of their own shadow, have never really taken an thinking risk, let alone intellectual risk? How do you move them? You know what? You don't try. You absolutely don't try. You spend time understanding their thinking. And frankly,
I think a lot of it, go ahead, sorry.
Frankly, is that if you've ever seen Charlie Kirk go out and interview someone and ask them, and because he's nice, because he said he'd bring the country, they have no idea what the reasons are. That is all I do. That is all I do with those kind of people. I actually put them in a few different spectrums. So the first that I scan and I have no contact with are what I call the what people. What? I didn't see that. What? I didn't hear it. Everything goes past them. All right. And part of me is concerned because that is the group that is going to need the hardest kick in the rear end. But that is only going to come when we have a financial crash. That will be the only thing that will get them. But they're not. All right. Then you have the closed-minded. Everything is a conspiracy theory if it's not what they came up with. And then, so in that case, I will often watch how they argue back or what they post or even their sentence structure. And in a minute, I'll tell you about a response that I made to George Takei yesterday. Then you have the yes buts. Yes, That was good, but this was bad. That is a split group. Part of them are yes, but because they just need to be right. You know, you got the closed-minded of the conspiracy theory. We get to slightly open-minded of the yes, but. If you've been up against someone and you've really, really given your best arguments for things, and there's such total resistance because they still think they're right, don't exert yourself.
This Thanksgiving is going to be hard on a lot of patriots.
I know. We can talk about that a bit, but
this is going to be crazy. You know that, right? This particular Thanksgiving.
Then there are the yes, but people, but the but is a question that lets you know what they're thinking or what the blockage is or what's preventing them from seeing it that way. And those you want to follow, you want to encourage them, you want to give them information. So other teammates of mine will be then sending someone that I've identified the kind of information slowly that provides the other side to what they usually follow. And then there's a phase in between here where people are awake, but there's a huge spectrum of awakeness and mostly positiveness and not a lot of stupidity. And then we get to the seers, or you might call them the truthers or the anons, or, you know, I call them the seers.
The ones that graduated.
Yeah, they have the ability, like a sage who can see through things. Yeah. And
I can pat myself on the back for that one.
Oh, definitely.
So,
yeah. But okay, so let me just explain. I'll give you this context. All right, George Takei, the Star Trek guy, although I think it might be a parody account. I'm still not quite sure, but he started with President Biden gave a best press conference about China, and that's because his qualities are this, this, and this. He's the kind of he did a good press conference. The kind of qualities that we need in a president. And then he says, instead of the miscreant, that's any list who's corrupt and destroying democracy, etc. Well, I wrote an explanation of that to the point in that Biden is the only name that is mentioned. And I was explaining that actually what George Takei is doing, he's helping us because he is leaving people with a very negative impression of Biden because there was no T word in there. Well, I think that my tweet has been taken off because I explained it.
Wow.
And so if anyone can find that response to Takei, because I can't now.
So let me ask you this. At what point can the military move? What's going to be the threshold? What's going to be that number, the percentage? And how many people can we just throw up and say they're expendables, casualties of war? Because we are at war. This is fifth generation warfare, as General Flynn has wrote a book about, and Juan talks about. At what point do we say, all right, this we can't jeopardize, we can't risk it anymore? Our country's too far, it's going down the drain too fast. We need to pull everything in. We got to make a move. At what point do we make a move? And
no one thinks that way. No one thinks that way. Not at all. I mean, you can't imagine any of the decision makers having a negative view given what they've been tasked with. No.
So explain that to me. So you're saying that we have to wait till everybody's on board?
No, not at all. But we started to discuss it where I know Juan thinks 81%. I'm concerned about the mass formation, the followers that don't think for themselves, and they're never going to come around. And I think that we are closer to 66% with good degrees on the spectrum of understanding. Even the people that I listen to on Spaces who have just swallowed the red pill and it hasn't gone through their system yet, they're open. They want to know more. I get so many DMs wanting me to clarify things.
So you're following the conversations of a.
Okay, I said this before. I'm going to say it again. Let me shrink this down for a minute. Okay. Now, people are saying that this is just clickbait. Okay. Well, that's been up on my screen for 5 days, so I haven't clicked on anything. Okay. So they're not making any money off of me. Okay. It's that simple. Okay. They're not making any money off of me. They're not taking anything out of my pocket. Okay. Basically, the message this morning came up as this. Okay. And we're going to find out whether or not this is in any way correct. If worldwide, because it says worldwide, it doesn't say just the United States. It doesn't just say the Northern Hemisphere, okay, which would be Canada, who gets to see the Aurora Borealis or whatever. I think that's what it's called up there, okay? If the sky is green for everybody tonight, then there's a chance that this page could somehow be legitimate in what it's doing, okay? And people say that they're making money off of it. First off, how do you know that they're making money off of it? Can you prove that? Can you show me documentation that says that they're in fact making money every time somebody pulls up this page? Because if you can't, then basically that's another person blowing smoke up your wazoo, right? Because there's no proof of that. Okay. Anybody can track anybody's IP address. Okay. And if it goes through a VPN, then automatically it can come up as clickbait automatically. Okay. So the idea of it is this. Okay. If there is any legitimacy to this page, then the entire world tonight will see a green sky. Okay. Now I will say this. I've been getting rain since last night at 9 o'clock. And all of a sudden, what was a totally covered sky, all of a sudden just burst open. And I have a clear sky and sunlight. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, green rain would be unbelievable. You're not kidding. But, okay. So basically, if the entire world, and we see reports from all around the world, not just the United States, that says that there's a green sky, because it says worldwide, right? That's what it says. Okay. Then, and there's a green sky worldwide, then we'll keep an eye on this page. But if there is no green sky worldwide, then we close the page and it never gets talked about again. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So we'll wait and we'll see. Now, other truthers could be right. It could be something where they had planned on having links on there for people to click on and they make money off of it. Okay. They could be right. It could be. But if the entire world gets a green sky, and I mean the entire world gets a green sky tonight, then we'll keep an eye on it. Okay. It's our personal opinions don't matter until something is proven and correlated. Now, what I found interesting about this site, okay, and those of you that were watching the podcast yesterday, okay, was that the day before, Dave and I had a conversation in regards to that link that's right there. Okay. Frazzle drip. We had a conversation about that. And then all of a sudden, yesterday morning, what was put onto that page? Frazzle drip. Okay. Now, that's not a link that somebody can click. You have to highlight that and copy it into another browser and then pull up the link. Okay. And pull it up. Okay. Am I going to have a pause to look at the sky? Yeah, it's only 3:00 in the afternoon for me. Okay, so it's like I'm not going to see a green sky for about another 7 hours if I'm going to have a green sky, and I'm hoping that the sky stays clear so that I can see. Okay, and if I got a green sky tonight, okay, where I've never seen a green sky, I've been here for 7.5 years. I either see a cloudy sky or I see a pitch black sky, one or the other. No in betweens, no other colors. Half the time I'm lucky if I can see a plane flying over it. Okay. If I see a green sky and then somebody in Texas says that they see a green sky, if somebody in Brazil or somewhere in South America says that they see a green sky, somebody in the UK says I seen a green sky, then we know that there might be some legitimacy to it. Okay. No, wrong, Silver Girl. That's wrong. Okay, because the message is that countdown clock has absolutely nothing to do with it. Okay, don't even look at the clock itself, just the message. Okay, it's not. Yeah, trust me, it's got nothing to do with the clock, because the other things that have gone on around the other messages, have had absolutely nothing to do with the clock. Okay. The clock is a countdown, and then that message is going to change to something else. Okay. Hey, maybe we will see some little green men. You never know, Dory. We've been talking about it. We want to see the little green men, but we know that they're demons. We know that they're not aliens. Okay. We know that they're demons. So, hey, if we can see the demons in the green light, maybe we might be able to clean this world up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But I find it kind of funny that people can, and this is the thing. Okay. I can go here and I can go inspect and look at the source code for this. There's absolutely nothing on the source code here that says that they make money. Absolutely nothing in their source code. Absolutely nothing whatsoever. Okay. Element style. Absolutely nothing that says that they make any type of money from this. And if somebody is looking at that and telling you that they're making money for that, I tell you that that person is outright fucking lying to you. Okay. That's what I'm going to tell you. Okay. Now, other than that, I don't know shit about technology. I already said that too. Okay. But it seems kind of funny that me and Dave have a conversation about Frazzle Drip. Okay. And then Elon Musk says something about Frazzle Drip and about Pizzagate. Okay. And then all of a sudden, yesterday morning, that message came up on there. And this is the one I'm talking about down here where it gives the HTTP. Okay. And if you highlight that, okay, I'm just going to highlight it. I'm going to take and I'm going to go here and I'm going to say, go to, and who's that? Anybody want to take a guess who that is? Okay. I don't go by what other people say. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys. Okay. It could be the Pope. It could be anybody. Okay. Saying that this is fake and and everything else. When I see verification that it's fake or it's truth, then we'll go from there. Okay. But just because somebody says it doesn't mean that they know everything. Okay. Lisa, thank you. You just read my freaking mind. Okay. that's like going into the church and listening to them talk about fire and brimstone and this, and that, and no verification whatsoever. Okay. So until I get a verification one way or the other, and that verification will come tonight. Okay. Because what am I going to do? I'm going to look for a worldwide green sky. Okay. And when everybody comes onto the show tomorrow, everybody's going to say, I had a green sky last night. I had a green sky last night. I had a green sky last night. And we're all over the place. Okay. Then we'll say, okay, well, we'll keep an eye on this for a little bit longer. Okay. But if it does not have a green sky, then I'm going to go up here and I'm going to click the X, and I'm never, ever going to look at that page again. But see, this is the thing is, they can't get money for clicks on this page because there's no place to click on this page. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's no place to click. There's no links whatsoever. And that there, like I said, you have to copy and paste it. You can't, there's nothing to click. I'm moving the mouse over the whole damn page. There is nothing to click. Okay? Nothing to click. Nothing. So if it's clickbait, where is, where's the monetary? Okay. And it's definitely not written in their code. Okay. Because if you go to Amazon and you do the same thing, guess what comes up? It's got a list of itemized links that are there that are linked to money. This doesn't. Okay. Whether it's Nino, whether it's Dave Snedeker, whether it's Prepping 101 or whoever. Okay. It doesn't matter who says that this is legit or not legit. I wait and I see if anything proves out of it. Okay. And believe me, I've been following Q just as long as they have. Okay. I've done all the research. I got five terabyte hard drives here that are completely filled with everything that I've researched. Okay. Now, half of those guys will go in and they'll look at stuff, but when it comes to the military stuff, they won't touch it. They won't say a word about it because they don't understand that code. But then we got people who are non-military going on to their pages saying that they know what the fuck they're talking about, okay, where it comes to military code. And they don't know shit. I'm telling you, they don't know shit where it comes to the military stuff. And this is from a guy who served in the military. Okay, they don't know what those command codes are. They don't know shit about them. I've heard them talk about all this stuff, saying that this is what this is, this is what this is. That's why I don't sit in their fucking chat. That's why I'm not on their fucking panels. Because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Okay? And I hate to interrupt a really good interview. Okay? It's the problem is guessing does not bring facts. Facts come as things prove out. Okay. If you want to know about military codes that are in those drops, then talk to somebody who's been in the military that understands that type of code. Okay. Don't listen to somebody who acts like they know, but never served a day in their fucking life. That's why I don't go on these guys' channels. That's why I don't go on their panels anymore and talk about stuff like this. Because half the time, it's guessing. Now, I will give props to 101. He's pretty damn good where it comes to breaking things down and everything else. But again, he never served in the military. Okay, so he doesn't know where the military code and everything else is coming from, except for the Law of War manual, which everybody's been apprised of and aware of. Okay, but when it comes to certain drops, and this is the thing, is that Q even said it, some of these drops are not for Anons. Q said it. Not all of these drops are for you. There are other people watching this too. Okay, and people who try to figure out and say and state claims about what those ones that are not for you are about are full of shit. Okay, it's that simple. They're full of shit. They don't know squat. Okay, where it comes to the researchable things that are on those drops, okay, I'll put Prepping 101 at a 90-10. Okay, and you guys know how my scale works. Okay, I'll put him at a 90-10. 90% accuracy, 10% not so much. Okay, I give him props for that. Okay, but he's not the only one who's on YouTube and other platforms trying to decipher this stuff and trying to lay out a narrative. And I talked about Phil Godzlewski earlier today, another kid who never served a day in his life, but acts like he's an insider straight from the fucking Pentagon. Okay, he's another guy who's full of crap. Okay, the financial things, that's all stuff that every single one of us can research on our own. Okay, and he sells it to people. The only way you're going to get this information is if you pay for it. Okay, sorry, BS. I call bullshit, and I'll continue to do that, just like I did when I started this long ago. With that, I'm going to get back to Nino. Okay, so we'll find out tonight whether the green sky is 100% accuracy or 100% bullshit. Now, if there's 100% accuracy, we will keep an eye on it. See what else it says. Okay? But if there's not a green sky, we close it and we never talk about it again. And Benjamin, you're 100% correct. He's got that pedo tattoo on his arm. No different than Jacob Chansley, the Q shaman. The exact same tattoo. The exact same tattoo. And if people want to know what I'm talking about, I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Give me a second here. Desktop. There we go. And it's funny that I keep all this stuff. I keep everything. I save it all. Okay. Let me pull this on over here. Let me take a big screen. What do you see there? Let me make it bigger for you. You see it? Can you see it? Never, ever, 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 ever will I trust this piece of kakafuyum sakapupi. And that means your kid wear a very dirty diaper in Japanese. Okay? That's your boy right there, Mr. Godzlewski, with another girl who appears to be underage. Oops, did I say that out loud? Not the first one. Okay. Back to Nino. And I'm never going to talk about this again. Bullshit. I'll talk about it later.
Americans, correct? That's what the main, or is it?
Well, yes, it's exactly what I'm doing. The reason I'm laughing, and I shouldn't, because it's part of what got me on looking for the people that are just downright angry and mean and take it out on other people online. And that gets me very, very upset. So now there are 3 people that I had called out. And let me clarify something. This is really important, because the first time I said anything, I said my task force had identified someone of very bad quality, and that they referred that particular individual to the FBI. Sometimes we can spot those things. You know, you can,
people that are what, violent?
well, we can put a flag and then we push it off to someone else to really monitor it. You know, they're
or is it channels
hidden,
that are
hidden
spewing
agendas?
lies?
No, hidden agendas that sneak through.
Wow. So you've zeroed in on these. There's certain channels that you've honed in on that
It's
plants,
not
or
hard.
that are,
You know, it's not hard to find these people, and it's not even a channel. But let's finish on one thing. Let's finish on the fact that the military has gamed this out. It's game theory. They know what they're doing. There are 2 sets of people. There are the ones that are going, oh, I can't take it anymore. I can't wait anymore. No, you're choosing not to wait anymore. You're choosing to be impatient. But part of that is feeling like something's being done to you, or you're waiting for something to be done to you, which is not a good headspace. Get out there, local, any which way, a neighbor, just get out there. And it's so important to not be wrapped up in yourself on that. So we really need people to be out there. Are we done with the percentage?
well,
Because
I want to introduce a thought here, and I don't know if I'm introducing it, but like, what about, so you're monitoring the language of Americans?
oh, of course.
Okay, but hold on.
Yeah,
on.
you know what? Yeah.
Okay. So you're not
When you
taking into
interrupt me with a question, then I forgot the rest of the point. But when I said something about these 3 people, they started going after me online. They found a schedule of a panel I had been on for the Fabian Society in the UK. So this is why I warned people about him, and it's the thinking process that I am warning you about. So immediately says I'm British, immediately says, because in that particular one, I know how to talk to liberals. I mean, it's a very liberal organization, but I was there as a Trump transition team member. And of course, I got asked about the acetate, the Access Hollywood tape. And so I said, look, all he needs to do is say, I'm a reformed chauvinist pig. What, you know, kill it. That's all. Well, so they twisted this. Look how bad she is. Because there's one other thing I said about Trump that wasn't positive. I've explained it. I stand behind it, etc. But this one older woman, I could tell, was freaking out by her responses because she thought I was British and accused me of being a spy at our Department of Defense. I got a hold of her. I sent her my passport.
You went out of your way to get a hold of her?
Yes. Wow. Yeah, I simply asked her if I could call her.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I DM'd her. Could I call you? And once I have your email, I will send you a copy of my passport. And we talked because that was the only thing that she read. And what I'm saying here is they twisted it. One, I don't think it dawned on them that I might live in the UK. But so if she's on this, she's got to be a traitor. And that is what really started pushing me to look at that. They're a trio, as well as now I have a list that's been provided from people of probably about another 15 or so to just start engaging with. But see, what these guys didn't realize when I said, preferably do not follow Shady Groove in the Matrix and the _authority Q, because you have to look at motivation. Why do they spend so much time trying to destroy people? Plus, I'm convinced they're not really patriots. They're not really anons. They are not even leaning conservative because of the way they argue. One, irrational, completely irrational, twist the facts, assume facts, put facts not in evidence down. Then the other thing they do is, well, I don't know why you said it, because I would have done it this way. That's very much a liberal thing. And then when they go after you, it's often one-word labels, liar, etc. A patriot argues with full sentences. They never just use
Well,
one
but I mean,
word.
but still, no matter what, aren't they entitled to that? I mean, it's still their free speech to be able to.
I'm not stopping it. I'm
Okay.
not stopping it. I'm expressing my concern, because also with the Israeli Hamas, I was tying in vicarious traumatization and secondary traumatic stress, because that was hitting a lot of people, in addition to the threshold of, is there really a plan? Is something going to come in? So when I can read something like that, that becomes my focus and my concern for whatever period of time. But these three guys, they didn't realize I baited them, because I had been warned about them. But even though I had been warned about them, I had to find out for myself. I didn't care what anyone else said.
Now I got to make this clear, because this is on my channel. I'm not saying anything. This is not me here. This is, so I want to kind of remove myself, because I don't know anything about this. So I'm just letting you voice what you need to voice here.
Exactly. Because
Yeah.
that was the purpose of this. You asked me to do it because you wanted to put to bed these misinterpretations, these rumors, these assumptions,
Correct.
whatever. And you're doing a very good job of getting me to discuss.
Well, we got to have the conversation. It's important.
See, what I would do is I would refer some of these things to other people on the team. We've got a forensic accountant, because if we think someone is being paid, we want to know who's behind them. Is it one of the big NGOs or what's going on? We have.
Is that what you're thinking about these people that you named, that they are being paid by? Is that what
yes.
was that what's going on?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, that, or they are very unhappy, angry, miserable young men, because you don't go after other people. I don't recommend other people that I follow anymore, because I praised Joe Rambo, and these guys started to go after Joe Rambo. And worse yet, they took to Twitter or to X with horrible they were horrible personal things that he had to overcome. They exposed. That is not something anyone on social media needs to know. But what goes on in someone's mind that they would feel a need to do that? And I
Well,
have
and I get it. I'm just worried that I've always talked about the pendulum swinging to the left and then going to the right. We can't be like them though. I mean, people still have a right to their freedom of speech. We cannot. I mean, I understand you're monitoring it, the conversations for when the military can make a move, but I don't think.
No, wait. I didn't say so the military can make a move with them or anything.
Not with them. I'm
We're
saying
monitoring
as a whole.
overall health.
Yeah, as a whole. But what I'm saying is they're the ones that censor, that deplatform, that bomb channels. What's going to be their punishment for doing this? I mean, it's still a freedom of speech. People can still voice their opinion. You know, it's still America.
You know, there's no punishment.
But you said some of these people are under investigation, correct?
Oh, I said one.
Okay.
We had to refer to the FBI.
Okay. All right.
I have been monitoring these guys because if it gets out of hand, or if they're being paid and what they're doing, I want to know. And once my team finds out who might be paying them, we want to follow what they're doing. We need to understand the other side. We need to understand. Yeah. And for me, just let me be clear. For me, I want to understand. I want my finger on the pulse. I am kind of a mama bear, so sometimes I might jump in and get protective when maybe I shouldn't, or, you know, but that comes up. I take a lot of information and get asked questions by the other team members. Where our information goes, you know what? In some ways, I don't even care, as long as I'm adding some value to people in my doing this.
So let me pose a thought for a second. I understand you. So you said you're monitoring the internet language of mainly Americans, correct? Mainly Americans.
Well, whoever, I don't know. They might be. Why don't we put it this way? I do it on Truth. I do it on Twitter, on X.
Okay.
Okay.
So
here's anyone in the world has a right to be on those. Correct. I don't ask their nationality. I don't ask to see their passport.
What about the millions of, I mean, are we adding into the equation the millions of immigrants that are coming to America that probably aren't on these platforms? Because there's millions of them, and then they have no loyalty to the United States, no loyalty to American citizens. What about them? That seems like a wild card. So are we adding that into the equation?
The military and the Department of Homeland Security definitely have.
So they've gamed this out. Juan has told me.
No, they're on top of it. And that, honestly, that's all I can say, Nino.
Okay.
Okay.
But Juan has told me that they've gamed this out on supercomputers, if not thousands, millions of times, for the measures and countermeasures of what's going on here. Do you find that to be true?
You know what? I don't know. And honestly, I wouldn't. What I know, I don't know what they used. I do know that whatever they're using, they're applying game theory to anticipate, to assess, to take action. Yes.
Why are you being allowed to come out and do this right now? Why are you being public? So that's kind of the question I have. And I'm sure a lot of my audience members have the same question. Like, why are you doing this? Either do you want the attention? Have they told you, hey, Jan, it's time to make a move, get out there and start voicing yourself? I mean, because you're like the first one I've seen ever come out and talk freely about this publicly on mainstream channels, bringing this to the table. And I think everyone's just kind of like, wait, what? I mean, did you just decide to do this, or was this orchestrated?
I have been doing this since 2016. Throughout the whole primary season of 2016, I was on the Sunday political show at BBC every week. I was doing BBC World News. I was doing CNN. I was with.
But talking about monitoring. But hold on. But talking about monitoring the internet language to come out so that the military can come in. I mean, you kind of said that on that one show.
No, not then.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what made you say that?
Well,
Yeah, that's
see,
what I'm
I
saying.
look at the reason I answered as I did was that going to the studio that morning, I do that with some frequency. And so it just so happened that the indictment of the Georgia suit had been executed, and it was a perfect time to talk about this. It
Well,
was just that
you took
simple.
it upon yourself to talk about it.
Yeah.
Oof, oh man, you didn't get any pushback or
No,
backlash from the people you
no,
work
but
for?
look, Nino,
I mean, you got nobody, your boss, nobody.
I've been around, and people know that you either jointly make decisions with me, but you never order me.
Typical woman.
You trust my judgment. Yeah. Yeah. But I have a track record as to why they trust me.
How much further does this need to get in your opinion before a substantial move can be made, or something that what's going to be the breaking point? How much
All right.
further, or are there markers you're looking at?
No, I think not at all. And from your question, are you thinking that, okay, there's going to be some things behind the scenes, but then suddenly they're going to pop up out of the ground all at the same time? And okay.
No, I'm
right.
I'm guessing that there's going to be some. Just my opinion. I'm guessing that there's going to be some kind of chaos, some kind of civil unrest that happens within America, as well as the international scene heating up even more, pointing us into getting us into some kind of scare event. And I think there's going to be some kind of, I think, immigrant assignments, or they're going to be activated to cause a certain amount of chaos in America, that Biden will bring in a military, and then we do kind of a jujitsu move and take it out from under them. But that's how I've been under that impression. So if you know something different, please let me know.
Well, how long have you had that impression? Was it someone told you things like that?
I was the first one to bring it to Alex Jones' opinion. I mean, to attention. Sorry, attention on a show. I thought this actually at the very beginning myself, and then as things started progressing and escalating, a lot of people jumped on with that, and I kind of clarified it with Juanito as well. And yeah, that's like obviously the main goal would to have so much disruption in the United States that all our troops and resources are deployed out, and maybe bring in UN peacekeepers, or maybe recruiting the immigrants for.
Are you aware that when Trump ordered the National Guard because of the national emergency, that was, I believe, 1 million National Guard, and they are all around the globe. We're still under that cog, that national emergency.
So you don't see any kind of civil unrest breaking out, or
oh, I definitely think that, well, there has to be, because it's always been paid for anyway. You know, how do you fly these activists around? How do they come out at the exact moment? You know, plotted, prepared, paid for, and everything else. So yeah, there will be, but I like to use lovely Kevin McCarthy, who I think is a duplicitous panderer, and that's how he rose up, is that people go, well, Trump supported him when he ran for speaker. Trump didn't say anything against it, and he did sort of support it. But the thing is that that is a sign of people getting their due. See, it's not just the military, it's not the tribunals, it's not being humiliated in front of the media. There are lots of ways the people are being taken out, if you want to use that term, rendered purposely impotent.
Do you see military tribunals taking place in the near future?
They have been going on.
Okay, so there's a lot. I'm 1 foot in, 1 foot out of that. I know what Derek Johnson says and this and that.
This isn't Derek Johnson. This is, I have, because I worked at the Department of Defense here in the UK, I have security clearance on both sides. Not as high with the UK, but one of the people there has kept me up to date. In fact, let me find this one text, because your viewers and listeners might, find it maybe comforting.
You're allowed to share this?
Well, this is my UK military. Wait till you hear what I share.
Okay, but so I've heard, while you're looking for it, I've heard that it is happening, but at a very, very high echelon of intelligence. It's not really the big actors that we see out there right now. They're not the ones really going to Gitmo and getting dealt with, so to speak. I'm hearing that it's at a much higher level, a very thin strata of intelligence right now. That's what's being that's what's taking place at the tribunals. Do I make sense?
Yeah, but I haven't been in the tribunals, and I wouldn't. The Navy JAG is the most effective, efficient, and swift legal system. That's all I want to know, frankly. And it's not relevant to me. I'm sorry about this. This guy sends me so many, and I'll just.
But are there big
but ask
names?
me another
Can you at least say
question.
that? Are there big names
Here,
that are being?
I found it. Okay, he sent this to me actually last Tuesday. Space Force is very real to us. Air Vice Marshal Paul Godfrey went live 2021 to announce UK Space Force and the military global alliance is very real, with the Russians doing the hard uplifting. Major General William Walker announced live on morning news in front of the Ring Fence, DC, on the third Monday of January, Martin Luther King Day. We are here to provide a smooth transition to military power. Weeks later, 9 of 11 heads of the Pentagon were retired. Now, this is from my UK source telling me this.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, I've heard the same thing from Juan and the Ghost and a few other people. So, that actually slipped my mind. So I'll admit that. But yeah, you're right. That actually puts a major piece of the puzzle in there for me. I just don't believe that the big names like Hillary Clinton and all these big names are being hung in Gitmo right now. I see her out on CNN.
But that's the stuff we shouldn't even put in our brain or bother ourselves with. I mean, yes, there are certain people that we would just get so much pleasure from knowing that something happened to them. But wait till it happens and you get the news. Look, right. I actually had fired the CEO of Cambridge Analytica, which had been involved in that whole expose, and why I fired them was that the CEO said to me, well, you're just not one of our top paying clients, so you'll just have to wait. Oh, I was here before they were. Does it matter who's first in line? And I always believe everything happens in God's time, and it is not worth it for me to ever think about revenge or negative things, because then that's just with me. It will happen in God's time. I will tell you, when it made the news that Alexander Nix was kicked out of Cambridge Analytica and exposed, I went, thank you, God. Because that's when it happens. And that is when you thank God. But until then, it's not worth having fantasies in your mind, because that's your script. You got to sell everyone else on your script. Don't even worry about it. And if somebody said that, you know, there are some people who want to be recognized, but you don't take everything as face value.
Agreed. I totally agree with that. Huh. Yeah, I just, you know, this is very trying and exhausting for a lot of people. And I'm sure you're seeing that as you're monitoring all the conversations out there. People are pissed. And I think people come to my channel to get truth and transparency. That's what I try to bring anyway. You know, that's what I'm trying to do.
I think you do a great job.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm doing my best. I just, you know, I want to get to the bottom of it. And this is the best way I know how, is to have honest conversations. And I'm awake. I consider myself very awake. You know, I look at a lot of these podcasters, I won't name them, but the whole thing that's going on with Israel, they're condemning anybody who questions what's going on. And that's not what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to do that as a journalist or as someone that, you know, you get what I'm saying here?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. We don't have journalists. We have budding opinion writers, wishful, hopeful opinion writers. But no, we don't. But if we trust ourselves to assess different things, we didn't get to World War III with Ukraine and Russia. Most of us knew that wasn't going to happen. Oh, I love how the Wall Street Journal came out with a headline the other day. Oh, the neocons, they're fooling themselves, and reverse their position on the Ukraine. The cabal went in to another area that had religion as the other igniter. And you had cultures that detested one another for centuries and centuries and centuries, hoping that there'll be World War III. I do not believe that anyone would let us get that far. Not with Rip Van Winkle and the Laughing Hyena.
I also think, like, from the way I'm monitoring things, I kind of feel like it's not really kicking off the way they planned. I mean, we haven't had any civil unrest here in America yet. No real people aren't really. I haven't seen any inciting or any terrorist attacks yet. Maybe some shootings here and there,
David, maybe what they're doing is they're taking out some of these people behind the scenes.
That's what I was going to get at next. That's what I was bringing my next question for you. Is there bigger moves that we're not aware of behind the scenes that are fizzling this?
Absolutely, including things that I'm never specifically told, but I am very intuitive and pick up different things that different people can tell me, and then I put it together. Absolutely. They've been working their behinds off.
So there are, I guess, special op forces doing raids, taking people down.
You know what? I have no idea.
You just know that it's happening.
I know that what needs to be taken care of, whether it's taking all the money, the property, the everything of someone, or sequestering them away, it's happening.
What's your thoughts on the Rothschilds losing their estates and doing these auctions? I mean, it seems to me that's kind of scary to me.
That's a sign.
Yeah.
That's a sign. I mean, they haven't had to do it for 700 years.
Exactly. What do they need the money for? You know what I mean? Like, what? They own everything.
Right. Here's something. We think that King Charles is broke because never has royalty carried any money. And he went someplace for a visit and he took a 10-pound note out to buy a big issue, which is the homeless magazine, and that a guy was selling. And so the sense over here is that is a sign of the monarchy being broke.
Wow. So we are watching the old guard just crumble as we shift into this new paradigm.
Right. And the reason I ask people to please be patient, aside from the fact, if Donald Trump can take all of this and still be patient, then I think we could do it. But you know, the thing is that when we're impatient, and it's because we have pictures in our mind. And I don't know if I talked about this the first time I was on with you, but it's where the expectations come from. And those expectations take us out of reality. It takes us into the scripts in our mind. And the only outcome will be disappointment, depression, anger, frustration, but you're doing it to yourself. So we don't know. As I said, I know there are 7 civilians who are fully kept abreast. And you have the military. They are the only ones that have a total picture of all of this. And that is right, because not only do duties or efforts have to be dispersed and divided, you don't want a lot of people to know the whole plan.
100%. Otherwise, they would screw up. They would screw it up.
See,
Loose lips sink ships, right?
Sink ships. I think it was a false flag when we were first told there would be military arrests at the inauguration.
Everyone was expecting it.
And if we can now talk to ourselves and say, well, it really was a false flag, but we needed it to be that way so that they had no idea and they were on their toes, because they also wanted to see who showed up with body doubles and were trying to escape as well. You know, I
will say the people on there looked during that inauguration, they looked very uneasy and nervous. That's what I saw. Biden, Obama, all of them were kind of they didn't look like themselves. At least I can say that.
You know, what's really funny is that I was on BBC radio, so I was able to be from home, and they said, oh, the inauguration has started. And I was waiting for Fox News to air it, and mine started 6 minutes after the BBC started broadcasting it. And I had been told that it had been taped, and I do have pictures where they didn't put the same shoes on. And I have seen some videos where they show you the same scene, but not all the same people are there. And either they've done that on purpose or they had a horrible producer, because my son had acted in a movie, and they took pictures of his hair, what he was wearing, where the crinks were in his clothes, where he was sitting the whole set, because you have to cut and then you need to get back. And I don't think that it really was professionally organized.
Wow. So like you're saying that this really is, that everything's really in control, white hat control.
Absolutely.
I mean, it kind of Juan says we're going to go through a near-death experience. Well, Juan says we're
out here.
I know, I get that, but Juan says we're going to go through a near-death experience. It's going to get really bad. Is this all part of the script?
I have no idea, but Juan should give you some of the more positive things that are going to happen.
I don't think that's his job. Okay, if you just want me to Say it.
Well, but see, Nino, in the beginning, one of the reasons I would watch you, because especially when you would have Juan on, and as the interview would end, and you go, but Juan, when is something going to happen? And I used to say, all of us have that same child in us that is saying that. And sometimes I would just put that part of you on to make myself feel better that I was feeling the same thing.
Better.
It was like you're expressing what I'm feeling.
Gosh.
At the same time, we've got to turn it around. We've got to turn it around.
This clarified a lot for me, this interview. This
good.
is good. Yeah, and it's
Good.
really good.
Good.
I guess, I don't really have much more to say. This is good.
Okay.
This is good. And if I missed anything, my audience will make sure they'll send me questions to ask you for the next one, I guess. Yeah, Jan, thank you so much. I love having you on.
Well, my pleasure. And I love to be questioned by you.
I know I get frustrated, but
no. They're great questions. I just sometimes if
I don't write any of my questions down
and you say something, then I lose my thought.
I don't write any of my stuff down. I don't have any. I just take notes while I'm talking to you. I just take notes, just whatever comes in my head.
Well, if I'm getting on a theme of something, if I wanted to go into detail about how we all are susceptible to irrational thoughts, or I call it faulty thinking. And we start out with a belief, then we have a feeling, and then, okay, the belief is the military is going to be there. The feeling is, justice is going to be served. The consequence, it didn't happen. So what do we do? Do we end up getting depressed about that? Or do we take a step back and say, let's not blow it out of proportion? Or people who say life must always be easy, and when it isn't, there's a problem. That is a wrong premise. Absolute wrong premise. No one said life would be easy. And I always tell people, just go into the bookstore, or maybe you could see it through Amazon when they let you see some pages. You just take the first page of M. Scott Peck's book, The Road Less Traveled. It says, life is difficult.
Oh, yeah. But
and
I'm going to
that's
say you're going to make it a lot easier. You'll make it a lot easier for people right now by the message of hope you gave, and then also letting my audience know that white hats are in control.
Yeah. Yeah. And don't create things in your own mind. Just deal with reality. Because when you're in your fantasy, you're in the wrong place.
I had to record that last little part right there. So, man,
Okay.
Jan, thank you so much.
Okay.
Let's keep in touch. And
well, definitely. Yep.
Yeah, so let's keep
We're
in touch.
due for a good long conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. Folks, I get to download all my crazy shit onto it. It's amazing. So thanks.
Yeah,
Jan.
but you're less crazy now, aren't you?
Yeah, no, it's how you're untangling the web of bullshit. So
all right, take care, my love.
All right, Jan, take care. Bye-bye.
Okay.
All right. That was Nino's Corner with Janet Halper. Now this was recorded the day before Thanksgiving. And the reason that I wanted to play this was because I actually had somebody contact me last night and say, can you find that interview? Can you find that interview? So I figured I would play it today. And I know that now they've probably seen it. That was yesterday's Dave Snedeker. This was another one I also wanted to do. And this was from the 29th, which was yesterday. Give me a second to pull this up. And I want to play this one as well. This is in regards to the border. Okay. A lot of this stuff Nino can't play here on YouTube. He would get taken down. Okay. But you guys know me. I got no fear. I will play it. And if I have to, just build another channel. Okay. Because that's the way it works. Okay. I totally get it. I have no problem with it. But I will play it. And I'm going to play it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to play it right now.
I don't care if you think I'm Satan reincarnated.
Coming at you live! Catching up! The apocalypse! Oh yeah!
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I am joined with Ben Berquam. Did I say it right?
That's perfect, brother.
All right, cool. Gosh, all right. Woo! I butcher everyone's last name. Ben, man, I love having you on. I've known you for a while. I've known you for a few years. I've got to watch your incredible journey, man. You've really taken off. You cover the southern border like nobody else does. I know Anthony Aguero does it just as well as you do. You guys are, I guess you guys do a kind of a tag team effort on that, right?
Yeah, Anthony, Oscar Blue. That's kind of the the border
Oscar
network
Blue
news
as
guys
well.
that's like our threesome when it comes to border reporting. And those guys, that's how I met you. Was actually in El Paso, Sunland Park. I got to meet you down there when we were building the wall, and I've been covering the border for about 10 years now from California. We escaped a couple years ago out of California, but now I spend about half my time somewhere on the border or in Central America, South America, and actually just came back from a Europe trip not too long ago.
So you're waist deep, eyeballs deep in this. Like, this is all you do. This is your primary, and you have a show called Law and Border on America's Voice, which you're really kicking ass. I mean, you're really kicking ass and taking names. So let me ask you this first, man. I mean, to be doing what you're doing is dangerous, first of all. So I take my hat off to you. You're messing with some very, very mean hombres, dude. You're going down there and you're getting footage and documentation of people. You're disturbing their business, so to speak, with the cartels, right?
I mean, yes, and that's one of those things I pray about a lot too. Is how far do you take it? Because these guys are killers. They're the most evil people on the planet. They'll dismember people without thinking about it. I mean, they truly are terrorists. They should be labeled terrorist organizations. I'll show you actually just to show you how close we get. The last trip I was down, I was on the border between Sassabee, Arizona, and Nogales. An area that we've affectionately referred to as no man's land, down there with Tim Foley, Arizona Border Recon. He does a lot of work down there. And then the Border Patrol, I was there for 5 days, and outside of Border Patrol going to pick up illegals, this is an area that previously was only runners. It was only people smuggling drugs or not wanting to get caught, or terrorists. We have actually videos of Syrian terrorists coming across a couple years ago that Tim Foley found. And this was this is the roughest of the rough terrain. All of a sudden, over the last couple months, it's turned into one of these areas where you have hundreds of people turning themselves in, requesting fake asylum. The Tucson airport now is just completely overwhelmed with illegals. And I was down there for 5 days. I did not see a single Border Patrol that was not in the process or in the work of processing illegals, taking them from the border. These people that turn themselves in at the NGO's training. They teach them how to do this, what to say, how to game the system. They're all being used for that. And so while I was out there, I was actually driving along the border by myself. I'm armed when I go down there just because it's a dangerous place. And I actually came across 7 illegal drug smugglers. They were all in full camo. I actually saw their bag on the Mike side, the Mexico side of the border as I was driving, and I stopped, I backed up, and I got out of the car, and all of a sudden I realized, holy cow, they're right here. They're right on the Mexico side. They had just come across in the United States. They're filling up their water in one of the water tanks right there. They had run back across into Mexico when they saw me come, and I started filming them. And when they saw the camera, they actually, the guy said in Spanish, get back, he's filming us. And that, what's ironic was that was the thing that made them go away. And then I lied to them and said, Border Patrol's on their way. I knew Border Patrol wasn't on their way because there's no Border Patrol there. But I was just thinking, okay, how do I get these guys not to come in? How do I get them, push them back? And actually, one of the guys, as he was running away, dropped this is the camouflage hats they buy on the Mexico side. There's full markets in Mexico that sell you the full camouflage gear, your hats, your jackets, your backpacks, the camouflage. And then obviously it's all orchestrated by the cartel down there. So I was about 20 feet away from 7 drug runners. And it's a super sketchy place to be. I'm obviously They don't want to see me. In a sense, I do want to see them. I want to show what's actually happening. I want them to stop. But I think the most interesting part of that whole interaction was at one point the guy told me to go home, and I'm sitting there. I yell back at him. I'm like, I am home. This is my home. You go home. But it's just that mindset. These guys think that they control this. They think that that border is theirs and that we don't have a right to be there.
Well,
and that's what's
actually
happening.
right now it is theirs. I mean, right
It is.
now
It
with
is.
this
The
administration,
cartels
this
control it.
fraudulent, cartels run both sides. So you got to really be careful, Ben. Really,
You know,
This
and
is
I look
serious
at
stuff.
this. I look at this. Yeah, I look at it both ways. I mean, in some sense, I have the sense that they, you know, I'm doing my job. I'm out there reporting for the media. Now, obviously, they'll kill media. They kill media all the time in Mexico. But unless you're directly interfering with the big money that they're getting, you know, that's why they go after cops a lot of times.
Oh, there.
Speaking of that thing,
There it is. We propped it up
But
on the
this,
tree before, folks.
yeah,
Oh well, I
but
knew
this
that was
is-
going to happen. I knew it. I knew it was going to happen.
It's that close. That was the
That
cartel brother.
close,
There's
man.
a cartel guy up in the tree.
Oh
But it is.
boy, that
This
was
is-
good.
this-
I'm not editing that out.
Don't. This is, but it's that. I mean, this is what it is. These guys. So there's a sense that they don't want to be exposed for what they're doing. We're exposing them, but I'm not really there. I'm not even, and I make it really clear in my videos. I'm not even as pissed at the cartel as I am at the United States government, at the NGOs that are orchestrating this. Now, the cartel's evil. I'll say that all day long. These guys are terrorist organizations. We need to get President Trump back in office and label them terrorist organizations and treat them like that.
But they're just doing what they're doing.
They're
is
doing
business.
what they do. They're criminals. They're criminals doing what they do. They're making a living. They're exploiting what we're giving them. And the real evil, I would say even more evil than the cartels, are the NGOs and especially these fake charities that are pretending, especially the ones that pretend to be godly, that are aiding and abetting the invasion, aiding and abetting the trafficking of young people, the human trafficking, the child sex trafficking, all of that. Those are the ones that I'm really after. And there's this weird sense that I get. I've never actually got this confirmed by any cartel member, but there's a sense that, hey, you do your job. I get that. We'll do our job. I'm just filming you guys. I'm just exposing you. If I see you hanging ladders on the wall, I'm cutting them down. But, you know, it's just, I feel like it's my duty as a citizen, as a father, as a husband, as a patriot to do this. And
Well,
I
you're
just
doing
pray
an
God's
amazing
angel
job.
armies go before me.
You're on the front lines, no doubt about it. Look, I live on the border, and I don't even do that, okay? Because I have a name here in my hometown, and I was raised around these people. I don't even fuck with it. So I'm going to tell you this right now: you have a lot of balls doing what you're doing. I'm telling you that right now. So I'm giving you all the credit in the world.
Don't say it too loud. I don't want to encourage them.
Yeah. Well, hey.
I appreciate it, though, brother. I appreciate it.
You said there's 9 NGOs. Can you list those 9 NGOs that are contributing to this or funding this takeover?
Yeah, and actually back up a little bit. So this whole thing, part of what I do, Law and Border. If you haven't seen the episodes, you can go to americasvoice.news, and we have all of the episodes listed there. We're working on our 19th episode right now, and it's really an expose from every angle on what's happening on our southern border, from the southern border, from the Panama, the Darien Gap, all the way up through it to the NGOs, the United Nations, and really the worst actor in this entire thing is the United Nations, the Global Compact of Migration, which was signed several years ago by most countries. And so what you have is basically this idea that there are no borders, there are no walls, there should be no stopping anybody who wants to come into your country. And it really goes back to the colonization and all of this leftist communist destruction of the West.
It also goes with the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Yes, it's all related to the Great Reset, the Global Reset, Klaus Schwab. It's all connected. George Soros, all of this. So you have these communists. They're humanity haters. That the same people that believe that the Earth can only sustain 500 million people are also behind this. So that gives you an idea of what we're dealing with. They're the tip of the spear, and we're paying for it. America is the largest contributor to the United Nations as any single nation. We are paying for this, but besides that,
so we're funding our own demise. We're funding our own demise with our tax dollars. Every time you go to work, folks, you're working with the sweat of your backs to fund America's demise.
And it's not just the United Nations. So then you go to these NGOs, non-governmental organizations. There are 9 primary ones, the big 3, I call them. It's Catholic Charities, Lutheran Social Services, and Jewish Family Services. You also have Bethany Christian, and you've got 6 others down below that are the primary filters, feeders, if you will, from the Border Patrol. So you have United Nations pushing this, training people, basically the global travel agency working with the cartels around the world, and then working with these NGOs around the world. They're not just in the United States. Most of them are global entities working around the world, training people on how to game our immigration system, working through the Office of Refugee Resettlement. And then they are all feeding at the trough of the United States. They write grants, they get grants. So the Border Patrol says, we don't have enough manpower to house all these people, to transport all these people. So we need organizations to do that. And so they basically partner with the Border Patrol. Border Patrol apprehends these people. Typically now within 24 hours, they're handing them over to an NGO. And then that NGO is then facilitating their movement into the United States with virtually no background check, virtually no process of finding out if the children that are coming along actually belong to the parents, the adults that are bringing them. And I've heard, in speaking to Border Patrol, their estimates that are 1/3 of the children don't actually belong to the parents. But because Joe Biden stopped doing DNA verification, we have no clue. We have no clue how many of these.
So it's mass human trafficking. That's all it is.
Mass human trafficking, child trafficking, sex trafficking, human trafficking. And it's facilitated with U.S. tax dollars by Joe Biden and the Open Borders Democrats. And just to show you what I'm talking about when we say we have no idea who these people are, I go down there and I have bags of IDs from people from all over the world. A couple of these, I want to make a couple notes. So these IDs, you have these ones here, and then you have green ones that are similar to this from Mexico. These are all IDs that they've been given access to stay in Mexico, which disqualifies you for asylum. The asylum laws say that you have to seek refuge in the first safe country that you arrive in. So if you're leaving Venezuela and you say you're looking for asylum and you've already been granted asylum in Mexico, you are now disqualified for asylum in the United States. So some people drop it for that. But then you also have got IDs like this guy from Mauritania, Muslim country that we don't share information with. We have many of those now, Senegal. We have countries from all over the world, the Middle East, that we don't share information with. They dump their IDs. This guy, Mahmoud, this guy, may be a nice guy, may not be a nice guy. Problem is, we have no clue and we have no way of verifying it. So they dump their ID on the Mexico side. Border Patrol doesn't do anything to pick it up or to find it or to trace this guy back. If they'll take a picture of the guy to see if he's on the terror watch list, if he's on Interpol. But outside of that, they just let you in. They let you make up any story you want.
They're just an Uber service. They're just a greeting service. That's all they've been. Yep. That's what they've been resorted to.
That's it. And they're coming from all over the world. I've got IDs from Egypt. We've got them from Syria. We've got them from Pakistan. Huge numbers now actually coming from India, coming from Pakistan, claiming they're from India, but huge numbers now from Syria. And guaranteed, we're going to be having people from Palestine, from Gaza, all of this, guys, that we are inviting in. We are inviting in. This would be comparable to Israel inviting Hamas into Jerusalem. Is exactly what America.
And that's what's designed here. It's a desired chaos that they're looking for. The desire. I'm telling you right now, Ben, and I'm sure you're on the same page with me here. A lot of these people are coming in strictly for crime, strictly for chaos, strictly for the right time, probably with an assignment, probably cells to be activated to sort of coordinate or engineer some kind of chaos in our country at the right time. Let's say, I don't know, maybe around election time.
Yeah. Just think about this. So the big problem is right now, we don't just have one country coming in that wants to do America harm. We have multiple countries from multiple different perspectives. Yesterday, I was just in San Francisco where they're waving the communist China, the CCP flag. I was there. There are communist minders from China that were organizing this thing. I was filming them while we were there on U.S. soil. So you have that side of it. You have state actors that want to do America harm that are coming in to undermine America. We have huge numbers coming in from China right now. Again, we have no idea who they are, no idea what their background is. Then you look at Venezuela. Perfect example is Venezuela. So it's not just Venezuelans escaping communism, socialism, Maduro that are coming across. There, you look at the Tren de Agua, the big cartel, the big gang that's down there. These guys are coming in. They are born and raised in criminal activity. They're bringing that criminal activity to America. But on top of that, you have the soulless cartel. which is Maduro's cartel. It is a state-sponsored cartel out of Venezuela who works directly with Iran, Hamas, and Hezbollah. These guys are coming in as well. We have no clue. We have absolutely no clue who these people are, what their intentions
And
are.
all
But
the
the bottom
while-
line is, it is a death sentence for this country.
Right. And all the while, as we're bringing in millions of these peoples from the third world that all they know really is crime, Biden, what is he doing? He's labeling white supremacy as the #1 terrorist problem in this country.
Yeah, no, and all you have to do is look at these last couple of weeks where you've had BLM, Antifa, and Hamas marching in the streets of America for Palestine. Really, this is the next level. So just be prepared. If President Trump wins in 2024, if we stop the theft of the election like we saw,
It's not going to
2024.
24. Ben, let me correct you.
Even if we, yes,
We're not going to an election, bro. I'll talk to you later about that, but we ain't going to an election.
Yeah, let's just say, even if we got there, all of this is set up. We are basically already in a civil war. And you're right. There's a very good chance that we don't even get to that place. But it's all by design. This is all by design. We have enemies within our own government. We have traitors within our own government who are working to undermine this country and destroy it from within. And we're seeing it happen every day. And they're coming after patriots like you. They call you a white supremacist. Anybody who supports America, they'll call a
I'm
white
a Mexican supremacist. I'm a white Mexican supremacist.
I know.
Really?
I've had Anthony. I've had my one of my best friends, Will Johnson, black guy, dreadlocks, called a white supremacist. They don't care. They will label you whatever they want to push their agenda, to push the narrative. And that's the truth. You know, they're calling us Nazis when they're actually marching out there for the annihilation of the Jews. That's who we're up against, these guys. So everything that they claim that we are, it's all deflection, and it's all projection. These guys are professional projectionists. That's what they're doing. But they are. This is a civil war. We're already in it. Most Americans just don't realize it. And
It's not fully kinetic yet.
That's exactly right.
Do you believe that it gets kinetic?
Oh yeah. I mean, it is kinetic in a sense. You look at what they're doing. You saw the 4 years under Trump with BLM and Antifa burning down cities, taking any opportunity, George Floyd, now it's Israel, now it's Gaza, any opportunity. It's kinetic. We're seeing people murdered every single day, but it's not on the scale. The biggest problem we have right now is the media silence, the media censorship, the media complicity in all of this. It is kinetic, but very soon it's going to get to a place where every single American realizes, when you talk about this, we talk about this, that they want to put us in camps. Like people would look at that and say, that's conspiracy theory. That's not. We're closer than most people realize to that. And basically all they have to do is hit critical mass, and then it's over. If they control the elections, they control your ability to speak. They criminalize speech, which we're already heading towards that. They can simply come in, and you see this happening in Europe and many countries, and they can just take you away. And really, it almost doesn't even have to get kinetic. We're getting to the point, you saw what they did under COVID. We're getting to the point where we're basically post-constitutional America. Most Americans will just bend over, roll over for it. The only way it's going to actually get kinetic is if once people stand up and say, nope, that's too far. You're not coming any further. And then again, they already have a plan, I believe, for that. They're going to say, see, we told you these guys were violent.
I'm going to tell you right now, we
part of the whole plan.
There is an opposition and there is an operation. And you're on NinosCorner.tv, by the way, so I talk about this all the time. Those camps were actually going to be planned. They were planned to quarantine us during the pandemic. That's what they were planning to do. Those camps, I am in full confidence that are going to be used for mass deportation now. Those camps that they're planning to use for us are going to be used for them, for the mass deportation, for the illegals. I'm telling you, that's coming. That's what Trump's going to use it for.
It needs to happen. It needs to happen.
Brother, it's going to happen. I'm very positive and confident.
But even in that, look at that. But even in that, just be prepared. This is why everybody, you got to get armed up. You got to get out of these crazy lefty states. You got to get to a place where you can secure yourself, secure your family. You got to have stocked food supplies because it's going to get bad. There's no question about it, because as soon as that starts happening, these guys are mobilized, they're weaponized, they're organized, and they're coming after us. They're coming after this country.
I agree with you 1,000%.
It's only going to get worse.
People need to prepare. What are some ways that you believe people can prepare, Ben?
Well, I mean, I know not everyone
Besides
can
food,
do this,
would you say get what, a month's for food, a couple months of food?
yeah,
water,
absolutely.
ammo, guns.
Well, ideally, you get 6 months. You want to have enough weapons that is not just for hunting; it's to secure yourself and your family. So when stuff hits the fan, you're basically those mobs that you see going around the streets, going into stores, looting the stores. Well, as soon as they run out, we basically have about a 3-day food supply in this country. If the trains stop, if the trucks stop, that food is gone, and then they come to you. And so basically, you have to have enough
they're
firepower
going to engineer
secure yourself.
I believe what they're trying to do already, which we're seeing with train derailments. I think it's going to be they're going to hinder our supply chain. So they're going to go after our supply chain first,
Like
and
that.
then cause the artificial panic in the stores, in which the looting will come in, and that's how it gets kicked off. I think first they're going to go after our supply chain.
Yeah, and that's partly why we left California. And I know not everybody can do this, but we moved to a state. We're out in Arkansas now, where the law enforcement out there is actually on our side, believes in what we believe in, supports America. If you're in a place that you're not like that, you've got to do everything you can. If you're in a big city, that's probably the worst place for you to be when times get bad, and we're heading to those times right now. So if you have the ability to get out, to get some property, to get some high ground, to be able to secure yourself, to get some neighbors that have the same kind of mindset that you have, and then have, ideally at least a 6-month food supply, have a water supply, have a backup energy source, whether that's solar or generator, if you have the fuel to keep it running. So there's a lot of stuff you can do, but nobody's prepared for that. I mean, the vast majority of Americans, something like that actually happens. It's, we're talking pie in the sky stuff right now, but you're talking mass death in a very short amount of time. I pray it doesn't happen, but I prepare that, if it does.
I think this is all going to start really happening in 2024 by going into this New Year's into 2024. Obviously, there's no way they can risk a loss against Trump. There's going to be some kind of event or series of events that take place where I think the desired chaos is going to happen in America with everything you just said.
It very well could happen. Now, again, the one reason I say it's possible that we get to an election is because we have no control over our elections. Since 2020, 2022, we haven't fixed almost anything. You have massive vote by mail. We don't do signature verification. You have these organized groups, these leftist Democrat groups in big cities that are doing ballot harvesting. They are stealing right in front of us, and nobody's stopping them. You have machines that you can't trust. I think the Democrats are still leaning on that. Now, whether or not we get there, we don't. Whether or not we get there or not, the most important thing is that you're prepared either way. It's kind of the biblical thing. You look to the sky, you look to the heavens, because you don't know when God's. And I would say this too. I trust in the Lord. I believe in Christ. I believe that this is temporal anyways. I believe the victory's already won from an eternal perspective. But I also want my family to live as comfortably as possible. So while we're here, I'm going to do the things that can protect my family. But ultimately, I'm going with God's in control, that He fights our battles. And if you don't have a relationship with the Lord, I'd say, man, that's the number one. Find out your purpose in life, find out why you're here, and then go from there. And then everything else follows in that, and ask Him what He wants to do with you. My thing is, everyone has a part to play. You may not be out there picking up IDs and chasing the cartel on the border, but each one of us have a part to play in this battle. Each one of us have a part to play to save this nation. And if America falls, the world falls. But if we save America, we can save the world. So each one of us can play a part in that.
Man, Ben, you're awesome to have on. I'd love to have you on again.
I'm happy to do it, brother. I'm great. It's great to be with. I gotta, it's been a while, man. I gotta get out there, get some shadow boxing with you again.
I'm gonna tell you, not like that.
Okay. We'll work on that one next time.
But, Ben, thank you for coming on. Ben, where can people find you, man? I know it's America's Voice, Law and Border, but where can they find you on your handles?
All my social media is pretty much at Ben Bergquam, BenBergquam, and then my website, frontlineamerica.com, for all the new articles. You can see what's coming. Basically that's a good place to go. And if you want to see the sponsors that I work with, you can find all that information there as well.
Frontlineamerica.com.
Yes, sir.
And then Law and Order,
America's
Law and Border,
Voice.
America's Voice.
Yep.
Thank you, Ben, so much, man.
My pleasure, brother.
Thank you.
Okay. Nino Rodriguez. No, I was actually up hauling down dog beds from the gate. So Tennessee, they arrived. They arrived. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I don't know how long you guys have been waiting for me. Sorry about that. Okay, let me get to the next one. I don't think there was anything else in his lineup there that I was expressly found it important to get out to you guys. Nope. Okay, that was it for that. So we can hop out of that one there. Let's hit the BitChute side and do a quick refresh because I know a bunch of them came up and I got the banners already made for them. So let's go ahead and hit the X22 while I unbox these beds and get them spread out. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3224. And today's date is November 30th, 2023. And the title of the episode is Biden's economic narrative just fell apart. Do you feel the shift? Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Are you new to investing and have savings you need to protect? Right now, with the Middle East war, the Ukraine war, maybe Taiwan soon, you need a new playbook that's safe. Allocate some gold now and avoid the frenzy panic of the unprepared. When fear reigns, gold protects the wise. Noble Gold Investments offers a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with new IRAs this month. Shield your savings with a Noble Gold Investment IRA. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com, the only gold company I trust. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private Western Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, it seems that they just destroyed their narrative. Actually, should I say, Biden destroyed his narrative. Remember, they've been telling us there's no inflation in the very, very beginning. They said it was transient. They said, don't worry about it. We got it under control. Then people started to realize that there's inflation and it hasn't gone away. And now, as they continually tell everyone that the economy is doing great, there's no problems whatsoever, those prices that have gone up, that's just your imagination. You know, that's not really happening. Now, all of a sudden, Biden is out there trying to convince the stores, hey, you must lower the prices. It's almost like when the fuel prices were going up, they told the gas stations, hey, you must lower the gas prices. Well, that's not how it works. Hey, before I forget, X22 just launched its second drop called We the People. It is now live. All you need to do is go to x22store.com. This launch consists of all new items. Everything is going to be limited quantity. These are all new designs that you've never seen before, and they're going to blow your mind. Head over to x22store.com. That's x22store.com, or visit x22report.com. and click on the banner, or just go to the description down below and click on X22 Store. It'll bring you right over to the store. On Monday, November 27th, we'll be unveiling the mystery merch. So head on over to x22store.com. That is x22store.com, or click the link in the description. Think about a business. Think about a business model. You just can't say, hey, lower the prices because we caused inflation and we don't like what's happening here. And the people, they just saw the narrative go down the toilet. And now they're trapped in all this, just like they're trapped in the Green New Deal. Right now, Germany, the left-green liberal government, they have pledged $100 million to compensate for climate change in vulnerable countries at the COP28 climate summit in Dubai. So let's see. Germany, they're trying to hit net zero. Manufacturers going down the tubes. The economy is completely and utterly falling apart. And they don't have energy because they have to lease the energy from other countries, and now they want to give $100 million to other countries. Talk about destroying your entire economic system. That's exactly what is happening. And we could see with the electric vehicle market, that is completely and utterly falling apart, because now, since people have got out and they purchased it and they've been using electric vehicles, what have people been noticing? That there are major, major problems. Actually, CBS News put this out and said electric vehicles have nearly 80% more problems and are generally less reliable than cars propelled by conventional internal combustion engines. And this is a consumer's report that came out. And also plug-in hybrid electric vehicles have even worse scorecard, with an average of almost 150% more problems. So the people who are purchasing these cars, they're actually saying there's a huge amount of problems with them. We can't go that far. And this is getting a little ridiculous. And you can see this is why the EV market, the sales have dropped. Yes, the economy has contributed to all of this, but the people are starting to realize that the electric vehicles that were pushed on them is not exactly what they were told. And these vehicles are very, very expensive. And to have all these problems and not go that far, well, it turns out to be a complete and utter disaster. And just watch California and now Michigan, because those are going to show you everything you need to know. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is the individuals at MSNBC, or as Trump likes to call it, MSDNC, they are now worried that if Trump wins the election, he will roll back climate mitigation measures and cause a climate change-fueled apocalypse. Remember, Trump, he's letting everyone know that he's going to remove everything that Biden has put into place. He did it the first time. Now Biden went ahead and reversed everything he did, and you can see everything is completely and utterly falling apart, and he's going to reverse everything that he has done, and he's going to drill for oil. The translation for all of this and why they're so worried is because once Trump gets into office and people realize that the climate isn't changing the way they said, and I'm talking about global warming, I'm talking about the seas rising, about we only have 10 years to go, because remember, they told us all this when Biden first came into office. And when Trump is in office and he reverses everything and the country prospers and people don't see everything that they've been talking about, where snow's a thing of the past, the seas are rising, the earth is going to implode in itself. Well, their whole climate agenda completely and utterly falls apart, which means they are going to have a very, very difficult time trying to convince people after Trump. And what are people going to see? The people are going to see an incredible economy. The deep state's going to be destroyed. The central bank's going to be destroyed. And the people, they're not even going to be thinking about climate anymore. And this is something the deep state players don't want, because how do you bring it up again if everyone knows it's one gigantic hoax? Because all Trump has to do is prove it to everyone. I will show you. We will drill for oil. We will use the energy here in this country. We will pay off our debt. And watch, throughout the 4 years and the 4 years after me and the 4 years after me, the entire world is not going to implode. And what do you think the other countries are going to do? They're going to follow suit. They're going to do exactly what the United States is doing. And the world is not going to adhere to the Paris Climate Accord. And what is everyone going to notice? Nothing happened. Actually, if you go back all the way to the 70s and you look at all their predictions, not one of their predictions has come true. Every one of them turned out to be a lie. Hey, isn't that strange that everything that they've been telling us is turning out to be a lie? I mean, really think about it. Go all the way back to the very, very beginning. Everything that they have said has been a lie. And now the people are seeing it all. They're seeing everything. Now, like we said from the very beginning, Biden was out there letting everyone know that, hey, the prices are pretty high in the stores, and I need the stores to bring down the prices. And he's asking sellers to lower them after we're seeing inflation. So that's kind of strange, because if you go back in time, Biden, just 7 days ago, put this out. And we know that Biden doesn't put out the post on X, but this is what they put out. Folks, no matter where you're headed this holiday season, you'll be heading there for less. So wait a minute. So if everyone's heading there for less and the economy's doing great and prices are not going up, which means a devaluation of the currency, why is he telling stores to lower prices? Does that make any sense? No, it doesn't. And companies don't lower prices just because inflation is politically inconvenient for the resident. That's not how it works. And now the people, they're seeing the truth of the matter. The people are seeing the narrative completely and utterly fall apart. Remember, the White House press secretary is continually out there letting everyone know that the people, they're just imagining that the economy is getting worse. The actual economy is doing very, very well. Well, that whole narrative just fell apart. It's done. And think about what Biden has been doing to try to control the oil prices. Remember, they don't want the oil prices to skyrocket right now because that would bring attention to everything that he's been doing. Imagine if the oil prices and the gas prices went up to, $12, $15, $18, $20 a gallon. Well, the people would notice that, hey, your policies, the Green New Deal, everything that you did doesn't work. So they've been trying to control it. First, they used the strategic petroleum reserves to control the price of fuel. Of course, now we don't have the strategic petroleum reserves that is reserved for an emergency like a war or some other type of emergency. Right now, we only have like 17 days worth of that oil. So instead of using that, he went to Iran and said, hey, Iran, why don't you start selling your oil on the market to bring down the prices? Well, this is going to be a huge problem now because OPEC Plus has agreed on a 1 million barrel additional oil supply cut, alongside the extension of Saudi's 1 million barrel cut, which means oil prices are going to start to go up. And this is going to be a complete and utter disaster for the Biden administration in 2024. And it's going to get worse and worse as time goes on. But don't worry, Biden is out there trying to convince everyone that we must tax the billionaires. That's what's going to make the difference. Well, this is how they convince the people. Go back to when the central bank was first brought into existence in 1913. Remember, this is the third one. But when they brought it in, let's talk about our health. When it comes to weight loss, we're all searching for a miracle pill. Generally, you have to use multiple products that target each area of fat differently to fully manage weight. Some supplements may focus on burning fat, while others boost metabolism or control cravings. But believe it or not, I may have found a solution that removes the need for juggling through multiple weight loss products. It's a special keto powder that no one has heard of, and it helps with boosting metabolism, reducing unwanted body fat, and promoting overall weight management better than most weight loss products typically found on store shelves. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews back up the notion that it's not only a breakthrough in a bag, but it also removes the need for us to use countless diet pills and weight loss supplements. But there's more. If you place your order now, you'll receive 51% off free VIP live health and fitness coaching, a free new ebook titled The Top 14 Ketogenic Foods, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and last but not least, free shipping. Simply go to ketowithx22.com to take advantage of this limited time before they sell out. They told everyone, hey, listen, yeah, we're borrowing this currency. There's interest attached, but of course they didn't tell people that. And we're only going to tax the wealthy, and they're the only ones who are going to pay. And everyone else, you're not going to have to pay. And of course, the people of this country said, oh, that's great. Yeah, the wealthy people, they can afford it. That is fantastic. We're not going to get taxed. This is the way it's supposed to be. But that's how they sucker everyone into paying taxes, because eventually what happens as the government continually borrows and they can't meet their obligations, everyone then has to pay taxes. So, of course, they're doing the same exact trick right now. And this is what Biden put out. Remember, it's not Biden, but he says a billionaire minimum tax of just 25% would raise $440 billion over the next 10 years. $440 billion over the next 10 years. That's incredible. Imagine what we could do if we just made billionaires pay their taxes like everyone else. So actually, what he's really saying is eventually what's going to happen is everyone else is going to pay this tax, but he's going to raise $440 billion over the next 10 years. Well, let's put this into perspective. And Wokeness put this up on X. Trump retruthed it, and this is what it says. There are 65,000 homeless veterans in the United States. Meanwhile, Biden is using $451 billion of our tax dollars to house and care for illegal aliens who invaded our country. They hate us. So wait a minute. So over 10 years, they're going to raise $440 billion. And in 1 year, they just spent $451 billion on illegals to house them, while there are 65,000 homeless veterans in the United States. Does that tell you everything you need to know? And think about how much money they sent over to Ukraine. But don't worry, we're going to tax the billionaires. Does everyone see what's going on here? Yeah. How about we stop the spending? How about we get rid of the central bank? How about we go to the source of the problem? Because if you don't go to the source of the problem, this will never end. Everything they talk about is a Band-Aid fix. Oh, let's raise the minimum wage. Well, think about it. Go back to the 70s when we came up with the gold standard. The minimum wage went from what? $3.35 to $5 to $7 to $9 to $12 to $15, $17, $20. Has the problem been fixed? No, of course it can never be fixed. Why? Because they haven't gone to the source of the problem. It's almost like an illness. Yes, you can give medication. You can mask the symptoms, but until you go to the source of the problem and actually cure the illness, you're always going to have the problem, and the problem is going to get worse. And that's what we're witnessing. And what is the problem? The problem is the private Western central bank. That is the major problem here. Wall Street Silver on X put this out and said, as recently as June, we were at 31.4 trillion in national debt. Now at 33.9 trillion, less than 6 months later, plus 2.5 trillion in 6 months, interest on that debt is starting to look like a hockey stick. And nobody in Washington, D.C. is even hesitating. 100 billion for Ukraine and Israel coming up soon. So wait a minute. We've sent billions upon billions to Ukraine. But don't worry. Biden, he's going to tax the billionaires and raise 440 billion over 10 years. Does this make any sense? And when you look at this graph and you look at how much they're spending, it's absolutely unbelievable. This is what happens when you have an open-ended credit card. This is what happens when you don't go to the source and fix that problem. This will never, ever end until we fix the problem. I do believe this is what Trump and the Patriots are doing. I do believe their entire mission is to rein this entire system in. But the only way to do this is to show the American people of how out of whack it is and who's causing the problem. And when you look at the Fed, when you look at the Treasury, when you look at the Biden administration, it's very, very easy to see. And as we go down this path and inflation gets worse and people can't make ends meet and Biden is out there and Newsom is out there blaming it on the gas companies, blaming it on all the stores and everything else, well, the people are going to all of a sudden wake up and go, okay, you're really blaming it on the stores that they have to just keep cutting their prices because prices are going up? Well, are you trying to tell me that every store is raising their prices at the same time, or is there another problem that's causing all of this? And I think the people are going to realize and understand in the end that, hey, wait a minute, it's not the stores. It's not the gas companies. It seems that there's another problem. And that problem, oh, wait a minute, it's the government. And why is the government borrowing so much money? Where's this money going? And who's lending them this money with interest attached? Oh, wait, that goes back to the central bank. So the central bank is the cause of this entire problem. And what does the central bank do? It creates a corrupt government. It creates blackmail, bribes, money laundering, all the criminal activity that they've been talking about, and they've been pointing to Bitcoin. And actually, it's the fiat system. It's the central bank. They like to project their criminal activities, their criminal system on everything else. And that is exactly what they're doing. And now the people, they're going to realize, because as we go through 2024, the economy is going to break down and Biden is going to be put in a tough position. Because remember, they've been telling us the economy's great. When the people see higher prices, which means it's the devaluation of the currency, the people are going to say, whoa, what are you going to do to fix this? Now, if he comes out and tells every single store to lower the prices and tells businesses and insurance companies not to charge too much, well, I think the people of this country, the people around the world, they're going to realize, wow, do you really think it's every business that's the problem? Or do you think it's coming from something else? And I do believe at this point, the people are going to say, you know something? This guy has no idea what he's talking about. He's trying to gaslight us. It's not working. And he's going to fail in the end. And the people then are going to look for a solution. How can we fix these problems? And Biden can't give any solutions. The Treasury can't give any solutions. The Fed cannot give any solutions. Why? Because they're the cause of the problem. The only solution they will have is a central bank digital currency. The only solution they will have is to control your everyday life. That is it. Their only solution they have is the Great Reset, the Green New Deal. Trump is going to let everyone know, well, I got a solution here. How about we don't do the Green New Deal? How about we drill for oil? How about we become energy independent? That's going to solve the high fuel prices, just like I did when I was in the White House. How about we lower inflation? How can we lower inflation? Well, what's causing the inflation? Oh, wait, all this borrowing and all then the spending and all this currency in circulation. So where does this originate from? Oh, wait, it's the private Western Central Bank. What happens if we shut down or restructure that? And this way we have checks and balances. Maybe we can go back to the Constitution and actually peg this to gold, or maybe to Bitcoin, or maybe to both. And maybe we can stop this. You see, Trump is going to give solutions while Biden, the Fed, and the Treasury, they're going to be trapped in all of this. And we're already starting to feel the shift. We're already starting to see people wake up. And the videos that you see on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook, you're going to see a lot more people complain. And as they continually complain, they're going to want solutions. They're going to want a fix. And they're going to start to realize that Biden, the Fed, the Treasury, and the rest, they are the problem. They're the ones who are causing all this. And in the end, the people of this country, the people of the world, they're going to make a final decision, and we're going to shift away from the private Western Central Bank. Sometimes you just need to show the people. Sometimes it has to be thrown in everyone's face, and you have to feel that pain, because without the pain, without the discomfort, you don't have the push to make a change, to call people out on it. Because when you're comfortable and you're just living your everyday life, it's okay. But when you're feeling discomfort, when you're feeling pain, that's when people say enough is enough. And I do believe in the end, when all the people of this country feel this discomfort, this pain, they're going to want something different. And they will find the will to change into a different economic system. And they'll move away, and they'll make the decision to move away from the private Western Central Bank. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, we're going to jump into part B right now. Here we go. I don't know why it didn't stay full screen.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3224 BN. Today's date is November 30th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Deep State Plan Has Failed and Only Has a Couple of Moves Left. 2024 will be a globalist defeat. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Are you new to investing and have savings you need to protect right now with the Middle East war, the Ukraine war, maybe Taiwan soon? You need a new playbook that's safe. Allocate some gold now and avoid the frenzy panic of the unprepared. When fear reigns, gold protects the wise. Noble Gold Investments offers a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with new IRAs this month. Shield your savings with a Noble Gold Investment IRA. Go to X22Gold.com. That is X22Gold.com, the only gold company I trust. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they have failed in their entire plan to take over the country. Their infiltration plan is being exposed to we the people. Think about what we've been seeing this entire 4 years that the resident has been put into place. The people, what are they witnessing? They're seeing the infiltration. This is something the deep state didn't want the people to see. Remember, they had their blockers up. The blockers were the social media companies and the fake news. They were going to use those to block everything that everyone was going to see. They were going to control information. So this way you wouldn't see the amount of people coming into this country. You wouldn't see everything that's happening. But now, since all that has been stripped away, and think about how Trump stripped it away from the very, very beginning. He started calling the fake news just that, fake news in 2016. And as time went on and the truth came out and the news couldn't back up what they were saying, it got worse and worse for them, which means the people didn't believe them, and the people started to look for information other places, and the people started to wake up and they started to think logically. Hey, before I forget, X22 just launched its second drop called We the People. It is now live. All you need to do is go to X22store.com. This launch consists of all new items. Everything is going to be limited quantity. These are all new designs that you've never seen before, and they're going to blow your mind. Head over to X22store.com. That's X22store.com, or visit X22Report.com and click on the banner, or just go to the description down below and click on X22 Store. It'll bring you right over to the store. On Monday, November 27th, we'll be unveiling the mystery merch. So head on over to X22Store.com. That is X22Store.com, or click the link in the description. So Trump needed everyone to see the infiltration to actually counter the deep state's entire plan. And while the people are seeing the infiltration, they're seeing it in school, they're seeing it in government, they're seeing it in local government, they're seeing the border as it's wide open, they're seeing what's happening out in Ukraine, they're seeing it all over the place, they're seeing the economy completely and utterly fall apart. Trump, the Patriots, they have shown the people, they have exposed their entire plan. And now it is completely backfiring on the deep state players. Actually, it has failed. And like we've said from the very, very beginning, this is like a gigantic chess match. We've already had checkmate, but the deep state, they decided to play out the rest of the moves, and they only have a couple of moves left. And what are those moves? Well, they're going to try to cheat in the 2024 election, and they're also going to bring the economy down, and they're going to try to bring us to war. Remember, everything about the deep state players is about covering up their crimes, covering it up and cheating. This is what a criminal syndicate does. But every step of the way, what is Trump and the Patriots doing? They're showing everyone who the criminals are. The information is being released so the people of this country can make a decision. Are they criminals or aren't they criminals? And if they are criminals, do you want them in office? And this is going to work against the deep state players. And this is why you see the information coming out about Biden. The DOJ, the FBI, they're not going to do anything about Hunter. They're not going to do anything about Joe Biden. They're not going to do anything about James Biden because they're all part of the criminal syndicate. And I do believe all of this is happening for the 2024 election. Trump is actually leading them down this path. And he wants the deep state to do everything they possibly can to actually try to stop Trump, because that actually helps Trump in the long run. I know a lot of people are out there going, oh my God, look at this. He's being indicted. This is terrible. Yes, this is all part of the plan. Think about his poll numbers. As they keep going after him, do people move away from him, or do more people come to his side? More people come to his side. Why? Because they understand, like he says, it's a witch hunt. They're attacking him. It's election interference. The people understand this now. The people see it. And in the end, what's going to happen is that he's going to completely and utterly defeat the globalist system with the help of the people of this country, which would then spread to the rest of the world. That's what this is all about. It's about waking the people up, exposing the deep state, and having the people then take back this country. And every step of the way, as more evidence comes out against Joe Biden, as more evidence comes out about what the deep state has been doing and how people now are thinking logically, and they can see through their lies, their narrative, the people now, they're getting the information that they need to make a logical decision, because without the information, how can you make a decision? I mean, just go back to COVID. If you had the true information, if they didn't censor everyone, if they didn't censor the real doctors, if they released the side effects of the bioweapon, people would be able to make a logical decision because they would have the information to make this decision. But they didn't want people to make the decision during COVID. What did they want them to do? They just wanted them to follow along. You must take the bioweapon. You must trust us. You must believe there's a virus. You must believe all these people are being killed by the virus. You must believe that all these people are infected by the virus. If the people knew that the PCR test was fake, if the people knew that the PCR test gives false positives because it's not a test for COVID, if people knew that the hospitals were being paid to report every death as a COVID death, if people knew that the bioweapon would have all these side effects where people would be dropping dead, you would have a heart problem, myocarditis, you would have cancer, infertility, how many people you think would say, well, I want to hold off on this a little bit? Can you imagine if the people knew that ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, zinc, and vitamin D would cure you? Can you imagine if the real doctors were able to tell everyone, hey, listen, the young people, they have a 99.9x survival rate, so you really don't need the vaccine. See, if the people had that, they'd be able to make a logical decision. It's the same thing with the election. It's the same thing with what is coming up in 2024. The people needed to see this. This is the information. This is the information phase, so people can make a decision of who you want running this country. Do you want the criminals? Here are the criminals. It's Biden. It's Obama. It's Hillary Clinton. It's the swamp. It's the FBI, DOJ. It's all these people that have been running the elections in all these different states where they cheat. Do you want these people running the country? Well, Trump needed to give the people this information. You needed to see. You needed to see it and understand the system to make that decision in 2024. That's why you're experiencing all that. And everyone's sitting out there going, the borders must be stopped. Oh, this has to be shut down. No, it doesn't. Sounds strange, doesn't it? Because the people have to see it. It will be shut down once the people make the decision. If you're expecting anything to be shut down from now until the elections, it will not. Actually, it will get worse. So you might as well just get used to it. Because Trump needs everyone to see it. He needs a population to wake up. And I know a lot of people say, well, I'm awake. I got it. I know. No, it's the population. It's the D's. It's the independents. It's the other Republicans. They must see this. They must reach that point where they can say enough is enough. So there's going to be no cleanup. There's no going to be bringing down the deep state system. You're not going to see any of that. Actually, Trump wants them to continue on this path. Actually, he laid it out for them. He wants people to see the economy failing. He wants people to see them lying to the people about the economy, that the economy is great. That's what Biden has been saying. He wants people to see them push war, saying, no, we must go to war. There's red lines. We will not take this. And you can see war is building right now. The people must see all of this play out, because without it, the people will not make that decision on election day. And yes, you might see Trump go to prison. You might see this happen. Now, I know a lot of people will say, well, that's going to be terrible. No, he could still run for office. He could still run for the presidency. But why would people have to see this? Would that wake a lot of people up? Well, a lot of people go, holy crap, they just threw this guy in prison. He's running an election. He's going up against Biden. And Biden, with all his goons, they actually indicted him. They fined him because of the gag order. They took his mugshot, and now they arrested him. You only see this in a banana republic. And what do you think is going to happen to Trump's poll numbers? They're going to skyrocket. What do you think the Black and the Hispanic community is going to do? What do you think the people are going to start to think about? Because remember, look at the poll numbers. How many people believe the elections are rigged in 2020? 62+%. How many people believe that there's election interference? It's over 55%. How many people believe that the elections in 2024 are going to be rigged? Well, it's over 50%. You think these numbers are going to go up after this? Absolutely. Because listen, what happened? Well, the gag order has now been reinstated. So this means anything that Trump says, Judge Engoron, where Judge Engoron's wife hates Trump, and we'll be talking about that a little bit later, he can then fine him or take it to the next level and put him in prison. And I do believe Trump, he fought against the gag order because he's not just going to let it sit, but he knew in the end, in this corrupt area, which is New York and DC and all these places, he knew that they would rule against him. What do you think Judge Ngorn's going to do? There's no jury. What do you think they're going to do with him? You think they're going to say, okay, I ruled Trump is innocent? No, they're going to say he's guilty. So I do believe we're heading down this path. Trump wants the people to see it. The more the people see, the more the people fight back. Just like the people are fighting back against all these woke companies. And what's very interesting is that Disney, they, in their SEC filing, they are now hinting that their woke politics might present a risk to their reputation and brand. Maybe this is why we're not making that much money. I think they already knew this. I think the shareholders are getting pretty darn pissed off about this. And now they're looking at the situation going, okay, which way do we go here? What do we do? Do we follow the agenda and go bankrupt, or do we start turning things around? Let's see how this all plays out, because this is going to be very, very interesting. Because remember, these companies, they're trying to push the deep state's agenda. And the majority of the people of this country are fighting against it every step of the way. And in the end, I do believe these companies, they're going to lose. If they want to come up against the majority of the people of this country, they will lose in the end, because the majority shops at these areas. If they don't want people shopping at these places, that's fine. Go out of business. We've seen it before, and it will happen again if they want to continue on. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see more and more evidence is coming out about Biden, and this is right on schedule. Remember, there's a lot of pressure on Biden right now. This is the court of public opinion. It's not the court of the Justice Department. The FBI is not going to do anything. Judges are never going to find the Bidens guilty. So the people must see the evidence. Remember, all this evidence is going to be used later on. Trump already let us know that he's going to hire a special prosecutor, or assign a special prosecutor to go after Biden. And think about it. All the evidence will just be sitting there waiting. And this is not going to be for the only person that they're going to be going after. They're going to be going after many others. But we haven't gotten to those people yet. But I do believe they are on deck right now. But James Comer, he put this out and said, I am releasing a 2018 email from a bank money laundering investigator who raised the exact concerns that the GOP oversight raised publicly about the Biden family business. Payments appear erratic, no business purpose. China targets children of politicians. The China money the investigator was concerned about funded the $40,000 check to Joe Biden. He was so concerned about Hunter's transactions with a Chinese company, he even wanted to reevaluate the bank's relationship with the business associated with the president's son. So the House Oversight has just shared a 2018 bank email flagging Hunter Biden's pay-for-play China money as obvious money laundering. The bank's money laundering investigator flagged the money, and it checked all the boxes: erratic payments, no obvious services rendered, no current business purpose, known China strategy to purchase political influence through children of politicians Joe and Hunter Biden's corruption. And it's very, very obvious that this is money laundering. This is bribes. Now, of course, the D's, they can't see any of this, but who cares about them right now? And I'm talking about those in Congress. Think about the rest of the country. The rest of the country, they're seeing this and they're saying, yeah, you know something? This is money laundering. He has 20 shell companies. He's been in politics for how long? He doesn't sell anything. The only thing he could possibly sell with these companies, since he's receiving money from foreign governments, is secrets, is information. And he's selling information to foreign governments, which means he's laundering money, he's dealing with foreign governments, and he's treasonous to this country. I think it's all starting to add up right now. Now, the Oversight Committee, Democrats, they put this out and said, once again, Republicans are ripping words out of context in the most embarrassing way. The first email in the chain clearly shows that the activity was reasonable and consistent with the business profile. Wendell Husbo put this out and said, Oversight Democrats just tried to be cute and play Biden family lawyers and inadvertently made the argument that Hunter Biden failed to register as a foreign agent. The president's son's failing to register as a foreign agent can be imprisonment for up to 5 years and a $250,000 fine. Can you imagine if this was turned all around and this was Don Jr. or Eric? This would be an open and shut case, but everyone could see the two-tier justice system, and that's what this is all about. It's to show the people, look at the two-tier justice system. Do you see it? If you don't see it, don't worry. There's going to be a lot more evidence coming out. I remember the chant from the D's and from the fake news, no one's above the law. Well, this is coming back to haunt them now, isn't it? Because think about it. Think about all the crimes. Think about money laundering. Think about everything that they've been doing. Nobody is above the law, not even the president, or should we say the resident. The Washington Times put this out and said, and this is from James Comer, we expect full compliance with our lawfully issued subpoenas. No one is above the law, even if your last name is Biden. So they kept saying that over and over and over as they were going after Trump, and now it's coming back to haunt them. It seems like this is the boomerang effect. But let's go back to post 2601. This is December 12, 2018. Down below it says, nobody's above the law. The world is watching. And the world is watching. And they're watching a corrupt resident. They're watching the corruption. The evidence is pouring out. People can see it. It's not that hard to see. And the other thing that's very interesting is that, remember, every step of the way, every phase of this plan that Trump and the Patriots put together is going to bring in more and more evidence, and it's going to point to other people. It's going to point to the DNC. It's going to point to Hillary Clinton. It's going to point to Obama. And I do believe all of that is coming up in 2024. And it looks like they're already paving the way, because when you look at what's happening with Seth Rich, just like we said yesterday, the federal judge ordered FBI to finally release Seth Rich's laptop. So remember, Seth Rich was killed. He downloaded the information to a USB key. He gave that information to WikiLeaks. And this is why they were going after Seth Rich. And this is why they made up the entire story that it was Russia who hacked the DNC. They didn't want to admit that it was an inside job, and they tried to stop him. But WikiLeaks got the information. Kim.com put this out and said, I knew Seth Rich. I know he was the WikiLeaks source. I was involved. That's interesting. But let's go back to post 1708, and I'm going to read down below. This is July 25th, 2018. Think about where all this leads. CrowdStrike, servers, Seth Rich, Julian Assange. Why does the UK government desperately want Julian Assange? Think source files. The more you know. All this is going to go back to WikiLeaks and Julian Assange. It's going to lead right back to the servers. And all of this information, I do believe, is on deck to come out. Remember, they're preparing the masses to accept all this information. And there's a lot of information here. Remember, a lot of these people, they weren't looking at the Q post. They weren't researching this stuff. A lot of people didn't believe it. But as time goes on, people are going to see a lot more of this information. And it's not just for the Republicans and independents. It's actually for the Ds too, because we need to wake those people up. Remember, this is America. America needs to take back this country. And yes, they should know the truth too. They should understand the truth. And the only way for them to understand and see the truth is to put the truth out there. And as the truth continually is dripped out, more and more people, they start to think. And I do believe Trump is going to be handling a lot of the truth when they go after him with the trials, with the election, with what happened on January 6th. This is going to wake a lot of people up. It doesn't mean all these people are going to be arrested and they're going to be put away, because remember, that's not the time. It's not the place. This is the phase of waking everyone up, getting the people awake so they can think logically, so they can make a decision in 2024. So yes, the borders are going to stay wide open. Yes, the economy is going to fail. Yes, they're going to try to bring us to war. Yes, we might see terror in this country. Yes, we are going to see censorship. Yes, they're going to try a communication blackout. Yes, they're going to try to do all of these things because they need to stop Trump, and Trump needs the people to see what their plan really is and who's involved in all of this. Because in the end, it all leads to them. And you can see they've been trying to go after X. They've been trying to go after Elon. They've been going after his advertisers because he has a very big platform. He bought it off the deep state players. And now people have a way to tell the truth. Now, is the platform perfect? Absolutely not. It's getting better and better every day. But I do believe he needs to bring on the rest of the accounts that they have actually censored and banned. Now time to bring everyone back unless there's a true violation of the terms of service. Because if they can't actually tell anyone what the ban was and what you violated, then those accounts should be brought right back up. And hopefully this will happen very, very soon. Now, the other thing we could see with Elon is that he was being interviewed, and this individual was asking him a lot of questions about X and what he's going to do with the advertisers. And Elon, you know something? He's holding steady. He's going up against the deep state, and he's telling the deep state, come after me because you're not going to win. Kaneko the Great put this out and said, Elon Musk, Tesla has done more to help the environment than all other companies combined. It would be fair to say that, therefore, as the leader of the company, I've done more for the environment than any other single human on earth. What I care about is the reality of goodness, not the perception of it. And what I see all over the place is people who care about looking good while doing evil. F them. Then Chief Nerd put this out and said, Musk, the judge is the public. Oh, isn't that interesting? The judge is the public. You mean the court of public opinion? The people will decide in the end. Sorkin said, and you think that the public is going to say that Disney is making a mistake? Musk said, yes. Sorkin said, they're going to boycott Disney? Musk said, they already are. And yes, why do you think their movies are down in the dumpers? And Elon is out there saying, listen, if you're coming after me, if you're trying to make me stop, well, you can go F yourself. And he's telling the advertisers, then, you know what? Don't advertise on X. That's fine with me. We'll find other advertisers. See, the people in the end, they are the majority. They have the power. It's not the corporations. The people have the power. You don't think other advertisers will decide to advertise on X? Do you think the people will say, you know something? He's right. Yes, this is the court of public opinion. This is what happens when people wake up. This is what happens when people see the truth. And actually, Elon already predicted this. Go back to May 18, 2022. This is what he posted on X. In the past, I voted Democrat because they were mostly the kindness party, but they become the party of division and hate. So I can no longer support them and will vote Republican. Now watch their dirty tricks campaign against me unfold. And are they doing that? Absolutely. But their entire plan is not working. Remember, he says the people will be the judge, just like Trump is using the people to judge the deep state. Remember, this is the court of public opinion, and the people must have the information. The people must have this information to make a decision. And once the people make the decision, it doesn't matter what the corporations say. It doesn't matter what the fake news says. It doesn't matter what Biden says, the White House press secretary Soros. It makes no difference because there's a lot more of us than there are of them. And we can see that things are already changing. Here's a couple of polls from Rasmussen Report on X. And it says, since Elon Musk purchased Twitter, have you used the platform more or have you used it less than you did before? American adult Republicans, well, use it more, 53%. Use it less, 25%. Not much of a difference, 21%. Not sure, 1%. Same question, but to the Democrats. Use it more, 47% of Democrats say they use it more. Use it less, 31%. Not much difference, 19%. Not sure, 3%. So there's been a 16% increase in Dem usage. Then this is for all Americans. Same questions. Use it more, 39%. Use it less, 31%. Not much difference, 27%. Not sure, 3%. It's an 8% user increase. Advertisers, take note, because he's getting more and more people to join the platform. Now, after what he just went through on this interview, what do you think the people are going to do? You think the people are going to say, you know what, screw X, I'm out? Or do you think the people are going to say, holy crap, he's going up against the establishment. I'm using X now. And that's exactly what people are going to do. And remember, this is an incredible platform for people to tell the truth, as long as they allow people to tell the truth. And so far it's holding. But like I said before, it's not perfect. They still have to bring certain accounts back up. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we could see the establishment, the government, the deep state players, they've been using the social media platforms to censor people. We know that they use Twitter to censor people. And we know it's happening with Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. And Jim Jordan, he decided to put out another thread about YouTube and how the government is censoring Americans. And this is what he put out. The YouTube Files Part 1, Biden White House pressured YouTube to censor Americans. Internal docs from Google, YouTube's parent company, obtained by judicial GOP and weaponization show that Biden White House wanted Americans censored. Almost 1 year ago today, Matt Taibbi published the first edition of the Twitter files, followed by other journalists, including Schellenberger, Barry Weiss, L.H. Fang, Alex Berenson. After issuing subpoenas to big tech, Judiciary GOP released the Facebook files this summer, revealing that the Biden White House wanted true information censored. Facebook changed its policies because of pressure from the Biden admin. Facebook removed content related to COVID-19 in response to pressure from Biden administration, including post virus was man-made, according to an internal company communications viewed by the Wall Street Journal. And we know that it is man-made. We know they unleashed it on the population to cheat in the elections. And yes, there's many other agendas associated with that, the bioweapon, depopulation, and everything else. Let me continue. Now, here's the first edition of the YouTube files. We knew the Biden White House was pushing Facebook and Twitter to censor more. Now we know the White House was repeatedly pressuring Google to censor content on YouTube. On April 12, 2021, Rob Flattery, Biden's director of digital strategy, emailed Google wanting to know how Google could better crack down on vaccine misinformation and to discuss the ways the White House and our COVID experts can partner in your product work. Privately, Google understood that this request meant an internal docs obtained by judicial GOP reveal. Rob's question were very YouTube focused, and he dug in on our decision making for borderline content, which YouTube says is content that doesn't violate our community guidelines. A week later, on April 21st, 2021, one of the Google government affairs team members who had been on recent calls with the Biden White House, specifically Robert Flaherty, explained plainly what Flaherty wanted. Really, he's interested in what we're seeing that is not coming down. YouTube's government affairs team then emailed the YouTube product team, warning the Biden White House is very interested in our work on borderline content, and the product team should brief the White House to prevent anything from potentially spiraling out of control. Another week later, YouTube's government affairs team emailed the YouTube product team to update them on the situation. The Google and YouTube government affairs team were having conversations with the White House staff on YouTube's policies. Both Google and YouTube's government affairs team wanted the YouTube product team to meet with the White House staff, who were familiar with many of YouTube's policies and efforts, removing content because the White House staffs continued to have questions on the raise, reduce efforts. The company needed this meeting ASAP because there was significant attention coming from the White House staff on this issue. And Google was seeking to work closely with the Biden administration on multiple policy fronts and needed to appease them. Senator Rand Paul and Republicans in the House introduced legislation that would provide victims of government censorship with a remedy, the ability to sue the government bureaucrats responsible for causing your constitutionally protected speech to be removed. Judiciary, GOP, and weaponization will continue this critical investigation work to further inform legislative solutions to the vast government censorship enterprise. So here we have the proof that now it was Twitter, it was Facebook, and now it's YouTube. So they've been violating the people's rights. They've been teaming up with the social media platforms, telling them who should be censored. And of course, they're trying to make it look like, hey, we're not involved. We're just pointing things out, and it's up to them if they want to do it or not. Well, there's a lot of force. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of pressure. The government should not be involved in this whatsoever. Right there, they just crossed the line, even if they mention shut that person down or censor that person, because that means they're violating their constitutional right. Did they break the law? No. You mean they're telling you something and there's facts that back it up, or even if it's their opinion. They have no right to do this. And now we have Jim Jordan. He has subpoenaed key ex-Biden admin officials behind censorship efforts. So now they're being subpoenaed. They're going to have to testify under oath. This should be very, very interesting because we could see that the government who's appealing to the Supreme Court, they should have the right to work with social media companies to censor people. I mean, just think about that for a second. And you know what the Supreme Court's going to do? They're going to go, are you freaking crazy? You want to violate the First Amendment by telling social media who to censor and not censor? Well, wouldn't it be the same if they went to newspapers and to TV stations and they told them what to run and what not to run? Wouldn't that be a violation of freedom of the press? Oh, wait, they already are doing that. So they're violating everyone's rights. Isn't that interesting? Now, we could see the deep state players, since all this evidence is coming out and information is coming out that they never wanted out there. This was never supposed to be, in the public realm. The people were never, ever supposed to know how they censored people on social media, how Biden had 20 shell companies. They were never, ever supposed to know about any of this, which means, are they really in control? Because why would this information be getting out? It wouldn't. The only reason it's getting out is because this is part of the plan. The people need to see this, and this is all part of the 2024 election, because you need the people to see the deep state system. You need to see, you need the people to see the criminals. You need them to see it all. And what is the deep state going to do? As all this gets out there and the people know, they got to cover it up. This is why they only have a couple moves left. That's why they're going to try chaos in this country. That's why they're bringing down the economy. Yes, they're bringing us into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal, but that creates chaos. They want to bring us to war. Actually, if you take all of this, it usually goes hand in hand. And they need some type of catalyst, something to kick it all off, just like they needed something in 2020 to cheat in the election. So what are they going to use? They're going to use an attack on the U.S. They attacked the U.S. in 2020. They did. It was the virus. They attacked the United States. It wasn't naturally occurring. They developed it in China. They used it then on the United States. They attacked this nation. They're going to do it again because they need to cover up their crimes. They have to win at all costs. So yes, they're going to do it again. Trump and the Patriots, they know this. They know that they're heading down this path. Actually, I do believe Trump wants them to head down this path because this will actually help the Patriots in the end. This will backfire on the deep state. Think about it. When we had the 2020 riots, Trump could have called the insurrection. When we had the cheating in the election of 2020, Trump, he knew exactly what they did. He could have just gone in there and arrested all these people. But again, what would be the lesson to the people of this country? All they would see is a military coup. All they would see is institution. He's following the Constitution. It's the rule of law. And him just taking it back is not going to work. He needs the country. He needs the majority. He needs the people. And I do believe this is why we're heading down this path. And this is why there's only a couple moves left for the deep state players. And these moves are going to be horrific as we move forward. But Trump and the Patriots, they know this. The people must see it. And the people then will make a decision in 2024. And you could see that things are already building right now. Hamas right now out in Israel, they have killed 3 Israelis in Jerusalem during the Gaza truce. So 2 terrorists opened fire at a Jerusalem bus stop, and they killed 3 and wounded 6 others. And Netanyahu is out there, and he said this to Blinken, that he vows nothing will stop us from destroying Hamas. But we know that Blinken is on Obama's side. But you can see there's a separation right now because Biden, Hillary Clinton, which we'll be talking about in just a sec, they're all having problems right now because it's either they go with Israel or they go with Hamas, the terrorists. And it looks pretty darn bad if you come out and say, I'm with Hamas. Because think about all the moderate Democrats. Think about all the liberal Jews. This would be a complete and utter disaster for them. So what's happening now is the far, far left, they're angry at them because they're not going along with them. Now they're trapped in all this. And actually, in the end, this is going to destroy them. But Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said, there would never have been an attack on Israel if I were president. And what is going on now is unthinkable. And I do believe as we move down into 2024, we're going to see events. Actually, there was an event out in Germany, and we mentioned this yesterday, but it was stopped. And basically, there's an update to this. There were 2 individuals, one from Afghanistan and one was from Chechen origin. And they are the suspects in the planned terror attack. And they caught them before they did it. Now, do you think this is going to be the only terror attack? Absolutely not. Remember, it's not just Hamas, but it's those people that believe in their cause. So those people that came over the border in this country, there are a lot of Muslims. Doesn't mean every Muslim's bad. But those people that are siding with the terrorists, those are the ones that are going to do us harm. And we could see already out in Ireland, they're seeing this happen. A child was stabbed, and the people are getting very angry. And the people there can see that their government is actually Let's talk about our health. When it comes to weight loss, we're all searching for a miracle pill. Generally, you have to use multiple products that target each area of fat differently to fully manage weight. Some supplements may focus on burning fat, while others boost metabolism or control cravings. But believe it or not, I may have found a solution that removes the need for juggling through multiple weight loss products. It's a special keto powder that no one has heard of, and it helps with boosting metabolism, reducing unwanted body fat, and promoting overall weight management better than most weight loss products typically found on store shelves. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews back up the notion that it's not only a breakthrough in a bag, but it also removes the need for us to use countless diet pills and weight loss supplements. But there's more. If you place your order now, you'll receive 51% off free VIP live health and fitness coaching, a free new ebook titled The Top 14 Ketogenic Foods, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and last but not least, free shipping. Simply go to ketowithx22.com to take advantage of this limited time before they sell out. Working against them. They're not with the people. Now, I don't think that this should come as a surprise to anybody, because the governments around the world, the majority of them, the people who are in these positions, they were installed by the deep state. They were not elected into power. And when these situations come up, you can see as clear as day where their allegiance lies. And the Irish people, they see it. And what's very interesting is the people out there have been putting up Irish Lives Matter. And right now, the people out in Ireland, the Black Lives Matter supporters and others, they're saying that Irish Lives Matter is racist poison. Well, DC Drano responded to this and says, apparently not wanting Irish children to be stabbed is hate speech. This is why censoring hate speech is a slippery slope towards full tyranny. Who defines hate speech? The government. What does hate speech quickly morph into? Any speech the government hates. And he's absolutely right. And that's what they're trying to do. And I do believe in this country and many others, they're probably going to try to use anti-Semitism to use this to basically rein in hate speech. So just be alert for this, for the D's to start saying, you know something, we need to stop those people that are anti-Semitic. So we need to create laws that actually govern hate speech. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to do this. And I wouldn't be surprised if it comes from Schumer and all those individuals, Blumenthal and the rest. Where do their allegiance lie? Are they blackmailed? Are they bribed? Are they controlled? Does the deep state control them? You're going to find out very, very soon. And you could see that the protests, just like BLM, it's the same people, same group, same MO. They're out there protesting every chance they get. And we could see that the pro-Palestinian protesters, they swarm the streets surrounding Rockefeller Center on the tree lighting. They're chanting "River to the Sea," and they continually push their entire agenda. And they're very, very violent. And if you don't agree with them, they get very angry. Actually, there was an individual, an American, holding an American flag. And these people that were marching in the streets, you know, pro-Palestine, they actually tried to rip the flag away from him. And Wokeness put this out and said, a patriot shows up to the New York City Christmas lighting ceremony with American flag. A pro-Palestine protester tried to tear the American flag away. And another shouts, Allahu Akbar. Only in America. So these people are the same exact people that we saw back in 2020 and all the other riots. They're Antifa, BLM, illegals, criminals, you name it. Same exact people. And we could see the D's, they're having a problem. It was much easier for them when it was, you know, George Floyd, it was a black man. Now this is a little bit more difficult because the far, far left, they're all for terrorists. And the D's now, they're trapped in all of this because which side do you go to? Do you appease the far left or do you appease the middle? So they're trapped in all of this, and this is destroying them. And we could see that Hillary Clinton, she was at Columbia University, and the class was disrupted because the people were chanting at her. And the students were sitting there chanting over and over and over. And we can see that they're having a major, major problem. And they will continue to have a problem because the situation is just going to get worse and worse as time goes on. But you can see the deep state players, they are trying to push war. Remember, Biden, he released billions of dollars for Iran. He told Iran, listen, don't worry about the sanctions. You can sell the oil. And now all of a sudden, the Treasury is targeting large Iranian military financial facilitation networks. So now Biden is telling Iran to do all of these things. And now the Treasury, the Department of Treasury, and the Foreign Asset Control have sanctioned over 20 individuals and entities for their involvement in financial facilitation networks for the benefit of Iran's Ministry of Defense and Armed Forces Logistics and an Iranian Armed Forces General Staff and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. So on one side, here's the money. Go ahead, distribute the oil. The other side, they're going after Iran. So they're sending mixed signals. They're pissing off Iran, and they want Iran to do something. And really think about what's happening with the Ds. Who is the only individual that is going to be liked by the far, far left? This is going to be Obama, Michelle Obama, because they're part of the Muslim Brotherhood. Remember their entire plan here. And I do believe in the end, to actually have these people and have everyone else, I do believe Obama's going to step into the spotlight. And let's see how this plays out. This will be very, very interesting. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we can see since the bioweapon was released on the people and they told everyone that there are no side effects, it's safe and effective. Well, I think the people are learning that they lied to almost everyone. And there are major, major side effects. People are just dropping dead. They have myocarditis. They have cancer. They have infertility and many, many other illnesses. But again, you can see what the pharmaceutical companies' models were. Let's give them these drugs. Let's continually give it to them. Let's make them sick. This will add into our depopulation scheme. This will make people sick, so they'll have to buy our medicine to make them better or just to keep their lives, chugging along. And if we keep giving the boosters, we're going to make a fortune because we caused the problem, and then we have a solution. Wall Street Silver put this out and is pointing to an article and says, Pfizer to rake in billions on new cardiovascular drugs, treating sudden spike in heart problems around the globe. Create the problem, then create the treatment. That's what they did, and I think the people are seeing this now. And this is why the number of people getting the boosters is dropping and dropping and dropping, because the people now have the information. They know people that are getting sick. They know people that are having heart attacks. They are seeing it with their own two eyes. They're experiencing it. And no matter what the pharmaceutical company says, no matter what Biden says, it's not going to work. And it looks like they are now calling in Fauci. He will appear before the 118th Congress for the first time for a 2-day transcribed interview on January 8th, 2024 and January 9th, 2024. He has also agreed to testify in front of the COVID Select at a public hearing next year. So they're going to get some information about what he's been doing. Now, does this mean that they're going to arrest him and put him away? No, they're building a case against him. I do believe they already have the evidence, but again, this has to be done publicly. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Rachel Levine, who is the United States Secretary for Health, he was a man, now he's dressing up as a woman. And remember, during COVID, this same individual got his mother out of a nursing home because he knew they were placing sick people into the nursing home and those people were going to die. So he got his mother out of there very, very quickly. And then he became the United States Assistant Secretary because he went along with the plan, putting sick people into nursing homes. Interesting. So right now there is a case and the courts are ordering Rachel Levine to produce the emails for discovery as part of an ongoing litigation over Alabama law prohibiting sex changes for minors. Now, the plaintiffs are suing the state of Alabama over its restrictions of child sex changes for those under 19 years old. And we could see that the Department of Justice, they're trying to push back. They do not want to release Levine's emails. So they decided, hey, listen, you can have other people's emails, but you can't have Levine's emails. Now, this is very interesting, and this is what the DOJ does. They protect their own. But in the end, I do believe this is going to fail. And once again, we could see the deep state players. What do? They cover for their own. It's a two-tier justice system. It's a criminal syndicate. Now, yesterday we talked about how there's going to be many people entering the race, the presidential race, because Biden, most likely, he's going to be taken out. They're going to try to force him out. Maybe he'll be stubborn and say, I'm not going. Then they'll probably have to use the 25th Amendment or something else just to get rid of him. But we could see they're trying all different candidates. And there was speculation that Mark Cuban was going to run, and it looks like Mark Cuban has no plans to run for the White House. So it looks like they're going to try many, many different people, and they're going to try to get the best person in there who's popular, who has the people on their side. And I think this is going to be very, very difficult for them. And I think in the end, the only person they're going to have left is probably Michelle Obama. I don't think Gavin Newsom is going to be able to do this. I don't think the other people that they're trying to get into this position, they're going to be able to do this. I think they're going to be trapped in all of this. I don't think Kamala Harris is going to be able to pull this off. So I think they're going to have to rely on Michelle Obama in the end. But we'll have to see how this all plays out. But on the Republican side, we could see the establishment. They're going after every person they possibly can. They're putting money behind them, hoping that they would beat Trump. Because remember, every step of the way, they're trying to beat him. First, they tried with the indictments. They were hoping that, he won't win the primary. But when they see his poll numbers, they're like, oh, crap, look at his poll numbers. The people like when he's getting indictment. More and more people are going to his side. More and more people will vote for him. We're going to have to start paying for these people, and we're going to have to put these people up against him. Oh, wait, that's not working. So what do? They're trapped in all of this. Trump, he put this out and said, highly overrated globalist Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan, is quietly pushing another non-MAGA person, Nikki Haley, for president. I've never been a big Jamie Dimon fan, but had to live with this guy when he came begging to the White House. I guess I don't have to live with him anymore. And that's really a good thing. And he's absolutely right. And he doesn't have to live with him and serve this evil anymore. So right now, we could see that they're pushing Nikki Haley, and they're going to be pushing very, very hard. But again, this is not going to work. The people, they're on Trump's side. And we could see that things are changing. I mean, look at Rappaport. He said, listen, I got to vote for Trump. I hate it. I can't do it. And now we have former CNN host Chris Cuomo. He appears to be open to voting for Trump in 2024 over Joe Biden. Things are so bad that Cuomo's brother is open to voting for Trump. And during the interview, Cuomo said that at least under Trump, people didn't want to kill us. Nobody was trying to kill us when Trump was president, in a way that they're not now. If anything, there's more hostility, and you can have reasons for that anywhere you want. When asked if he was open to voting for Trump, he said, I'm always open. So that is very interesting that he's starting to see this now. And I do believe you're going to see a lot more people, because remember, as things get worse, and I do believe there's an event coming here in the country, and I do believe that's going to happen in 2024. I do believe this is going to wake a lot of people up, and all those people, even though they hate him, even though they don't want to vote for him, when they see this event occur, a lot of people are going to go and vote for Trump. This is what's called the Great Awakening. These people are waking up. They're seeing the truth of the matter, and that's what this is all about. And while this is all happening, what are people seeing? They're seeing the rigged election. Put them both together, the Great Awakening, and they rigged the election in 2020 and 2016. They rigged the election in 2018, 2022. When people put all this together, the people say, you know something? We'd rather have paper ballots. And I think in the end, that's what people are going to demand. But look what's happening out in Arizona. They're trying to cover up their rigged election, their crimes. Misty Summers put this out and said, Arizona court news, Maricopa County Superior Court Judge John Hanna is officially past the 60 days allotted to deliver his court ruling in Lake versus Richer Records request trial September 21st and 25th. Have the ballot affidavit envelopes been destroyed? Is Judge Hanna covering for the county recorder Stephen Richer? The Maricopa County Treasury has indicated in two separate public hearing records requests that they do not have the ballot affidavit signature envelopes as testified in court by recorder Stephen Richer. Recently, court-ordered ballots in Georgia from 2020 are also missing. It appears we are seeing a pattern of malfeasance and cover-up by the deep state and Democratic operatives. The public has a right to see if their signatures were forged. The public has a right to see if frozen ballot envelopes were signed. The courts are not only stalling, but are throwing justice right outside the window of public scrutiny. We need public outcry and public action demanding Maricopa County turn over the ballot affidavit envelopes. And she's absolutely right. Why aren't they making the ruling? What are they covering up? And remember, this is an ongoing court case. So they should have all these records on the ready. And if they can't produce it, if they were destroyed, then the election should be nullified because they're supposed to keep all this. They're supposed to give this to the people. They should be transparent. It's our election. It's not their election. And we could see that this is now falling apart on them. And look what's happening out in Arkansas. Rasmussen Reports put this out on X and said, test case, Arkansas voters want paper ballots. By nearly a 2-to-1 margin, voters in Arkansas support calls for switching their state's election to paper ballots. 65% concerned there will be cheating in 2024 elections involving electronic voting machines. So the people, they're seeing all of this. They want paper ballots. I think this is going to be very, very easy to convince the American population that we need to use paper ballots when the country's cyber attacked. Because if they don't trust the machines now, do you think they're going to trust it when there's a cyber attack and malware is released into the systems? I don't think they're going to trust any of it, especially when Trump comes out and said, listen, foreign governments interfered in our election in 2016 and 2020. So if there's a cyber attack and Trump already showed the documents that there's foreign interference, no one's going to trust the elections, which means people are going to say, you know something, we need to use something that they can't manipulate, and that is paper. And everyone watching the vote and using the paper. This is going to be very interesting. But you could see every step of the way, the deep state players, they're going to try to stop Trump because that's all they have. I don't think they have the ability to cheat like they cheated back in 2020. I think Trump allowed them to do this so the resident will be put into place. This time around, Trump has secured the election. He's making sure that there is no cheating. And this is why they're using indictments. This is why they've been trying to stop him. This is why I do believe they're going to try to postpone the election. And you could see every step of the way, they're taking these individuals, these people that have been blackmailed, and they're using them to push their entire agenda. And if you just look at Judge Engoron, you can see he's part of the deep state. His wife is part of the deep state. And she's very biased. So how can he make a decision? Because he's the same exact way. Trump, he put out a couple of truths showing how Judge Engoron's wife reacts to when someone puts something up about Trump. Ronnie Jackson put this up and said, nasty, racist Letitia James is a despicable human being, and Judge Engoron is an absolute pathetic circus clown. These two moronic idiots are the very reason the courts in New York are a joke and a national disgrace, election interference. Well, Dawn Marie, this is his wife, the judge's wife. The only racists are you white male politicians and those who vote for you. Trump says, yet another from Judge Engoron's wife. This trial, which should never have been allowed to be brought, has turned out to be an embarrassment to the New York State judicial system. So down below, we have Graham Allen. It says Trump is not even allowed to have his attorney defend him in this banana republic. Absolutely insane. Well, Dawn Marie, who's the judge's wife, showed Trump in prison reading a book, says 2024, he's headed for the big house. Trump says another from Judge Engoron's wife, who is almost as out of control as he is. How low can you get? Shows Trump mopping the floor in prison and says he'll never be in the White House again. He's headed for the big house. And she just continually does this over and over and over. And now what's very interesting is that the appeals court reinstated Trump's gag order in the New York case. Now, remember, Engoron, he has fined Trump multiple times right now. And he said the next time, I'm going to put you in prison if you say anything. You think Trump is going to stay quiet? Or do you think he's going to say something? Do you think they're going to put him in prison? Well, if they do this, his poll numbers are going to skyrocket. Think about what happened when he released his mugshot. First, he made a lot of money. His poll numbers went up. What happens if they show a picture of him behind bars? And that's on every shirt, every mug. And it says election interference, never give up. What do you think is going to happen? More and more people are going to vote for Trump. His poll numbers are going to go up. Seems like this might be planned out. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and Julie Kelly put this out, and this has to do with Jack Smith's cases. She said Trump's lawyers filed a lightly redacted per protective order motion yesterday, again, outlining the parties they believe are part of the prosecution team. These agencies have fingerprints on the initial DOJ investigation and Jack Smith's. The redactions are interesting. Not sure what these redactions are. Related to Bill Barr, perhaps? As I covered last week, Cooney and Gaston are now on Jack Smith's team. They wrote a letter to Barr blasting him for modifying SOP for election investigations, describing claims of election fraud as conspiracy theories. More redactions related to FBI recall that D'Antano, first name Steve, not Mike, headed up Detroit FBI field office during Whitmer kidnapping, then promoted to WFO a few months before January 6th. In April 2022, FBI opened 2 investigations into Trump, January 6th and classified docs. Records under the purview of DHS are still buried. Also, we never found out what happened to all the relevant Secret Service texts under DHS that were deleted after January 6th and never retrieved. Not redacted, but of interest. Milley was highly involved in domestic law enforcement affairs before and on January 6th, which is verboten. He also told January 6th committee he classified all his January 6th related records after that day. This, among other issues, is why we will never testify at trial despite claims by Jack Smith and Judge Shukin he is a potential witness. So this is very interesting that Milley was involved. He classified his information. It seems like they're covering up everything. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that Henry Kissinger, he passed away. He was 100 years old. And what's very interesting about all of this is that Dan Scavino, he put up 2 dog comms. And I wonder if this has to do with Henry Kissinger and actually Jimmy Carter, not Rosalind Carter. So this is very interesting how this is all playing out, but we'll have to see how this all plays out. But what's very interesting is that the Patriot Voice put this out on X and said, Henry Kissinger was an evil son of a bitch. I mean, evil to the core, easily one of the most evil men to ever live. Look up National Security Study Memorandum 200 from 1974, where Henry was Secretary of State under Nixon. It outlines an agenda for thinning of the herd, population control. This memorandum specifically outlined plans to depopulate various third world countries so that the United States could go and steal their natural resources. Henry Kissinger was their New World Order mastermind. He once said, control oil and you control nations, control food and you control the people. Henry is listed as an influence to Klaus Schwab on his Wikipedia page. He is also Schwab's real-life mentor. That should tell you all you need to know about him. He was also Obama's shadow, helping give him credibility and thrusting him into the spotlight. Henry said of President-elect Obama in 2008, a new world order can be created. It's a great opportunity. Now, that's very interesting. And also, if we go back to post 3916, this is April 8th, 2020, there's a picture of Henry Kissinger, and it says the plan. And this is what this says. Today's Americans would be outraged if UN troops entered Los Angeles to restore order. Tomorrow, they will be grateful. This is especially true if they were told there was an outside threat from beyond, whether real or promulgated, that threatened our very existence. It is then that all people of the world will plead with the world leaders to deliver them from this evil. The one thing every man fears is the unknown. When presented with the scenario, individual rights will be willingly relinquished for the guarantee of their well-being granted to them by their world government. Did they try to do this with COVID? Will they try to do this with a cyber attack? Will they try to do this again with another pandemic? I do believe so. Now, what's very interesting, and the timing is very interesting, look at post 2522, the December 1st, 2018. Down below, it says state funeral next week. Coincidence? The timing is absolutely unbelievable. And then we have Trump. He put this out on Truth, and he's letting us know that we're going to defeat the globalist in 2024. And this is what he says. The Wall Street Journal editorial page is really a mess. The globalist paper sucks. Its influence is badly waning, and the concept of Make America Great Again is not exactly music to their ears. They fought me hard in 2016, but when I won, Rupert Murdoch was the first to call. Great going, he said. Let's have lunch. He called off and never getting what he wanted to get or hearing what he wanted to hear. How did that work out, Rupert? Now he's given up on hopeless Ron DeSanctimonious, who became Florida's governor because of me, only to be pushing Nikki Birdbrain Haley, an even more disloyal candidate than Ron. Just like 2016, in 2020, I got millions of more votes than I did in 2016, but the election was rigged. 2024 will be a globalist defeat. That's all caps, by the way. And a rebuke to the losers at the Wall Street Journal, who have gotten almost nothing right for years. Remember, I'm leading Haley and DeSantis by 50 points, a crooked Joe by a lot, and the radical left Democrats want no part of MAGA or Trump. So he's letting us know that we're going to have a globalist defeat. And I do believe as we head down 2024, people are going to wake up like we've never seen before. And he did mention 50 points, that he's beating Haley and DeSantis by 50 points. And that reminds me of post 50. And think about what's coming up in 2024. War's coming up. I think that's going to lead to some type of nuclear war, which then involves uranium. So let's just read post 50. This is November 2nd, 2017. How did North Korea obtain uranium? How did Iran obtain uranium? Why did Barack Obama send billions in cash and wire to Iran? Why the cash component? Was the hostage component a cover for what? Could any of the cash component be handed off to other people? How many places carry the cash into Iran? Did all land in Iran? Did all land in the same location? Why is this relevant? Who controls North Korea? Who really controls North Korea? Don't think of a single person. I think it's the deep state players. Think of a powerful entity. Why is this important? Why are wars so important? Cover-ups a lot. Depopulates. Who benefits? Who does hostage refer to? Who can be held hostage and controlled by North Korea having minutes? Where is Barack Obama today? Where's Valerie Jarrett? Alice in Wonderland. And I do believe all this is going to lead back to Uranium One. It's going to lead back to Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and the rest. And I do believe that all of this is leading to that point. And as we go through 2024, the people are going to see the truth. The people are going to be scared. And the people are going to see the deep state system. And as they see the deep state system, they will have the information to vote in the 2024 election. And the people will get their vote. They will be heard, because I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they have plans to allow the people to use paper ballots. Because remember, the system that we have today was designed and developed by the deep state players. It works for them. Yes, you can manipulate it here and there to win the election like Trump did in 2016, but you can't do it over and over and over because they catch on. The only way to actually win in the election, I do believe, is to actually remove their system and use a system that they do not control. And I do believe that system is paper ballots. And I do believe that's where we're moving. And I do believe the war, the attack on this country, just like they attacked it in 2020, is going to work towards the Patriots' advantage to win the election and to show the deep state who's really in control. We, the people. The Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone. Thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right. That was the X22 from today. I am about to attempt something. I'm going to let his thing finish here. I believe I have successfully created a Twitter account. And we're about to find out whether we can pull up yesterday's interview with Dave. Right. Cross your fingers. Let's see. How do I do this? I think I got it. Let's see. I don't know if there's a volume button on this thing or not. Maybe I got it too big. Maybe I need to shrink it down a little bit. Come on, play for me. How do I do this?
Way we're not even.
Oh, there we go. Okay. I think I got it. Okay. So, yes, I did not see her comments either. I was busy trying to get the
well, you're going to ask me to drop my Twitter handle now. Dang nabbit. Hang on a second. I got to shrink that in order to find it so I can find out who I am. Oh, actually, I'll just open another window. Home, open like in a new tab. And it's, who am I? Is this where I click it to find it? Okay, so my Twitter thingy is this. Here we go. Okay, there you go. That's my thing on Twitter. Don't ask me to do anything else until I'm done with this interview, dang it. Okay. Let's bring this back up and hit play. Let's see if this works. Cross your fingers. Come on.
We're not even going to delay 4 minutes. Friends, thank you for being early. Great to see you all here.
All right, can you guys hear it?
We're not even going to delay 4 minutes. I'm super excited to have each and every one of you here. Just this family of patriots and people that are wide awake with eyes to see is it's heartwarming. We've got David Snedeker, great friend of mine. I've known of Dave for 3 or 4 years, but I've only met Dave maybe 4 months ago when he happened to be in Atlanta. We become fast friends. We were both in the last few days on the David Nino Rodriguez show. I believe I have Mr. Nemo to thank for my initial introduction to Nino, and I've been blessed to be on his program about 4 times. David was on Nino's show this morning and has some unbelievably groundbreaking, deep research and rabbit hole dives to share with us tonight on events that are relevant in the world, in the Patriot movement, in the U.S. economic collapse, the PSYOP known as the Biden administration, the whole 9 yards. It's tonight is going to be, when we get done, I hope you'll be inspired, you'll be confident, you'll be more knowledgeable. We're going to have a discussion. We're going to have a good, robust Q&A, but we're going to talk about facts. We're going to talk about evidence. We're going to talk about discernment and common sense and reason and decent moral thinking, like lucid people ought to be able to do. We're no longer in the Truman Show. We're patriots. We're adults. We're informed, and we're immune to being mocked or ridiculed or called names. So we're so far beyond that. So tonight, we're going to put all that beside us. We're going to have absolutely a no fear space. We're going to have a lot of emphasis on the blessings in our lives, the gratitude that we have in our life. And David, good evening, my friend. Hello. Don't leave me hanging, Mr. Dave. Are you there?
It's not working. How about now?
There it is.
How about
now? It's working.
Okay.
Happy Wednesday, brother. How are you? Try it one more time, David. Something was working. If you got a headset, you might want to take it off.
Yep, I just took off
Oftentimes
the headset. My headset is not
There you
working. So, hey, Rob, sorry about that.
Perfect. Well, David, say hello to my cool family, and I'm sure we've got a lot of crossover. But how are you
Yeah.
on this Wednesday?
Well, hello to the cool family, and thanks for having me on again. It was nice to have that conversation we had earlier, and want to get on and just share some things with your audience, and maybe get some of my audience in as well. I'm trying to get an email out just to let people know I'm on, and I'm also on. Nino put the show up just recently on ninoscorner.tv. He bumped the ghost, who he had planned on having on tonight, just because of the level of our conversation was really spectacular. I was very happy with it as well. And so he's got that up. And then I was hoping to be able to cover some of that stuff, other people be able to see some of it, and then hopefully be able to get something out on Rumble here in the next 24 hours as well. But good to be with you, Rob. We are, sent, like you said, what's amazing is when you connect with somebody through this movement, and you are able to bypass all of the things that, in the past have been holding us back and keeping us from getting to know each other. You have a tendency to get close to people really quickly when you realize that you're both in a foxhole trying to fight for freedom. And so it's a beautiful thing to meet other people, and that are doing everything they can to tip this pyramid on its head that we are currently under. And so,
David, it really is. I think maybe the closest analogy I could come up with is thinking about the famous photograph of when they announced World War II was over and people were dancing in the streets in New York City. And remember that famous picture of the Navy sailor that's got a woman tipped over on one foot, and he's giving her a big kiss after they announced the end of World War II. It's
yep.
I think we're so close to exiting the Truman Show and getting on the outside of it, and everyone that has known that we've been in a Truman Show is about to have one hell of a party that's going to last 100 years.
Yeah.
That's the sense that I have. And it's not conspiratorial. It's all logic based. It's all discernment based. It's all reason based. It's biblical. I mean, for goodness sakes, how long have we been, the butt of jokes and the raw end of condescension
alone
for believing what we believe? And now I want to read this to put this in context. Oh, you're one of those QAnon crazies, huh? I don't know how many people follow Ariel, but he's doing some great work, and he's putting out some amazing posts on X.com. But here's his post today. Good afternoon, everyone. You can stop going through the withdrawal now. We have some interesting things on our hands at the moment. Elon Musk found Q. Amazon introduces a Q business model. OpenAI has a Q algorithm. Shure joins the Q-Sys Technology Partner Program. We have a Q AGI breakthrough. Is this just one little coincidence we have here? Aside from what we have, an upcoming EMP blast that can stir up some chaos if you're of the board type, maybe that's an entrance for Starlinks, perhaps. We have Pizzagate causing a Keith Olbermann meltdown and a Stephen Colbert 1 week absence. We have Seth Rich laptop in the news. We have BLM now supporting Donald Trump's administration. We have Elon Musk potentially gearing up to visit Gaza from an invite offered by Hamas.
Yeah.
People, there is so much going on at the moment. We are approaching some exciting times. Bibi Netanyahu is in trouble. Didn't Q say something about we'll save Israel for last?
Yep.
I can see why he does not want those hostages back. Or he does want the hostages back. Look, People, this isn't a microscopic of 1% of what's happened in the last 6 or 7 or 8 years. We're seeing what we have known and what has been prophesied back 2,000 years ago take place today, like the prophecies were written 2 days ago. And people can choose to deny it, stick their head in the sand, call people names, go full Karen mode or Kevin mode and lose their mind because they can't get their head around the reality of the evidence that's in front of us. But Dave, you got some great stuff you shared with Nino today about rocket launches and Elon and firmament and all kinds of things. Hopefully I've teed it up for you to let you do your thing for a few minutes here.
Well, I'll tell you, Ariel, I don't know, did I share Ariel with you? Or have you been following for a while?
I've been following for a while.
Okay. Yeah, he's I'm glad you brought him up because I've been sharing a lot of his stuff lately and it's just been gold. I mean, it's really well researched, well thought out, well articulated points. And I do recommend everybody to just type in at Ariel or go to my Twitter at Dave Snedeker or Rob's Twitter and find him there and then follow. It's a high recommendation from both Rob and I. So great. Yeah. Great tee up, my friend. A couple things regarding that. One of them is starting off with Musk. Did you see the interview with the New York Times? I believe it was just today.
I did not.
Okay. I'm trying to find it, and I just had it up. I believe I had it up on my phone, and but I think I'd have to pull it up on my computer. But let me see if I can find that. And it was
Dave. While you're doing that, I want to pose some context. One of my favorite sayings of late is, information without context is just noise. Why the points that we're going to bring up, if we can't say, okay, why is it relevant? Why is it happening now? Who's making it happen? Is it real? Is it true? Or is it Memorex? Is it true or false? Who benefits from it? And I just want to say this about Elon Musk, okay? Is he a smart man? Absolutely. Is he running Starlink? Is he running Q phones? Is he running Tesla? Is he running X.com with a few 3-4 hours of time to be on Twitter every day? Probably not. I mean, let's put this in context. There are narratives, and we are in a narrative war. And a character in this play is a guy named Elon Musk. And there's a lot of stories, but let's never lose sight of the fact that he's not some superhero that can be the CEO of 4 companies with 3 or 4 extra hours of spare time every day to hang out on X.com and post shit. Okay. Yeah. We have to think about what's the overall play and who is playing what part. Back to the William Shakespeare, all the world's a stage. It can be a positive psyops and it can be negative psyops. It can be psyops for good and psyops for evil. So let's keep that in our minds while you start to share with us what's happening with the Elon character on the global stage.
Right.
And just let's kind of keep the big picture in mind instead of the technical nuts and bolts about when he coughed and when he sneezed, and, all that kind of stuff.
Well, that's a great way to put it, Rob. Is the way that that he's playing this character, right? And just like I've said many times on my show that the thing when this is all said and done that will disappoint me the most is that fake Joe Biden woke up more people than David Snedeker. And because he can wake up the millions with one, just confusing stage exit. One, fall up the stairs of Air Force One. one, babbling mistake after another. The results of his administration. I mean, and we've shown that he is not the same guy that has been in Congress for 47 years. Trump has given us many clues that he's shot, that he's no longer there. We've got the speculation that it was a funeral, not a inauguration. I've proven without a shadow of a doubt with one frame of video that the inauguration was not shot live. So many things are pointing to this being a player in the show
And let me tag on that, Dave. Just there's going to be one requirement for everyone on this call to remain in the room tonight, because I will block you and kick everybody out if you don't all 100% agree that it was purely coincidental that Trump's Treasury Secretary, Steve Mnuchin, was also a filmmaker. Okay? And it's just coincidence. Don't read anything into it. Don't think that there's a play going on, because you're not allowed to connect dots like that. But 9 days into office, Trump signs this executive order to revamp basically the world's financial system. And Steve Mnuchin signs it in July of 2018. And Steve Mnuchin's a filmmaker, but don't draw any inferences from that, or you have to leave the space.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's how many times has Trump said central casting? How many times has he said he shot? He's not even here. Hillary's not even here. And one of the things that that I have been saying for a long time is that I don't go for outside comms. I am Q hard and true. I started following Q day 2. So for people that don't know me, they one of the main reasons that shows were so long that I did, between 6 to 8 hours, many of them, was because we were going down the Q dives. And with my co-host Todd Gedeminski at the time, we were going deep on the Q, because there was so much information being given to us. And so I can tell people without a doubt that Q has seen the future. And whether or not Q is a white hat operation or black hat operation, in your mind, I will say this, that I will challenge anybody to tell me that the things that you read leading into this show tonight about the Seth Rich laptop has been demanded, both of them, his work and his personal laptop. I called foul on that from day one when that happened. I knew that he was in touch with WikiLeaks. I knew that WikiLeaks offered a $10,000 reward, then a $25,000 reward, but would not come out and say that he was the source for the DNC emails and the Podesta emails. And so now, as that's coming to light, look at what else is coming to light with Pizzagate. And that's coming back around, but it's coming back around at a time. I think I covered that 5 years ago. I can't remember how long ago it was. Correct me if I'm off on that. But when that first came out, I was all over that. And I was sharing the Instagram posts of James Elefantis and the whole thing. And when Megyn Kelly came out and gaslit James Elefantis and turned him into a victim that we should feel sorry for, that was the end of Megyn Kelly in my book. And she took $20 million and went to NBC for being such a good little girl. And
she and she had to send a bazooka shot at the QAnon mythology. There is no such thing as QAnon, but she took her orders. She took her orders well. And
she did exactly what she was told to do.
In the last 2 days, look at it. Let's tie this together. Remember how Q talked about how they're not going to be able to walk in the streets? These people will not be able to show their face in public. I don't know how big the group of these people are, but in the last couple of days, I sent a couple of posts out on Twitter, on X, and tagged Megan and said, "Hey, Megan, would you
I
like to
know,
do a mea
dude. I
culpa?
know that. I love that.
Find a little
Yep, I love
humility."
that you're doing
And I
it.
tagged Tucker Carlson, and I tagged Fox News, and I
Yep.
tagged Joe Rogan, and I tagged everybody that could. Look at how now one of us on this Spaces call can hold people to account who we knew were lying about some of the most heinous crimes against humanity,
Mm-hmm.
and would try to discredit 50 or 100 million Americans for believing something that was common sense believable. But she had the microphone, and she had the World Economic Forum financing, and the Federal Reserve funny money paying her a gazillion $1 million a month to basically discredit me and you.
Yeah. And so, we have this situation where, all of these things are tied together. The Pizzagate, Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin, her ex-husband, Anthony Weiner's laptop, Seth Rich's laptops, both of them, information that shows who killed Seth Rich, 187'd him, as per John Podesta. One of the drops that I went into recently was due to this Q countdown clock, and it took me to Buy Johnny Buy, and that is John Podesta, who's one of 3 people that was mentioned would be indicted. Hillary, John Podesta, and Huma Abedin were the ones that Q flat out said would be indicted, and gave dates, and a date for Hillary, but law of war manual stamps for Huma and John Podesta. And Huma, Q also mentions follow Huma multiple times, and they mean Huma Abedin, who's tied in with the Muslim Brotherhood, or father and mother are deeply, deeply entrenched in the Iranian Muslim Brotherhood, which is also tied in with Huma, Harvard University Muslim alumni, which is Prince Al-Walid and Obama. And Al-Walid funded Obama's education at Harvard. And
just happened to be in Las Vegas at a particular time.
He sure
didn't he?
did. He sure did. And an assassination attempt of bin Salman was thwarted, and then the House of Saud was cleared soon thereafter.
Because that gentleman gave his life oath to President Trump and the team that helped save his life, and aborted that assassination attempt. And we all remember what happened at the Riyadh and the Ritz-Carlton in Riyadh, and all the arrests. And when you have billionaire sheiks hanging upside down by their ankles on ropes inside of the Ritz-Carlton hotel, you know shit's going down.
Yeah. So that was the first capitulation, and that takes us into the finance stuff, which we'll get into, I think, later. But so back to this show that's happening, and this Q said you can't tell people the truth, you must show them. Q said enjoy the show 100 times. And to me, the only reason anybody would do that is because if they knew it was going to be difficult and hard to watch, but also knew the outcome. Because no one's going to tell you to enjoy the show and then it has a horrible, horrible outcome.
And it's biblically endorses, and it's a derivative of fear not.
Yes.
Think about that. There's a time, this is the first time it hit me, but enjoy the show and fear not go hand in hand with one another. Doesn't mean you have to enjoy it or relish or have a sadistic sense of glee because other people are being, damaged or whatever by their own making.
Yeah.
I mean, justice has to happen. We have to have justice.
Well,
right?
I want to share. Yeah, absolutely. I want to share that a lot of people see. I want people to understand that most people's disillusionment with Q has to do with the anons that are were interpreting timelines based on the information that we were getting. And they pretended to know when things were going to happen, or pretended to be a part of Q, or pretended to have an inward source, and thus would give dates and timelines that were not accurate. Q never gave dates with the exception of 3 times. And it was Hillary Clinton's being arrested October 31st, 2017, which did or did not happen, but we know for a fact anyway on our show that she is absolutely being controlled, because her timestamps of her tweets constantly take us back into very damning posts in the Q board. And she knows about Q because she was the first one mentioned by Q. So she knows what's going on. She knows about the timestamps. She knows how important information is. That's why she bleached Bit and destroyed all of her servers, because there was way too much damning information on them. But unfortunately, Q has them all, and the Q team has them all. And so that's all going to be revealed. And again, 80% of what is happening, we're not able to see right now. But given what we're seeing, the 20%, just imagine what the other 80% might look like. And so we have this cast of characters which are playing out a role. And the particular role of Elon Musk is to bring the Twitter files into the mainstream, show just how corrupt through the U.S. government that Twitter was, some of the other organizations, and how they were being used. He flat out said that people don't understand the level that Twitter was being utilized by the federal government to silence you and I, and to.
And let me talk about that too again. Here we are, smarter and wiser than we ever wanted to have to find ourselves in this position to be. But think about not only how they abused Twitter, not only how they had alias names, not only how they had back channel accounts, not only how they did DMs, but think about this in the context of the way the U.S. government used Twitter is nothing compared to the way Five Eyes trade intelligence and cook it offshore. You know, they can download information and send it and process it over to Ukraine or to England or Australia, cook and process all the information, send it back to us, and they're not violating our Constitution because all of that manipulation and communication and data processing and propaganda took place overseas in one of our ally countries where the Constitution doesn't apply. And then they send it back to us, and then with Smith-Monkton Act, they can use propaganda legally because Obama said it was okay in 2012. So they take our information, they cook it off-site, they send it back over to us, and Obama signs an executive order while Hillary Clinton was the head of the Secretary of State and the president of the major broadcasting organization. Those two entities were given carte blanche immunity from prosecution to use propaganda at will.
Yep.
Think about the context of, we get pissed off because they used Twitter and hid shit from us, didn't keep records, and had these illegal, off the record, government to government, RICO-like conversations where they didn't have to report them, and they were immune from Freedom of Information Act request, which in and of itself is illegal. But multiply that times 10,000 when you think about the way this Five Eyes RICO global conspiracy syndicate works. It's unbelievable.
You know, the Five Eyes is something where that alone is treasonous behavior, and it's completely illegal. And it's just because, you know, the U.S. gets France to spy on the U.S. citizens, and then France gets the U.S. to spy on French citizens and then share that information. They're not circumventing any law. They're still committing, you know, treason against their own people. And that's what we need to understand more than anything. And like you said, let's not get caught up in all the minutia. Let's dig as deep as we can, find as much information as we can. But let's not forget that the bigger picture is that we are slaves in this current system. And whether or not you want to point to the food, the water, the air, the finance, our bodies, our minds, the absolute invisible 5G, Wi-Fi, radar, all the waves that are going through our bodies and causing so much disease. It doesn't matter what level you look at, but the first step towards freedom is the realization that we are slaves. I even have what color is your cage.com that goes to my website. What color is your cage? Because the first thing we have to understand is that we are in a cage and we are imprisoned in a debt and absolute work-related slavery. And nobody can argue that against me. Nobody can tell me that we're not. Because as long as you're, you know, working 4 or 5 months out of the year and that money's going to the government, you're a slave. As long as you're, you know, have to get a license to go fishing, you're a slave. You know, the fact that you have to pay just so you can drive on the road, you're a slave. The taxes of what you've been taxed and then taxed again when you spend it and taxed again when you save it and earn it and grow it. We are slaves. And so the sooner we can understand that, the less we're going to get caught up in the minutia, and we're going to see these players on this stage for what they really are. And I think the biggest thing that we can do as awake human beings and as patriots is to not allow ourselves to get sucked into the drama, the divisive behavior and rhetoric, the division that's been placed in humanity with religion, with gender, with color, with nationality, with just then keeping 6 feet away because now you're going to get me sick and I don't want to get sick and I'm afraid to get sick and I don't trust my immune system and I got to get a vaccine and I got to do this and I got to do that and I got to stay at home and I got to get behind a plastic wall at the bank and at the grocery store. I mean, the sheer level of brainwashing that has inflicted and permeated our society is unfathomable when you start to look at the matrix for what it really is. And
Dave, let me drive a point home for you of what the matrix really is, and I hope you don't mind us free flowing like this back and forth, because it the spontaneity of the moment and the discernment, it hit me today because I was speaking to someone about how I'm getting braver and bolder to ignore the admonition. You know, we were taught our whole lives you never talk about politics or religion in polite company.
Mm-hmm.
Well, isn't that convenient? We all memorize and believe those are like cardinal rules of polite society, so that if we don't talk about what the politicians are doing or how they're screwing us or how they're unaccountable or how they're lying through their teeth, and you don't talk about religion, whether your church is doing what it's supposed to do or not, whether it's demonstrating the walking the walk and talking the talk, how convenient it is for us to mute ourselves by not discussing neighbor to neighbor what excellence ought to look like. So I bring that point up because today on LinkedIn, I posted this. Chuck Callesto, it's got 2.8 million views. Just I'm going to pause a question because it's the Socratic method. Instead of me telling you what the conclusion ought to be, let me just ask the crowd, the cool family, a question. If the deep state can only be taken out by one group of people, that's the military. Okay? If the Declaration of Independence said, when it was signed by 56 men that offered their life, their sacred honor, everything about them, their life, their fortune, and their sacred honor for certain principles. And if these principles are violated by the government on that founding document, we the people have the right to set that corrupt government aside and start anew. Okay? So the deep state knows the only group of people that can stop them by law is our military. The people, we aren't going to take a Gallup poll. And if we get 75% in the Gallup poll, then they have to all quit and resign. It doesn't work that way. Okay, they're not going to voluntarily step aside because we take a poll. They're going to step aside because military law gives the military the right to take these treasonous bastards down and make them leave.
Right.
So, why then? So then here's my final point. Let me land the plane here. Yeah. Here's a report. This is a Army medical officer in a captain in uniform. And I put on LinkedIn for a lot of people. I've got 20,000 or so folks that are business professionals. We've owned a company for a very long time. And so many people in our industry are just dead asleep. But I put the words, quote unquote, safe and effective. And I put this, and I linked this tweet. Shock report. Medical officer reveals COVID vaccine related heart issues skyrocketing in active duty naval officers. Myocarditis rises 151%. Pulmonary heart disease up 62%. Asthmatic heart disease up 69%. Heart failure increased a whopping 973%.
Jeez.
If the deep state needed to get rid of its greatest risk, it would probably be the military. And guess who got mandated or shown the door to take their poison? The military.
Well, yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, it's, I have a lot of veteran friends and a lot of veteran listeners, and they've heard me say things like this before, but it's important to understand that the military is, unfortunately, that is the greatest brainwashing of all, because they've actually, convinced human beings to kill other human beings. That's a whole level of the indoctrination and brainwashing that we sometimes forget. And so it's there were many military that stood up against these jabs, but the reality is that most of the military get their guinea pigs. They're pumping them full of more vaccines than anybody. Right?
Well, David, the ultimate, to your point, the ultimate vaccine, and I'm going to speak just as an individual combat military veteran. Okay, Air Force instructor pilot, flew in Desert Storm, hook, line, and sinker. Uncle, grandfather, father, me, military. Okay,
beautiful.
One of the hardest humble pills there is to take.
Yeah,
is to realize, number one, all wars are bankers' wars. Number two, the story that they tell us as to why we're going to war is always a lie.
Yep.
Number three, they convince us in the name of patriotism and national protection and honor and doing the right thing, we need to go and kill people.
Yeah.
And if we survive and come home, then, you know, at sporting events, they wrap a flag around us or have everybody golf clap for us because we help the bankers make more money.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are very, now what I'm saying to my fellow veterans and brothers and sisters in uniform, past, present, and future, is not an attack on them individually. It is an attack on our the brainwashing they did to us, the warping of history, the programming, the exploitation of our naivete of wanting to do the right thing, wanting to be willing to sacrifice our lives for our fellow man. But at a certain point in time, they perverted it. They weaponized the truth. They brainwashed us. They lied to us. 55, 60 different military conflicts since the end of World War II alone that we've engaged in. And as a military veteran, if we as veterans can realize and eat that piece of humble pie that says, shit, they got me too, and admit to it, then what's the excuse of people that didn't go in the military and serve and get lied to and sent off to war to be killed and slaughtered? If veterans can admit we've been had, then civilians ought to be able to do it as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. You know, you also reminded me of something I wanted to say. And that is that the misrepresentation of Q. People keep saying military is the only way. Q said that once. Q said transparency, accountability, and justice is the only way forward 20 times. And so what's important to understand is that we have to see all this happening before the military can get involved and actually show what they've been doing, which I think they've been active for quite some time. And so the transparency has to come first. And that's what we're seeing. And that's why we're seeing all these things coming out. And there's no way that all these things would be coming out if the black hats were in control. But when you look at the release of information and you realize that, let me play something for you here regarding Musk. And this was, I believe this was just today. Okay. And so let me play this for you. Let me know if you cannot hear this very well, please. But I think I've got you dialed in the sense that we can do this. Tour, and so let me play this had been said online. Hold on. Cannot hear there was all of the criticism. There was advertisers. Some background.
You don't advertise. You don't want them to advertise?
There we go.
What do you mean?
Okay, sorry about that.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising,
hold on.
Money?
Okay, now let me get this back to you. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go.
Apology tour, if you will. This had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger
I hope
today.
they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go fuck yourself.
But
go fuck yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
Well, let me ask you then.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise.
How?
That was Andrew Ross Sorkin.
Wow.
Right?
My soul is dancing right now.
Isn't that a great feeling? Okay. You know, we saw how these behemoths, Apple, the banks, McDonald's, everybody's pulled money out of X, out of advertising, out of Twitter. And this journalist for the New York Times, which is absolutely, I mean, I wouldn't do an interview with the New York Times. Musk has to, because he's got to play those airs. But the New York Times, the board of the New York Times, I believe, should hang for treason after they're tried, of course, in a military tribunal. And all the owners of the New York Times and the Washington Post that not only have lied to the American people and the world countless times, but have actually actively contributed to the demise and the destruction of our country from the inside. And so for this man to ask Elon these questions, and you know, they call him the richest guy in the world. He's not, but he is rich and he's got fuck you money. And so he's using it and he's telling these people. And a lot of people have stepped up in the alternative space with money, saying that they're going to, you know, advertise on X and they're going to give money to X. And Musk is going to, you know, benefit far greater from those people. And so this is how things are playing out with this character. And what these advertisers were doing, they weren't happy with him criticizing the Israeli government for the absolute genocide they're causing in Gaza right now, of children, of civilians. And also, you know, I'm sure that he's aware of the fact that Israel created Hamas and funded Hamas, continues to, and knew that this was going to take place and allowed this to take place so that they had justification to level Gaza and continue on with the plans that were already in place for a canal to compete with the Suez and a pipeline to get natural gas to Europe, so that they can replace the Nord Stream that was blown up by our CIA and Ukraine. And this is all, you know, coming out. And this saving Israel for last, you know, one of my tweets recently was, you know, this is, you know, let me just pull it up and then I'll get back to Musk. But just that we have been placed in this situation where we're trying to figure out exactly who to trust and who not to trust. And how interesting that the people that we do not trust are the ones that are waking us up the most. Because I don't trust Elon Musk. The guy has been in a Baphomet costume since Halloween a year ago with an upside down cross. We've seen the work of his children's mother. We've seen the work of his mother. We know something is deeply disturbingly wrong about their behavior. We know he's lying to us about the electric cars saving the planet. We know he's lying to us about space. We know he's lying to us about going to Mars. And so yet we're supposed to trust him. Well, no. We're supposed to see him for who he is, but also see that he is being used. I believe, this is speculation based on the evidence that I've seen, that he is being used by the white hats to get this message across in a way that's going to be most palatable to the people that need it the most. And the people that need it the most, guess what? think that electric cars are going to save the planet, think that he's saving the planet by sending satellites up into space with rockets. No, they're balloons. I've seen them. We've seen them being raised into the firmament. We believe that he's going to help us get off this planet that we're destroying with climate change. All of these narratives, all these indoctrinated intellectuals are being awakened by fake Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, George Soros, Elon Musk, Hillary and Huma sending us back with their timestamps of their tweets back into the drops to show us the child trafficking happening with the Clinton Foundation and Haiti and the Muslim Brotherhood and the Uranium One and the Russia hoax and the Christopher Steele. All these people have been given enough rope to hang themselves, so much so that we don't even need to do it ourselves. And we are seeing firsthand what their handiwork looks like when they are in charge. And that's why I believe Q said it had to be this way. And this is a show, but the problem, just like false flags, people die in false flags. People die in a show. And I know that firsthand. I've lost 3 people in my life in the past year and a half because of this absolute shit show that we're living through right now. And it is devastating. And it's going to get even more devastating when people realize that this was all easily preventable had we just turned off the television, had we just come together in groups and in community and started talking about the things that you said were verboten up until recently. Now there's nothing else. See, there's nothing else. I always said I'm the guy, I'm alone at the barbecue, because I'm one to talk to people about stuff that really matters. I could give a damn about the football game. I could care less about the what we're binge watching next. I could care less about what's coming up on Netflix. But this is the way I operate. And I walk through the world not ready to sit down and relax, for there's work to be done yet, because people are still suffering. And the people that we are held to responsibility for, the children, the most innocent of us all, have been absolutely horrified and abused and killed, and we have been asleep at the fucking wheel.
Dave, amen, brother. I'm standing up and applauding you right now for what you just said, and I hope that resonates through the very fiber of our being. Everyone in this room that hears this, and everyone that hears this recording. And to go back to think about this, Andrew Ross Sorkin was dumbfounded at the thought of Elon Musk saying, I don't need their money.
Yes.
Think about, I say this all the time, people who make money their God will do anything on behalf of their God. Anything.
Yeah.
And it's biblical. It's biblical. It is, you have one choice. We have one choice. Worship God or worship worldly stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Inanimate things, greed, power, title, status, popularity, a bank account, control, championship rings, whatever the fleeting thing of the moment might be. We have a choice. Worship eternal, immutable principles and law and life and love, the giver of life, the intelligent designer, the creator of love, the creator of everything, who wouldn't have created us unless he had a purpose for us.
Mm-hmm.
And he wouldn't give us a purpose unless he had resources for us to fulfill our purpose. And he wouldn't be called the intelligent designer unless he was a pretty damn intelligent designer. This world didn't happen because a damn hurricane flew through a junkyard and created a 747 and an Earth.
Right.
I mean, it didn't happen by accident. It happened by purpose. It happened with intentionality. And we can align ourselves with that purposeful life giver, or we can worship the God of money. And until people understand what we've done and how we got put to sleep through programming and propaganda, from Goebbels all the way to back to the biblical days,
Mm-hmm.
and wake up to who we are and whose we are. You triggered a thought in me that there's this group called Ketchum Media. I'm about to post this on Twitter and I'm going to share it up in the group, but 100-year-old global public relations firm, headquarters in New York City, founded in Pittsburgh, has now been hired by the DNC to basically weaponize the PR departments and the companies that are their clients for the 2024 election.
Okay.
Whether you're on Delta Airlines, whether you're going to get a Wendy's hamburger, whether you're going to get some socks, whether you're driving down the road and looking at billboards, whether you're going to an NCAA football game, whether you're buying light bulbs, no matter where you go, this global PR agency called Ketchum Media has been engaged with a brand new 2024 elections team to propagandize to the world what they want to happen in 2024. I mean, we got to stop and think about this. Why would the law book tell us we need armor? What the hell do we need armor for?
Mm-hmm.
Why the hell were we told 365 times to fear not? What did the great designer and his son, his rabbi, his teacher know about lies, about the lust for money, and about needing armor to protect ourselves against people that have no respect for life or law or justice?
Yeah. Hey, I was a little distracted. Sorry. That was a great wrap up, by the way. Thank you for extending my that and for the standing O. I've been at this, a very long time, and I feel like I embody it. Like I can talk about this day in and day out, and almost too much in the sense that when you know so much, you know more of the negative than you do the positive. And that can be very debilitating, and it can be very, I hope that this isn't the case, but the wonderful woman who created the fall of the cabal is missing and presumed to have committed suicide. And that is, that would be horrendous if that was the case. But a lot of people have been through this fight for some time and are very weary from this long, long journey that we've been on. And I will say I'm one of them. And but I had to take a little sabbatical, and I'm coming back. I've been coming back the past several weeks and continuing forward because what is happening now is I can truly look out at the landscape and see the things that are happening, and I'm finding more positives. Even despite all the negatives that we're seeing, I'm seeing more positives than I have ever seen before in my life. And that is exciting because when you're awake and you've lived through George Bush, and you've lived through the Clintons, and you've lived through the Obamas, and you've lived through the Trump, and then now Biden, and it is a very exciting time when the tide seems to have turned, and the awake seem to outnumber the asleep. And Twitter has been the primary psychological operation to make The minority.
Dave, you cut off there.
The
You cut off there for just a second. You said, go back about 10 seconds. And start
Okay.
again.
They have Twitter was responsible for making people like you and I that were awake feel like we were the minority, because they had all the bots, they had all the controlled psychological operatives, they had the media bought and paid for, so they were easily able to narrate the Trump existence as a very negative and bad thing, to the point where they kicked him off 2 days after January 6th, which I was there at, and I got canned as well, along with thousands of followers of mine off Twitter, and my two co-hosts. And so they destroyed people's accounts, just like the other big tech did. And so now Twitter has been opened up by the white hats. I did prove that Twitter was controlled long before Musk got involved, and also that this was planned. I mean, Q told us that Trump was getting kicked off Twitter years before it happened, 3 years before it happened. How'd they know that? That's just one of many things that Q has told us that came true. Antifa, riots, BLM, time and time again.
Human trafficking, elections.
Human trafficking, yeah. Alice in Wonderland, The Looking Glass, Follow the White Rabbit, which is adrenochrome. This is it's the Alice in Wonderland connection there, following the rabbit. But
David, but we can't be shocked. We shouldn't be shocked unless we don't know our history, because we can go back to Moloch and Baal. We can go back to the days of the 2,000 years ago. We're no more special. We have every bit of vulnerability to be stupid, to go to sleep, to turn our back, to not look for our purpose, to live selfishly and live, for lust instead of purpose. Every time, every generation, history repeats itself over and over and over. And it's the height of arrogance, and it's the height of hubris for us to think, oh, well, we're special. We're America. Well, I bet you the Romans thought they were special too, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. And they we all did, at one point or another. And this is why, I think that religion was created in the way it was created, was to divide us. It's just one of the many tools that's being used. And, it's we all believe in a God. We all believe in that we were created. The only thing we don't believe in is who our guy is, and that's a problem, because that's enough to divide you. I mean, for crying out loud, the churches within a religion are divided. And it's when you realize that this is all part of the plan to, Sun Tzu, to divide and conquer. It's quite the wake up call. So getting back to Musk, I did a decode with David Rodriguez, and I also did it on Hawk Marsden, his show on YouTube, Hawk's Mustard Seeds 22, and I basically showed a decode of the Ingersoll Lockwood website, and I shared that with your audience a little bit last week. Now, I know for a fact that Ingersoll Lockwood is tied directly to Space Force through particular URLs and code. The we have not heard from Q in quite some time on the boards, and we also don't know if the board was compromised. 4chan, which Q started on early on, which is the first place I saw Q. Then 8chan, after 4chan was shut down because of these posts were very damaging. A lot of people don't realize that. But if Q is a LARP, if Q is a PSYOP, then why did the Black Hats constantly destroy 4chan? Then they took down 8chan, took them to court, and now the latest was on 8kun. And but we haven't seen a Q drop, even though they've been still very relevant based on tweets and timestamps and things of going back into the drops. News unlocks the map, year deltas. I proved that it's still relevant basically because the day that Dianne Feinstein had her funeral, they had a Q drop with her picture, and that was just one of thousands and thousands of coincidences that Q says how many before mathematically impossible. And then you realize that this was a coordinated and orchestrated military operation from the get-go. And so now we have this site called Ingersoll Lockwood that if people see this interview with David, they'll be able to see that the decode that I did, it showed that there was something piercing the hourglass of the it was a what do you call the sands of time, the hourglass, the bottom of it was shattered by something black. And that something black, I believe, was Musk's rocket, which for the first time, it was black because they've been white up until now. So if you look at that picture and you realize, and I'm going to see if I can drop this to you, we dropped it last week as well. Yeah, I think I can drop it to you, Rob. How do I drop it in Twitter Spaces?
All you got to do, brother, if you're on Twitter or you're on your phone right now,
yeah,
get to the tweet, hit the share button, and at the very top you will see the name of this space, Cool Show number 15 with Dave Snedeker. If you click that, it drops it in the Jumbotron at the top of the space.
Okay, so I'm at the post that you sent, Encore Cool Spaces tonight with Dave Snedeker.
No. You go to any place that you want to share a tweet. Did you have it in tweet form?
No.
Okay, then just get the link and go to the purple pill in the bottom right corner. Okay, you click on that little purple pill.
Well, where am I for that purple pill?
You're on the main screen of the Twitter Spaces.
I haven't been able to get there. How do I get there?
Okay, you're on it. You're talking right now, so you should.
Well,
be
that's
able
on my phone. I'm trying to do it on my computer because I don't think
you'd have to log. You can text the link to your phone, or you have to log in from your laptop.
Okay, all right. Then maybe I can do that. And how would I log into from my laptop?
You just have to put in your Twitter username and password.
Well, I am logged in, but how do I log into the spaces?
Okay, type in cool. Go up to the search bar, type and just put in @CoolShow.
Okay.
And you ought to be able to find my account. And if you find my account, you'll see a little purple ring. It looks like an active.
Yeah, got it.
Click on that. And that'll say join space.
Yeah. It says reminder set.
Okay. No. Look at my photograph, my icon of my account. It should have a purple ring around it, which means I'm engaged in a live space.
Okay. So I'm in the.
So click on that. And it'll say, look at my photo or join space.
Okay, I'm joined. So I'm going to be able to drop this in. Here we go.
In the bottom right-hand corner, that purple pill, you can put a link. Okay. And then if you want to highlight that link from the purple pill and elevate it to the Jumbotron, once it's in there, let me know and I'll just put it up there for you.
I just put it in the chat.
Okay.
I couldn't find the little purple pill, but I think I've put it in the chat.
Let me look for you, brother.
And but I did put it in the chat, and I'm going to put the other one in there. And then those two will be the ones that I can, I think I can run with.
All right. Well, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
So I dropped those in. So sorry, guys, for the technological stuff there, but I did want to.
Well, this is only your second or third Spaces ever, right?
Yeah, exactly. And the third, I was a listener that was allowed to talk in the first one. So basically, what I had shown with the decode of the Ingersoll Lockwood website was, first of all, that Ingersoll Lockwood predicted Michael Johnson as Speaker of the House. We thought it was Jordan because they put the Jordan shoes out there. Then we realized that it was MJ, Michael Johnson, and they put the Ingersoll Trump watch in front of the the Michael Jordan sneaker, MJ, to show, in my opinion, that the White Hats were in control of, and Trump were in control of Michael Johnson as Speaker of the House. Then it showed 11/16/23 in one of the next graphics, and it showed something black either coming at the firmament or coming out of the firmament. And that's what you're going to see with my interview with Nino, is the actual video of that. That me showing that the black, I believe that this was predicted 11/16/23, and that's the day that Musk was going to launch his rocket. He delayed it until the morning of the 18th. But during that time, what were we seeing trending? The firmament, because people were coming out with stories about how Musk has 33 rockets on his engines on his rocket, and 33 Masonic, right, which is all NASA, which is all the space travel and all the people that have put up this nonsense, this story about a spinning globe, like, you know, Carl Sagan and Gene Roddenberry. These people were Masons. Their job was to push across this psychological operation, and I get into that with David as well. But this is basically, we believe that ship, once it was launched, it had already got people talking about the firmament, which is biblical, which is Genesis. That God put the firmament to separate the waters from above and the waters from below, and then He brought the land up from the water, and so this whole thing, people thought, well, Musk might be trying to break the firmament. Well, that's what they did when Sputnik hit the roof, hit the ceiling in 1958. For the next 4 years, both the Russians and the U.S. Exploded nuclear weapons in the upper atmosphere, because they were trying to break through the firmament, because they realized that they were inside a cage and they wanted to get to the other side. And so that's what some people were thinking that Musk was trying to do. And anybody who's seen that splash, by the way, of the rocket hitting the firmament, it's like there was no explosion. There was absolutely zero explosion. There was zero fire. and as a result, it looked like it went through the firmament, and I even saw a video, and I showed the video of the firmament sealing back up after it went through the firmament. And X doesn't even show that part of the video. X left the video after it flew out of sight, and they left it be, and they didn't follow it and didn't show it. But a lot of people have seen it. Have absolutely seen it, and I'll try to show that picture. This is what it looked like. Let me see if I'm going to be able to get this. But were you able to see the first two pictures that I sent to you?
Yeah, look in the upper jumbotron, brother. I put it up there. I highlighted it in the top screen up there, so it's there.
Oh, great. The only reason I'm not seeing it is because I'm looking up other stuff.
I was going to say because you're technologically challenged and old, but I won't say it in public.
Well, I'll give you some accuracy points.
Oh my God! Hey, I gotta. While you do that, I want a little breaking news on a post I just put up in the jumbotron as well. But this stuff is just, guys, ladies, patriots, friends, family. This is not anything other than confirmation that we've got to keep doing what we're doing. We are that army of 300 that defeated 186,000 because we know what truth is. We know what purpose is. We know that we've got to help fight these evil, lying demon bastards and save as many of our fellow men as we can. Mm-hmm. We're committed. We know the truth. We understand what spiritual armor is. Here's a post that just was shared. Iran court orders the U.S. and Obama to pay $313 million for terrorist attacks. The court names the U.S. entities and officials, including ex-President Obama and George Bush, as it maintains they played a pivotal role in creating and guiding ISIS.
Oh.
This is on Al Jazeera newspaper, $313 million. Think about this. Why was it that we had this Arab Spring and we had all of these countries in the Middle East absolutely go on fire and the whole place erupt in war, and no one's seem to be able to stop ISIS because they're just their pickup trucks were just too fast and their walkie-talkies could not be intercepted, and Trump got rid of them in 6 weeks?
Yeah.
The reason they couldn't get rid of them is they didn't want to get rid of them. The reason they didn't want to get rid of them was because the people that funded Obama funded ISIS, and ISIS was started by Obama. Yeah. And now we have a court fining them $313 million for starting ISIS. Now, tell me again what a great president Obama was.
Yeah. And by the way, that's also going to show the people that are still awakening that it's the perfect, it is the creation of the opposition and the control of the opposition that is absolutely so vital to their game. And so then it's going to be who created Hamas.
David, and let's do this. I want to invite people in this crowd. If anybody has a question, please go ahead and raise your hand, because I want to. It's not going to just be the Rob and Dave show. We want to hear what you have to say. We want to hear what's on your mind. We want to entertain your questions. But I want to wrap this up and put a little bow on this before we open it up for questions. What you just said.
I have something I'd like to add too before we open up to questions, please.
Sure, absolutely. What we've just been talking about, the theme of all of this, and you just said it so beautifully. You said they have to fund the opposition. They have to fund both sides of the argument. both sides of the fight, both sides of the struggle, just like WWF wrestling. It's all one big production. You got the red corner and the blue corner, and they fight for 3 minutes, and then they go and sell a commercial. And they come back. They know who's going to win. They know who's going to lose. One side's always Lucy with the football, and one side's always Charlie Brown, right? And the football always gets pulled, but everybody that's on the stage gets perks and benefits and privileges and retirement and television and first class flights and notoriety and publicity. And it's one big game. But here's the issue. The game stops when the music stops, or the engine stops when the fuel runs empty. The fuel of this system is counterfeit money. And the only way to stop this dark, macabre Truman Show that we've all been trapped in is to crimp the money supply. The counterfeit stuff that we've been perverted and propagandized into believing is money. The stuff that we work our asses off for, to build and create and labor for and invent and exchange it for some paper with ink on it, whose intrinsic cost is about 2 cents a dollar. Now it's zero. Now it's 0.0000. Now it's free because it's just zeros and digits on a computer screen. And yet we have lorded and worked ourselves to the bone and worked ourselves to obsession, to the detriment of our family and our children and our communities and our life and our purpose and our creator, so that we can get as many of those pieces of paper or zeros on a digital screen as possible. The only way to stop this is to stop the IV of the matrix. And the IV is this funny money printing press system. Therein lies the reason we have to have the death of the central banking system. We have to take their fuel supply away, so that that's amnesia for those that are sleeping. We've got to be able to pull that plug so that those that are asleep can even begin to wake up. Now, when you pull that medicine, you pull that fake money system, and people wake up, they may well be in pain. They may scream and yell a lot. They may flop around and cuss and have all kinds of ugly things to say, because they're starting to feel the pain of waking up from a long slumber. But it's got to happen. There's no other way than to pull the IV out that drugs the humanity to sleep, to understand that they've been put into a Truman Show, and they have been divided, deceived, destroyed, and distracted to chase after stuff to the exclusion of purpose. Therein is the fascination of distributed ledger technology, of sound money, of gold, of silver, of transparency, open book accountability. 150 sets of books are going to capture every transaction on every dollar ever earned, spent, collected, taxed, borrowed, abused, given away, used for blackmail. All things of value need to be transparently searchable, so we can find out how to follow the money. Because those who worship money as their God, if we follow the money, we'll find out who the people are that are worshiping and doing things that are unspeakable to other people. That is the fascination with getting this fiat money cartel mafia destroyed. And what the other side is doing is going, oh, well, if you destroy that, then, we're going to do CBDCs. No, we're not going to do CBDCs, because CBDC is a control mechanism of the old world on steroids. And CBDCs, as the deep state would love them to bring them into fruition, has all the buzzwords of distributed ledger technology and cryptocurrency and transparency and accountability, and none of the reality of it. It's all horse shit. The propaganda that they're trying to sell the world, and they're trying to purposely conflate CBDC and digital money with blockchain, distributed ledger technology, and sound money.
Mm-hmm.
CBDCs are no more about a level playing field than a man in the moon. Blockchain, distributed ledger technology, and sound assets, sound digital assets backed by gold and silver with transparency and accountability levels the world's playing field and gets rid of Julius Caesar and all of his assholes.
Without question.
CBDCs is a psyop, and it's the CNBCs, the Wall Street Journals, the Bloombergs, the New York Times, the talking heads that have been paid in cash behind closed doors in secret to try to divide, deceive, and destroy the American public into thinking all digital assets is bad. The only ones that can be, they're all FTX. They're all, Sam Bankman-Fried. They're all scams. The only people you can trust is the benevolent warlords of the last 200 years.
Yeah. Yeah. I've got to add too that today at Rosalind Carter's funeral, okay, Melania went by herself. There was no Donald. There was no Obama. Michelle was there. There was no G.W. Bush in attendance. And Melania sat where the president is supposed to sit.
In gray.
In gray at the end. Everybody else is in black, and it looks like dark to light. And she's the only one that has sun streaming on her, with the exception of one person sitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows behind her. And then the other news is, and I haven't confirmed this, but I want to put this out there for the listeners, that there was a countdown that ended today at 6 o'clock on the East Coast. And that countdown was supposed to be something very big. And what I told you, I found in that countdown, it was the Q clock. And I did a piece on this last night on Hawk's mustard seeds. And basically that something was going to go down today. And what I'm hearing is that Frazzle Drip, the second Frazzle Drip video just dropped. And that implicates Hillary Clinton. And I don't know if Huma Abedin's involved in that one, but she was involved in the first Frazzle Drip. And that this is all coming out in conjunction with Pizzagate.
Dave, can you tell us again who was the source of do you know who the originating source is of this latest Frazzle Drip drop?
No, and I'm trying to find it.
Oh
but
my God, I don't even want to see it.
I won't watch it either. And I also don't recommend anybody watch it. I've never seen it, but it's let me see something here. I am pulling it up to see what is involved here, and it is a darkened picture of Hillary Clinton that is now the clock, which, by the way, is qofficial.net. I was initially taken to this website by Ingersoll Lockwood website, and so that's why. Here, let me pull this picture into the spaces. This is what it looks like now. It came out. I thought something big was going to happen today because of this countdown to 6 p.m. And one of the comms was 6 o'clock can be very dangerous, which also took me into a deeper dive within the Q drops of By Johnny By. And that's John Podesta. And he's intimately connected to all of this. And was the one that made that started the Pizzagate with his leaked emails.
His brother and their artwork in their home is some of the most perverted, disgusting stuff you wouldn't want to take your 18-year-old daughter through, much less a child.
No.
That quote unquote artwork is sickening.
Yeah.
And you know, there's another thing that came out today, Dave. I don't know if you've seen it. It won't probably take a hard search for anyone on this, you know, in our audience. But there's a gentleman in about a 2-minute video sitting at a bar at Comet Pizza, talking about how he remembers he was there the very day that James Alefantis came in and looking for a job,
right,
interviewing for a job. And the owner had an 11-year-old son that this James Alefantis was caught violating in the worst heinous way possible in the kitchen of this place. He knows firsthand what it's like downstairs, the tubes, the tunnels, how they're connected through Washington, D.C., how sadistic and disgusting this Comet Pizza place was that Megyn Kelly gaslit everyone about.
Yeah.
How is it that there is a flood of factual data and information confirming how many of the 7,000, 6,000 Q posts, how many of the 5,900 can be debunked? None of them. Right? I mean, it's just mathematically and statistically impossible to not know that we're being woken up. And as grotesque as it is, the purpose of it is we have to face reality. Look, Jesus Christ had to stare Satan in the eyes and look at evil in order to understand his adversary and get past it without fear, to get to the other side. And we all have to be able to be willing enough to find the inner strength of character and courage to look enemy in the eyes, armored with with our spiritual armor, without fear, and get to the other side of it to realize that fear has no power over us. The omnipotent creator has all the power. The evil, wicked, lying, dividing, deceiving forces do not have power if we understand who we are and whose we are. I love to say, I came up with this saying the last couple of weeks. All of life in abundance lives on the other side of fear. And if we're not willing to look fear in the face and give it a punch and go to the other side of fear, we're going to get stuck in the matrix. And that's why we were told 365 times, fear not. If you live by fear, you're going to live in the matrix. And if you can't figure out how to get past fear, you're never going to break out of the matrix.
Yeah. I have a saying, don't let fear be or a question, is fear your decider? That's basically the only question. Is fear your decider? In this particular situation, is fear making the decision, or is love making the decision?
Dave, I'm going to ask my good friend Prometheus to come up. He is such a wealth of wisdom and knowledge and fearlessness and intelligence and just a great, great spirit. So
awesome.
Prometheus, I'm so glad to have you on the as a speaker, brother. What you got for us?
Thank you, Rob. I can't follow that up. I can't speak highly of you as much as well. No, not much. I'm just speaking of not having fear. I don't know if you've heard Elon telling the advertisers to go themselves for trying to bully him with money on his most recent interview.
Dave played the audio tape about 30 minutes ago, and it was brilliant.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, that made my day. David, it is a pleasure, sir, to finally meet you. I've seen you on Nino's show. I'm a fan, gotta say.
Thank you.
You know, you're one heck of a digger and a truth teller like Rob. So honored to be on this stage with both of you.
Thank you, Prometheus. I appreciate that.
No, the honor is mine, sir, and good old Patriot as well. Another real one. But no, I just to quickly build on it, what you guys have said, and also to ask a question. So first of all, guys, if you're listening to this, please retweet this space and share, because this is the kind of information, as Rob was pointing out, we need to go through all of this, and David as well. Like, we need to go through this darkness, just like Christ had to face the demonic himself and perhaps the master devil himself. We're going for a purge at the moment, and all of X and as many people as possible need to hear the voices of courageous men like these two. But my question to you, David, is I just saw a post a few minutes ago from Nino about him really, after his interview with you especially, he's really taken on board, you know, the nature of the firmament, which is absolutely real. You know, and you know, the kind of cosmology that we're actually in. So, you know, I've also come to the same conclusion, but the question I have is that, well, hang on a second, isn't it still infinite in all directions? So what's actually out there outside of the firmament in your view?
That's a great question. Thank you for that. And I want to start by saying that I don't know, and nobody does. Certainly, nobody that's allowed to talk about it, except for Richard Byrd, who was the only one to go outside of the firmament from Antarctica, but he did that from McMurdo Station, and he flew 3,000 miles south of McMurdo Station and found a continent the size of the United States. Now, some people say that was inner Earth. I do believe that one of the things that Ingersoll Lockwood has taken us to is the coordinates in Antarctica. That, of course, you go on Google Earth, and it's a big, you know, spinning globe, right? But it takes you down to Antarctica that looks like a continent, but when in actuality, Antarctica is an ice wall that holds all the water in, and the firmament comes up over the top of that. So we think that Byrd went, and this is on my interview with Nino as well, that I played some of Byrd's interview on the Longines Hour, which you can find. And it's very comical to me. I may have done it on Hawks Mustard Seeds last night, Hawks Mustard Seeds 22. And I'm forgetting where I showed that, but basically that Byrd talked about this, and the mainstream media kind of squelched it when he said it, and asked just really inane questions after somebody just told you that they discovered a continent that's never been seen before. And then they follow it up with, are these, you know, safe to go on these trips? Does it go, you know, it's like, wait a minute, the dude just said that he discovered a continent that's never been seen on this globe Earth that everybody thinks we're on. And you guys don't ask the right questions. Well, one was CBS, the other was Newsweek. So now that we know what we know about the media, it doesn't matter that in 1962 they interviewed this gentleman and didn't ask the pertinent questions, or didn't, you know, continue on down that path. So that's a roundabout way to answer your question, Prometheus. But basically what I want to say is that I do, my opinion on this matter is biblical, because in Genesis, God separated the firmament separated the waters with the firmament, and even Werner von Braun has the I believe it's Psalm 19:1 that says that mentions the firmament, and this was the guy that supposedly sent us to the moon, which never happened. Supposedly broke orbit, which never happened. This was the guy that came over in Operation Paperclip from Hitler and the Nazis. Meanwhile, Hitler escaped to New Schwabenland in Antarctica with the Vril Society technology that they had gotten from the aliens, and I believe that's where the actual alien spacecraft is coming from now. That we are presently in the Fourth Reich. All the people that controlled the Third Reich are now in control of this, and it has to do with the Khazarian mafia. And I believe that's what saving Israel for last. So going back to the firmament,
Dave, let me just put this in real quick, if you don't mind. To think about this clown show, everybody, think about, we're trying to dissect the firmament, what's true and what's a lie. What we have right now, saving Israel for last, we have a Khazarian mafia we were warned about in the good book. Beware of those that call themselves Jewish but are not. Okay? Yeah. Think about what we have right now. We have a Nazi in Klaus Schwab, whose father was a German Nazi soldier. We have a Nazi running the World Economic Forum. We have a Khazarian mafia, Jew in name only, running Israel. And we have a fake clown insurrectionist in Washington, D.C. I mean, it cannot get more utterly absurd if we were to stop and think about it. We have a non-Jew running Israel, and we're told we can't speak anything ill about Jews because they're in the Bible. The word Jewish is in the Bible. Israel is the homeland in the Bible. So we have this iron dome of censorship called the Anti-Defamation League, and we're not allowed to criticize Bibi at all.
By the way, just on that topic, we're not allowed to criticize the Bible either. We're not supposed. That's blasphemy. And
you line 1,000 people up in a line and ask them what to define Christianity. You're going to get 999 different damn definitions.
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. And but what a convenient thing. If I got on here and I said, hey, listen, anybody that disagrees with me is committing blasphemy. That's pretty convenient for me to be able to tell you whatever I want to tell you.
They programmed us all into being censorship arsonists of our fellow man.
Yes. And so just answering that question, Prometheus, I believe that there's water on the other side. I don't know how much, and I don't know what's out there, but the stars are in the firmament. There's I tried to drop a quote from Tesla in, but Tesla was aware of the firmament. He was aware of the ether. The ether, one of the things I show on the interview with Nino as well, the ether is below the firmament, and that's the what we believe that the moon and the sun are suspended in as they make their way in a circular fashion around the flat plane, the plane head. And so above, I believe there's water, and God calls it the heavens. And then beside us and beside us, I believe that there are continents outside of our firmament, or even within our firmament, additional continents that bird was able to find. And so I think space, if you will, other worlds are not up, but they're out, they're sideways. And they couldn't let us know about this, because you put a dog in a cage, he tries to get out. You put an animal in a zoo, they try to get out. You put them in a nature preserve, they just live their life because they don't know there's a wall. They don't know there's a fence. They don't know there's restrictions. The minute humanity realizes that there's an exit door somewhere, we're going to find it. And that's why they have to keep us away from that. And they also have to keep us believing that we were an accident, that we blew up in space 1 billion years ago and came out of the primordial ooze on this planet into the sentient beings having a conversation right now on technology that human beings created. Now, talk about blinded by science. Okay, they've been blinding us by science, like the song, for generations, to the point now where they have to tell us to trust the science because the science won't prove to us the reality that we exist in.
That's such an oxymoron, isn't it, David? Because that's not how science works. Then you might as well call it, like blasphemy to question, right? So
exactly.
It's the entire point of science, if one could point to it, is that there's a hypothesis. You do experiments, you match it up with existing observation, and you come to some sort of a meaningful theorization about the physics and the reality of the world you're in. When your observation is clearly telling you, all right, that thing, that radiation ball in the sky, it ain't 83 million miles away. Clearly there's some clouds that are moving in front of it and behind it. Not to mention the damn thing looks flat as a Chinese woman's chest, but that's terrible. But there's so many different ways that this entire reality has been distorted. And so we have to make a decision, I think, now as a collective. And for anybody who's having their, in the audience, who's having their minds a little bit, in cognitive dissonance here, us casually talking about, the firmament Earth, I ask you the following, why is it that rockets, when they go up, they always curve? Why is it that NASA is always showing us stringed BS instead of actual footage from space? Sorry, David, what were you going to say?
Oh, nothing. I was just listening to you. I think it's great points. I was going to ask you what you think is on the other side.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'll frame it as logically as I possibly can. So I believe we can go light year distances in all directions. Okay. And the fact that the Vril are here, and we know that there are shapeshifters for sure, whether they're fallen angels or aliens, whatever they are, tells me that there is more sentient, intelligent life that's out there. Different whistleblowers over the years have talked about, some of these reptilian types, being controlled by artificial intelligence, others trying to break away and not be part of the hive mind or, the demonic way of living and being. What I know absolutely for sure, though, is God is real. All right, that we are all fractals of a great I am presence that is infinite intelligence, infinite love, and has given us the spirit of courage over fear, as Rob always points out. And I believe much of the Bible was absolutely true, and Christ was a master rabbi, human being in many, many ways. So, when he says that when you shall know the truth and the truth shall set you free, I take him at his word, and it makes perfect sense to me. I know about you, Rob, but the truth is always, it may have pissed me off at first, like it did you, David, or Patriot, and everyone else at sometimes. But you'd rather know than not know, right? So, I'd rather know, my spouse is cheating on me than continue to believe that, everything's dandy and fine and keep living a lie. So, it's as harsh as truth may be sometimes, it does liberate in the end. And so, I'm like you, David. I don't fully know. My gut tells me that there has to be more. There has to be something that has to make sense of these massive, potential distances and scales that are out there. You look at these ancient leftovers, right, of these giant tree stumps, right, and the Devil's Towers. What a terrible name for a giant tree cut down, right? Same with a lot of these petrified giants. Same with the mud flood and Well, what's Rob? Help me out here. Tartaria, right? The ancient civilization that got mud flooded out. Do you guys know about that much?
Yeah. Just in the sense that I got into that a little bit as well, and just in the sense that I've lived in the mountains, and there were shells, and it was obvious that the mountains were once underwater, and it's obvious that the underwater was once a mountain, and so these are tectonic shifts that have been taking place, I believe, on this realm for just eons, and that have violently, cataclysmically shifted the makeup of our plane many times, and I believe that's what causes the floods too. I just saw the firmament seal up. I mean,
to that point, David, too. I mean, I've done a bit of research on this myself and listened to the guys that are behind the up where the Noah's Ark was been rebuilt in Kentucky, and then there's a natural religious science museum up there. He talks about the concept of the Great Flood, the Noah's Ark flood, was a flood of epic proportions on a global scale, and it happened in a much shorter time period than we've been told. And that explains why we have vegetation and green life in Colorado that only actually was in Egypt. That's why we've found unbelievable fissures like the Grand Canyon. And we've found biological products on opposite ends of the earth where they never originated and shouldn't be there, but we're finding sediment and rock and biological material spread out all over the world, whose only explanation could be that the entire world flooded at once, rapidly, and went back away. That's the only explanation for how we've gotten sediment and rock and minerals and vegetation and different parts of the world that are not native and never have been and haven't ever since been native to where we're finding them in archaeological digs and scientific discoveries. So every bit of our history has been perverted. Every bit of it.
Yeah. And we, I believe that we have to question every corner of our knowledge in order to really, truly be knowledgeable. And I'll tell you this, and I want to say this as humbly as I possibly can, that if you just take the three of us, Rob, Prometheus, myself, and you just and you just think, what do we have in common? And I'll tell you this is what we have in common. At one point in our life, we looked at ourselves in the mirror and said, I know nothing. What I've been taught is all wrong. And we have had to set our ego aside and be wrong. And the reason why the awakening is taking so long is because the materialism and the ego of the modern world will not allow people to convince themselves that they're not as smart as they thought they were. And the only thing that we have done, that the intellectuals that continue to pretend that they know what's what, is we have said to ourselves, I'm wrong. And then we set about to find the truth. And that's where we're at. And that's where we're at right now. And I think what's being exposed right now with the drip, drip, drip of all this information that is coming out. I mean, Mike Johnson's about to wrap this up. We've got Hunter's going to testify. The Pizzagate is coming back into the mainstream at a time when, think about this, guys. Pizzagate is coming back in to the arena on X primarily, which to me is the primary battlefield right now, without question. X blows everything away right now because the white hats are allowing things to be said and done on X that were completely getting me thrown off social media platforms, and I've been thrown off all of them multiple times. And now we're allowed to go into this arena, this Twitter arena, and say the things that we're saying. Now Pizzagate is re-emerging, and think about the amount of people that are going to be experiencing this for the first time or having heard of it before, but thought it was debunked. And now they're finding out that the guy that actually debunked, one of the guys that actually debunked Pizzagate, so to speak, was found guilty of child porn. Okay, and this is the ABC guy, the same ABC that buried the Epstein story with Amy Rohrbach, but then gave her cushy interviews with Hunter Biden to make him look good, and give cushy interviews to people like Megyn Kelly with James Elefantis, all a part of the Mockingbird media to keep the narrative away from even seeking out the truth. When Pizzagate came out, I wasn't saying all these people should be arrested and hung and tried and the whole bit. I wasn't saying that. I was saying, why aren't we looking into this? That's all.
Dave, I have had the absolute pleasure of spending an evening my wife and I did with Liz Crokin. And you want to talk about a person. Wow. If you've never seen the movie Into the Shadows, that's one of the greatest. I call it a pink pill movie. It's something for folks that are at least starting towards humility, that are maybe a little bit open-minded, that can't drink too much at one time, but they'll go out of the shadows or into the shadows. I'm not sure which it was. Liz Crokin was a big part of that. But my point being is she is such an amazing heroine and literally, they need to make a bronze statue out of her, put her somewhere near Mount Rushmore, because she's been fighting this fight about Pizzagate for 7 or 8 years. And to your point, she was at Mar-a-Lago speaking about it. This journalist that just got put in prison for child rape or child pornography is the one that mocked her, ridiculed the crap out of her for being at Mar-a-Lago, and Trump inviting a QAnon conspiracy theorist to talk about a debunked Pizzagate. And within 8 or 9 months, he's in prison for pornography. Liz is the resident expert on this vast, ugly, disgusting network of trafficking. And she has surmised it as this: the media is Pizzagate, because they cannot run this operation, this trafficking. There's 85,000 missing kids from the border and 800,000 kids that go missing every year just in America. And moved around the world as one of the, if not the first, one of the top 2 most valuable illegal trades, commodity trades on earth. It cannot happen unless the media provides cover for it. And she says the media is Pizzagate.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, she's done some incredible work. Did you have anybody else you wanted to?
I do. Let me, Patriot 17, my friend. How are you, brother? Thank you for being here. And Prometheus, I heard you. We'll come back to you, okay?
And Prometheus, thank you, brother. Great stuff.
Wow. What's up, Rob, man? You couldn't catch me, so I caught you, man. I got kind of caught up, man. I'm so sorry. We're going to touch bases, but I don't want to distract the conversation. Great conversation we have in here. What I did want to make mention of is that it seems as though, I'm getting a little feedback. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Is that, I'm getting an echo. Okay, there we go. It seems that the self-rich laptop, the judge is ordering the FBI to release the information about self-rich's laptop. I think the timing is very interesting. And also, real quick, because I just went over this in my space real quick. Let me go to it. Give me 1 second, y'all, please. With that also being said, let me go to it. Oh, it says suddenly the day after they ordered to declassify Self-Rich's Pizzagate docs, they announced solar storm internet blackout for tomorrow, November 30th, and the Q website countdown ends the same day. So yeah, that the Self-Rich court order was signed on November the 28th, and the blackout is supposed to happen tomorrow. So I mean, it's just a lot of things are happening right now, and it's very interesting. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I'm glad you brought that up. But and by the way, nice to meet you. I'm David.
Nice to meet you too, brother.
Yeah, and I tell you, I'm glad you brought that up because that was one thing I didn't get to with my interview with Nino today, and it's also something that I haven't gotten to yet here on the Spaces, and that is that we've been counted down to the Q clock. Which is was I was sent there through the Ingersoll Lockwood website, and it seems like this magnetic pulses that we're getting, that they're letting us know that there could be some possible communication blackout tomorrow.
David, I got breaking news, brother. I got to share this with you, man.
Yeah.
Nemo, thank you, my friend. You're a godsend, and you can be in my foxhole with me any day. 16 minutes ago, I just got this shared. Henry Kissinger dead at 100. Now,
whoa.
Henry Kissinger dead at 100. Charlie Munger dead at 99. Pizzagate blowing up. The Q clock ending tomorrow. 14 days to Seth Rich. 2 days ago, they announced the arrest of a board member, a board of director advisor to the international MS-13 cartel. They were told that Seth Rich was ordered, a hit on Seth Rich happened by MS-13, and then the rumor is 2 MS-13 people were found murdered in Myrtle Beach shortly thereafter to cover up that trail.
Where are you getting?
I'm sorry?
Where are you getting that from?
What part?
The part about the MS-13.
I read that 2 or 3 days ago that the senior advisor, member, board of director, guru, well known of the MS-13 cartel, and I read in the article in depth that it talked about how MS-13 exists for the most part for terror itself. It does not operate like a mafia that does shakedowns, that extorts money on a weekly basis from laundromats and restaurateurs and beats people up and does loan sharking for money and power and turf wars. In essence, MS-13 exists for the simple purpose of inflicting terror and creating the most amount of fear, and people are ranked by their viciousness and godlessness, and that's the only reason they exist, just to be a terror organization. And it's long been rumored, and maybe Dave, you've done this research maybe better than I have, that MS-13 is leveraged as sort of that silent police force, compliance force for the deep state to go do their dirty work for them. If anybody gets too close to the truth, their arm's length transaction, they can just pay $50 or $100 or $5,000 and get anybody taken care of like that. And there's no trail, no strings attached. So the point being that Nemo brought up when he shared this is, could there be a connection about the death of the petrodollar, the death of the U.S. system? Because the inventor of the petrodollar was Henry Kissinger. He was the one that brokered this fake deal after they talked Nixon into going off the gold standard. We committed every military member that ever joined the military to defending the Middle East and the king for oil as long as it was traded in dollars. And now we have the father of the petrodollar dead, and all of these things about blackouts happening the next day or two.
By the way, I love doing live shows, Rob, because stuff like this happens, and Kissinger dying, that's huge. Let me back up to one thing real quick. On the Seth Rich, I tweeted about 3 hours ago, and now the reason why I asked you what your source was about the MS-13 is because the actual source is Q. Ann Vandersteel tweeted yesterday that one of her contacts told her that MS-13 killed Seth Rich, and I basically said, well, yeah, that was Q. Q told us that 6 years ago, and Q said, who funds MS-13? Why is MS-13 a priority? Q flat out said that they had a 187, which is a hit against Seth Rich, and that the two MS-13 culprits that murdered Seth Rich in D.C. I'll read you Q85 posted November 5th, 2017 on 4chan. Who funds MS-13? Why did Barack Obama instruct HS and BP to release MS-13 captures at the border? That's Homeland Security and Border Patrol. Okay. Barack Obama instructed them to release MS-13 captures at the border. Back to Q. What agency has direct ties to two major drug cartels? Agency. Which one's called an agency? That's my take on it. Why is AG Sessions, POTUS, prioritizing the removal of MS-13? Why is it? Because they're being used as their hitmen. The left. Why is AG Sessions POTUS prioritizing building the wall? Immigration, drugs. Who do you hire for a hit? Who can be eliminated after the job is complete? Seth Rich, who was found to, in parentheses, shortly after his murder. What affiliation did they have? Classified. Okay. And then Q goes on in another post talking about how they were killed in North Carolina days later. So that I just wanted to bring that up regarding Seth Rich and this release of this information. I'm telling you, if the black hats were in control, this information would never see the light of day. This is damning information.
Don't they also have something on there about Russia collusion and all that stuff? Somebody mentioned that earlier in my space that they have more than just the Pizzagate on there. It's Russia collusion, a lot of things on their Self-Rich laptop. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Well, you've got Donna Brazil, who showed up and was absolutely a friend and an ally and a protector of Seth Rich. And Donna Brazil happened to also be a member of the Hillary Clinton campaign.
Yeah.
So she smelled a rat. Her moral fiber would not let her go as far as they wanted her to go to cover this tracks up. She had moral indignation and outrage over a good man that she knew being murdered and slaughtered. And the reaction of those that were guilty to how they treated her and how she reacted to this committed DNC Bernie Sanders supporter, it is telling. All you got to do is look at what happened and connect the dots and see how the narrative did not fit together based on her reaction alone. And if this comes out and a gun gets put to Donna Brazil's head and she's got to testify, Hillary Clinton and that whole Clinton legacy will fall.
Well, the problem is that Donna Brazil is controlled, in my opinion.
But doesn't mean that she can't flip and she can't become a gray hat. I think Elon Musk is controlled.
Yeah,
if they can flip Elon, they can flip Donna.
Well, I think they absolutely, and I think they have flipped more than we know. Q talks about whom has flipped. And Q mentions that, and Q also mentions to keep following Huma, and which is also a DNA capturing facility as well. What we believe to be maybe a cloning facility that Hawk brought up last night that we reported on years ago, but I had forgotten about it. That Huma actually represents three things, as well as the Muslim Association of Harvard and Huma Abedin. But but I agree with you. But I also heard that Donna was at the hospital that night, as well as Miriam Bowser, and that was a part of the whole hit on Seth Rich.
Well, you understand why Miriam Bowser was there along with Donna Brazil, don't you?
Yes,
because they're married.
They're married, but they were also in on it, I believe.
And how about Miriam Bowser being a key part of January 6th insurrection, all the way from the election interference and the murder of Seth Rich to the false flag January 6th involvement, and not permitting the National Guard to come in and provide support on January the 6th. I mean, it's the walls are closing in on these folks.
Yeah, she was responsible for calling the curfew at 6 p.m. and then we got hammered with tear gas that I think has caused me blood clots, because we couldn't escape it because there was too many people, and they just launched all these into the audience, and it was brutal. And that was Bowser who called that at 6 p.m. Of course, she's a pawn in the game, but that was so that is really huge in terms of these laptops are now going to be released, and the damning information. Seth Rich was an absolute patriot who basically he saw the money going from into Bernie Sanders' campaign that was being funneled into Hillary's campaign, as well as all the followers, and he saw the actual takedown of Bernie, because Hillary was in charge of the DNC. Hillary bailed the DNC out through the Clinton initiative, and was in control of the DNC, and that's why she didn't feel the need to campaign. She did less work than freaking Basement Joe.
David, that's actually. Hey, let me go to Frank real quick, if you don't mind. Frank, I'm sorry I didn't get your hand sooner, brother, right. But we'll come back to you, Prometheus, in just a minute. Welcome, Frank.
Right. What's going on, Rob? How you doing, Dave? Nice, pleasure to meet you. Yeah, I was just gonna break the news, the same one you did. Henry Kissinger passed away. Obviously, you just said that, but I just find it interesting that they did it right after the Q clock. That's when the announcement came out, a little while after.
Yeah,
Frank,
hey, that's big. I'm glad
let me add this, if you don't mind, Dave.
Go ahead.
Frank, it's important to understand too. Guess who mentored Klaus Schwab?
Henry Kissinger.
Henry Kissinger. In 1971, when we came off the gold standard, and Henry Kissinger was mentoring Klaus Schwab, which was founded in 1971. And Klaus Schwab has been the leader, if you will, the CEO and founder since 1971.
Do you think?
And then Kissinger then brokers the petrodollar deal with Saudi. This man was one of the most evil demonic beings to terrorize this planet.
Yes,
and his legacy will take us forever to wash his stain off of what he's done. The world, to think about this, to pit people, to underwrite the world's second most abundant and naturally recurring resource, second only to water, is oil. And they underwrote their fiat paper printed out of thin air by the second most abundant naturally recurring resource, and they called it money. And Henry Kissinger was the father of this lie. it makes your head hurt.
Do you think, Rob, they pushed the clock back, the Q clock, 30 hours because they weren't prepared to announce Henry Kissinger? Or does Henry Kissinger not have nothing to do with the Q clock?
Brother, anything is possible. If we first will humble ourselves and turn our eyes towards God, and seek wisdom, because we don't have it. What do they say? The single proverb says the greatest valuable asset ever created, not of this earth, is godly wisdom. More valuable than gold and silver and diamonds and rubies and pearl and onyx. We don't humble ourselves. And the thing is, what's so amazing about that is the more we humble ourselves and the more we get closer to God and the more we learn, the more we know we don't know. And it's just vast, ever expanding, unbelievable, joyous quantum experience of growth and oneness with God. But it takes the faith step of humbling ourselves and a faith that there is a God, and then we have to seek him on a constant basis and die of self ceaselessly, as Paul told us.
Amen.
The ego stands for edging God out. We've got to make the ego go bye-bye if we want to reign like kings and queens on this earth, as the law book says the intelligent designer wanted us to. But it starts with faith and humility and understanding who we are and whose we are. And that element has been stripped from our society, stripped from our classrooms, stripped from culture, separation of church and state. Well, yeah, we probably should separate church from or religiosity or churchianity. We probably should pull that out of government because there's a bunch of hypocrisy and half-baked misunderstanding and half-cocked knowledge about the spiritual laws and truths that Jesus taught us. So in some respects, we do want to get, the polluted versions of religion out of government, but that doesn't mean we want to get rid of God, faith, and spiritual laws that should be immutable, and those should always be front and center in our government. But they can't have us knowing these laws. They can't have us knowing these powers, because if we know the laws and we know the powers and we self-govern, we don't need them in government.
Mm-hmm.
Amen.
I want to also say that I believe specifically to your question, sir, is that and I love what you said, Rob, about kind of going a bit outside the box there and really thinking on a large scale as to the gravity of what is taking place right now. And it's funny that I use the word gravity when we're talking about the firmament, and Tesla made fun of the gravity, the theory of gravity that Einstein purported. Used to make fun of him at dinner parties behind his back because he thought it was preposterous. And of course, Einstein was put in place to perpetuate the lie of spinning globe and gravity and science and the whole bit, but couldn't hold a candle to Tesla. And Tesla spoke of the firmament. He spoke of the things we're discussing here today. And he didn't pretend to be smarter than Genesis. But in answer to your question about this clock, I became interested in the clock because of the connection to Ingersoll Lockwood. And I believe it's legitimate because of the other things that Ingersoll Lockwood has shown me, told me, predicted, and the ties to the Q as well. By the way, if you go to Ingersoll Lockwood, one of the first sentences is they denounce QAnon, the QAnon conspiracy, right? And I showed that, first of all, they're denouncing that it's a conspiracy. Second of all, they've got to denounce it, just like Trump has got to denounce it, because otherwise you'll lose credibility with the mainstream, and have to fight even harder for credibility. But if they weren't connected, why would they put that in the first page of their website? The other thing is that the countdown clock was supposed to end yesterday. It was extended till today. So I was expecting something significant to happen today. And I will tell you flat out that if you don't think that Henry Kissinger, and Rob explained to you who this man was, he was deeper than the deepest person in the deep state, period, end of story. He is the tip of the spear, and he's going down today. That's a Q clocker. The other thing is they're saying that they're going to release this frazzle drip in 1 day, 22 hours, 48 minutes. So that's an additional final countdown. They keep talking about green sky. They keep talking about the sky event, which Q has told us about. And I just want to share this, which I shared last night on Hawk and shared with Nino, is that there are two things that I think are coming in terms of a sky event. And this is just my best speculation, folks. Take it for what it's worth. But I do believe that I'm fully aware of Project Bluebeam, which is to make us believe that aliens are coming, and also that Jesus Christ is coming, or the prophet of the area with which they will do this particular blue beam projection. If they show us the aliens first, then we're going to question that and possibly say, well, that doesn't fly, that doesn't look real, that may not be real. But then they can back that up with real flying saucers that we already have the technology to fly. And so they can, make quite the spectacle and make it quite convincing that we're being overtaken. Reagan talked about how, we would join together as humanity to conquer an alien foe. And that's what happens. And that's what I believe they have planned with Project Bluebeam. They also have planned a Jesus return for Project Bluebeam, that they won't be able to materialize that like they did with the alien spaceships, but they can make it look very convincing. And my key to that, and I will share this with you, that Jesus will not look like you think he looks. He will, if they're trying to make him look like somebody that you relate to, then they're going to make him look like Caesar Borgia, the son of the Pope Borgia, which modeled all modern day depictions of Jesus as more like a European, an Italian, rather than a Semitic, from the Middle East. And so that to me, I believe, is going to be the clue that if Jesus looks anything like you would expect him to look, it's not real. And the other thing too is people say, well, I'll know it in my heart. Well, I don't trust that, because they use our hearts. They use our compassion. They use our compassion for our fellow humans and for life in general. They use it against us constantly. And they destroy our innocence by taking our innocence and taking our compassion, which they do not have due to their cremation of care ceremonies that they go through consistently, to delete all compassion from their heart and soul, so that it allows them to rule us with an iron fist, with the heel of a boot, with the oppression that they do. It allows them to do the terrible things that they do. And so they use our heart, they use our soul against us, because they know what we love. And if you love Jesus and you love the image of Jesus and the image of Jesus returning, they will use that against us. They will use the cross and turn it upside down. They will use the divine creation of man and woman, and they will bastardize that by making it hermaphrodite and making a man a woman and a woman a man. Because they go after, the reason they go after the children is because they are the closest to God. And
Laura Logan said that very thing. She had a friend that did a 3-year undercover at the UN and understood that basically the deep state is a cult. That's the only way to describe it. And she goes, okay, I get that they're a cult. They're a satanic cult. And they do believe in sacrifice and human worshiping. And her question was, I get it. I understand. She interviewed this gentleman at length. It was profound in the depth and just the granularity with which this conversation and this interview took place. But Laura could not get her head around it as a mom and a journalist. She goes, I get it, but why the children? And the reason is they're the most purest and the most innocent and the closest to God.
Yeah.
And these Satanists hate God, and the way to punish God in their mind the most is to kill that and torture that which is the most precious and dear to God.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Twinless, thank you for joining us. I love your name. There's got to be a backstory to the name Twinless. Can you tell us?
Hi, good evening. Sure. Twinless is because I was born with a sister, my twin, but she died when we were born. So I'm a twinless twin.
Wow, I'm sorry to hear that, but what a way to honor her memory. That's so cool.
God bless. Yeah.
Anyway, the reason I raised my hand is because while we were speaking and after you had explained everything about Henry Kissinger, didn't I just get a blast breaking news that he has died?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is an icon. If the deep state could create a Mount Rushmore, Henry Kissinger would be on it.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Actually, the rest of the deep state would be chiseled into his cheeks. That's how powerful he is. He would be the mountain that they would be chiseled into.
Yes. Yes. Thank you for that, Twinless. I appreciate that. Prometheus, did you have another question, brother? Okay. Frank, I thought I saw your hand as well too, brother.
Hey, Rob. No, I was just going to say, but when you're ready to close it out, if you want to close it out with prayer, I'll lead in prayer.
That would be awesome, Frank. Thank you, brother.
Let me know when you're ready. Brother,
You got it. I'm going to absolutely take you up on that. David, why don't we say about 5 more minutes? If you want to come up with some closing remarks, we were going to try to discipline ourselves, everyone, and stop at 9 o'clock and make this a 2-hour thing, but we're vibing. The spirit is flowing through us, and there's breaking news tonight. So, David, I want to thank you for investing your time with the cool family here on this show. And hopefully, folks, when this show is over, I'd ask you one big favor, and that is just retweet it and share it as generously as you can for people to watch or listen to this program on an on-demand basis when they can get to it. That's all I'll ask.
Great. Well, yeah, thanks for the space, Rob, and shifting gears after we talked and going in the direction of having me on and talking about what I think is very, very important right now. And I think it is very, very timely. Don't get me wrong, folks. I started out, if you want to talk about the revaluation of the world's currency. I've been on that track for 14 years. Actually, intimately involved in some ways that revolves around the funding, but not in ways that I can talk about, but not that I know anything more than anybody else, other than the fact that I know that there's been a lot happening behind the scenes to try to change this paradigm that Rob speaks so eloquently on of the debt slavery system. And the reason I bring that up is because I thought that was going to happen over a decade ago. I started following Q, and I thought in 2017 things were going to go down in December of 2017, and then again in 2018, and then again in 2019, and then when Trump got elected, and then he, so I have been thinking about all the things that are taking place, being exposed right now, and I have been trying to expose those things for a very, very long time. And for whatever reason, we'll find out at the end, it couldn't happen the way I wanted it to. It couldn't happen the way that you all wanted it to. They knew more about what was going down. They know more about this than we do, and they needed us involved. Q has said that we are that the keystone, that the key is the map, and the stone is POTUS and the Patriots. And there's other references to keystone in the drops, but we are definitely part of the keystone. And these conversations and the conversations with those we love that may not understand us or may not get us are very, very vital. But primarily for me, what I've tried to do with my audience and my talks that I do on Spotify, all these different platforms that I'm on, is the thing that I talk about is trying to warn my fellow man about the things that I've researched and that I see coming down the road, and to watch out for them. And I've been accurate a lot of times. I've been ahead of the game a lot of times, where the stuff I was talking about that I thought was going to be resolved years ago. Like I thought that I was going to keep Bill Clinton from being elected, because I was sharing like hell the Clinton Chronicles, which is a VHS tape of all the crimes that happened in and around Mena, Arkansas, running drugs for George Poppy Bush of the CIA at the time. And that was the Clintons' climb to stardom within the deep state, was they were doing the dirty work through Arkansas. And I thought I was going to be able to stop that back then, and I couldn't. And then I thought I was going to be able to stop so we wanted things to happen differently. We've lost people along the way. We've lost friends along the way in terms of not being able to interact with them anymore, because we're absolutely nutso with our belief system. But I will say this, that it's all coming to a head. And I think in the coming days, like I said today on Nino, I said, in the coming days. He said, days, really? I said, yeah, things are going down right now. Like it's happening. So be alert, head on a swivel, keep yourself, keep your family safe, keep well stocked. I don't know what's going to go down. I don't know if this, this electric power grid system. I know that our power grid has been weakened substantially. Okay. And a weakened power grid is also going to expose the fake electric cars being good for the environment. And so, I think things are happening as we are talking right now. I mean, Henry Kissinger coming across dying, that's bigger than Rosalind Carter. That's bigger than Jimmy Carter.
Times 1,000.
Times 100,000. That's huge. And people like him with the white hats in control, he didn't die today, is my guess. Okay. I showed that on the Q drops that on the day of Feinstein's funeral, she was in a Q drop Delta with a picture of Murkowski reading Murkowski the Riot Act over the treatment of the Supreme Court Justice Kavanaugh, because they were trying to take him down, and Q said they didn't realize they had a phone on them. Q listened to the whole conversation of Feinstein. It was treasonous conversation. She was trying to get Murkowski to take out Kavanaugh and not let him on the Supreme Court, which would have been detrimental to the reversal of the illegal Roe v. Wade that violated the Constitution. 10th Amendment, if it's not directly stated in the Constitution, then it reverts to the states. And that's all they did, was correct a wrong ruling and turned it over to the states. And it doesn't matter what you think about abortion, but if you don't realize that it was illegally made a right federally, then you're not digging into the real truth of the situation. And beyond that, you can think what you want or have your own opinion on it. I'm not going to get in the way of that, but I will say this, that it was legally incorrect that they allowed federal abortions for the past 50 years. And look at the result, the ending result of the person who was a racist and a eugenicist, Margaret Sanger, and funded by Bill Gates Sr., William Gates Sr., to kill black babies. That was their mission. And that was accomplished with the help of people like RBG. So the fact that Feinstein's funeral was on the day of one of her few picture posts on the Q drops tells me that they planned it at that particular time for whatever reason. But I would be very, very surprised if Henry Kissinger died today.
Amen. I agree to that, brother. You've got, look, the end of the petrodollar, the BRICS rise, the sound money, the distributed ledger technology, the ETHgate. You've got all of these. They're trying to revitalize FTX. They're trying to bring it back. They're talking about Bitcoin ETF. They're desperately attempting to create fiat cartel system 2.0, and they can't make it happen. And if the white hats are in control, as we believe they are, there's no greater symbology than slamming the football in the end zone after you scored a touchdown than to announce the death of Henry Kissinger. When, look, I maintain the number one purpose, one of the singular number one purposes Trump was recruited to be president when he came down the escalator was to take the head off the central bank. You had to basically cut that, like David took off the head of Goliath and ran his sword through his chest cavity. Trump came down to be that David to take the head off the central banking system, because that is the fuel source for centralized evil and tyranny, and that has been the Goliath of our last 100 years.
We're saving Israel for last. Who created the central banks?
Rothschilds.
The Rothschilds, absolutely.
And who created Israel?
Yep.
Who created
the
Israel?
United Nations and the Rothschilds.
Right. And the
Rothschilds
and when did
owned
when did their contract end? When did the United Nations State of Israel contract end?
October 31st.
Thank you very much. Halloween. How ironic.
And also,
And then those banks crashed that same week, right? That weekend, those banks end up crashing that weekend, if I'm not mistaken.
yes, you're right. Yep. Yep. Hey guys, this is all. I mean, it's all happening. I mean,
It's biblical. It's
it
biblical.
is. What a time to be alive. And I know that's said many times, but wow. I mean,
Corey, yes, thank you for your hand. I'd love to hear what you have what's on your mind.
Hi, I just have been listening and I'm so confused. I don't know what the prediction is for tomorrow. What is supposed to happen tomorrow?
Solar, it's like a blackout, supposedly.
Solar flares, something to do with the atmosphere, something to do with chorus. Here's the thing.
Well, what does that mean?
What it means is it's a distraction. It's maybe an excuse, a cover story to say, oh gosh, look, the solar flares caused the internet to go down and nobody you can't get television reception to hear about John Podesta or hear about Hillary Clinton or hear about Seth Rich or hear about Barack Obama and whatever. There's always what we know about evil, what we know about deception is that there's always a story behind the story. So there has to be a cover story that then those that don't want to be held accountable can blame something other than themselves. Oh, it was a forest fires that melted all of Lahaina outside of Maui.
I understand that, but okay, so let's say this happens in the cover story. I mean, are we really at that point where it's 10 days of darkness or whatever? But I mean, okay, so this cover story goes on tomorrow and it's on the news, and then what? I mean, what? I mean, I feel like there's so many predictions that people make that have been made. I've been at this since 2019, and like the days pass and nothing comes to light. Nothing happens. Well, and I don't understand it.
I hear you, and you know what? It's frustrating, and it wears you down, and it makes you mentally fatigued, and it has done that to me, and I'll bet it's done that to every single person on this call. And the lesson that I can take away from it is that exercising discernment and trying on our individual part to try to get to what is true and how to use critical thinking and look at events, but then not superimpose our humanistic Twitter timing mindset. When do I want it done? I want it done instant gratification. Put it in the microwave. I want my food in 1 minute. I want to do the drive-through. I want answers now. Well, that kind of timing is a man-made egocentric time construct. And what we're having to learn, what I'm having to learn is that, look, I can find out, just like Dave was saying, when he saw these crimes in Mina and the people are being murdered and kids on railroad tracks and cocaine's being smuggled and it's the CIA. And I remember where I was when it clicked that we were about to elect a rapist as president of the United States. And me and my indignation back in the early 90s was like, this cannot be. Wait till the rest of the world finds out. They'll have none of it. And
wait, just a second. There's been stuff, and I've been looking at history and back in the 20s and this and that, all this stuff going on and these agencies being formed and everything happening for 60 years, for decades and decades. And none of us in my ancestor, nobody had done anything. Nobody saw it. What makes it different that this is going to change? Because that something's going to happen this time, because I just feel like, everybody is talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. And I'm trying to listen as best I can. But it's what is different from, it's been happening for decades and nobody has done anything. So what's different now?
Rob, like to field this.
Go ahead. Yeah.
What's your name, ma'am?
Crazy.
Crazy. Okay.
No, Crazy.
Crazy. Okay, I like that much better.
Yeah, I like that smart remark.
So, although we've both been called crazy, I'm sure.
I have
Um,
never. So I think it said vile word. But go ahead.
so, do you know me?
I have no idea who you are.
Okay, so um, I feel your pain of the delays and the predictions of what's to come and when. And I will tell you that I've done over 1,100 shows, over 5,000 hours of programming. I've followed Q since day 2. I've been censored off every single social media platform, including the financial ones. I have been demonetized and crushed financially, and I will tell you that every step along the way that I adhered to what Q told us about no outside comms, and I took that very seriously. And I also took the post very seriously about those who would pretend to be a part of the Q team. And Q told us only less than 10 know the full scope of the operation. 3 civilian and the rest military. And so every step along the way, I have endeavored to make sure that my information was coming from this organization, whether it started by the Northern Army of Virginia, whether they're connected to military intelligence, the NSA. A particular listener that I see in the audience right now, Dr. Janet Halper Hayes, might have some input onto this, into this topic. But I will say that when looking at where I'm getting the information, it was the Q drops, the tweets of Donald John Trump, the tweets of Dan Scavino, and Ezra Cohen Watnick. After a while, we would also follow some of Grassley's tweets and timestamps that lead us back into the Q drops, because Q told us to trust Grassley. Q also told us to trust Kansas, which is Pompeo. And so we would follow some of his. And we also began following the tweets of Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin after we realized that.
Okay, I have to pause this for a minute because the Facebook side is just about to hit the 8-hour mark, and I need to re-up them so that they'll be able to hear the entire video. So I'm pausing it until we get the YouTube side back up. I believe that there are 13 of you or 14 of you over on that side right now. So I'm going to be pulling Facebook down, and then you will see the title come up again with a part 2 to the title, and you'll know to click there. Okay. Sorry, but it's either that or you're going to get rudely cut off and maybe miss some interview. So, and I don't want to do that. All right. So bear with me for a minute. Okay, so we're just firing up the Facebook side. Give me a minute here, guys. Bear with me. I appreciate your patience. Let's see if we get them back here. They're probably like, dang it, it's almost my bedtime. I gotta go. And by the way, I cannot see my sky here. The clouds are rolled back in, so I can't see nothing. I will go out and check in a little bit though, because the radar around here says that it's going to open up. So when it does, I'll go out there and look. And like I told you, if I don't see a green sky, I'm closing that page and never looking back there again. But if there is a green sky, then that's another story. All right, they're starting to filter back in on the new one there. We'll wait till we get a few more of them back, and then I'll pick the interview back up again. Thank you, Lee. I appreciate that. Everybody's probably thinking I'm talking to myself. He's on the Facebook side, so or she. It's Lee. Lee can be a tough name. No, you don't have a green sky there, remote. Somebody was saying that they're up in Alberta, and they got a green sky, but it's the Borealis there, you know. So, yeah. All right. Okay. So we got 5 of them back. Let's see if we'll wait another minute here and see if we get a couple more of them back before I start it, because I really don't want anybody to miss anything in the interview. So. Sing a song, sing out loud, sing out strong. There we go. We got more. All right. They're filtering back in there. Always takes a minute for it to pop up on the Facebook side. I noticed that even when I do the posting for the announcement that I'm going to do a show, it shows up about 5 minutes after StreamYard actually tells me that it's posted. It finally shows up on the Facebook side. So, okay. All right. Well, most of them are back, or half of them are back. So we're going to go ahead and fire this back up. Here we go.
The White Hats were in control of Twitter long before Elon Musk was a part of it. They brought Elon in to, in my opinion, certainly to just disseminate the information from an icon of the people that needed it the most. And so all this information has been the information that has discouraged the masses who have followed Q and followed the truth movement. The majority of the dates and the misinformation has come from fake anons or people that pretend like they know what's going on or what's going to happen, or pretend to be a part of what's happening. And I've played basketball and football at very high levels, very competitive levels, and I will tell you that the worst thing that can happen to a team in competition is that they get discouraged. And I believe that this counter to the mass population's escape from mainstream media, that the counter to this is that they have to grab the people jumping out of mainstream media in the nets of controlled opposition. That's why some people still watch Fox News. That's why some people still listen to Ben Shapiro. That's why some people still listen to Joe Rogan. That's why some people still listen to the people that told us that the vaccine was safe. The people that told us to trust the science. The people that told us that Israel is justified in their leveling of Gaza. Okay? All of these people are being exposed, but unfortunately, they're being exposed after they presented us with ridiculous predictions based on no significant data. And I will tell you that the prediction that I made last week about the firmament came straight from Ingersoll Lockwood website, which I believe is not an outside comm, but an inside comm, because Trump started Space Force. They are linked directly with Space Force. And the information they've been giving us so far has been as accurate as the information we got from almost 5,000 Q drops over the past 6 years. The predictions by Q are, I can't even count the number of predictions that Q has made. The date and time predictions of Q
Sir, don't
Go ahead.
people don't follow Q. I've seen Qs and I've listened to people talking about it and this and that and trying to follow. It's like a puzzle, you know, and it's like you know, you hear one day that this is happening and you can't trust these people, and then you turn around and you hear this thing. I mean, to just and I don't know what change has made with your 1,000 shows. I don't know how this message has moved forward in your space. I have no idea, but it's just you know, for everyday people, they don't like when you guys are talking and I'm listening to this and I get it, but sometimes it's just it gets to be white noise, and it's people don't understand the little, you know, timestamps and this and that. People are not following. Everyday people aren't following that, and it just gets.
Carisi, let me.
I trust nobody. I trust nobody.
Carisi, I think.
Let me just tell you one thing. I was listening to a show for 2 years, and I was a big fan of this one guy, and he would tweet back if you tweeted him. He was very good about that. And I asked him something about an answer, and he goes, "Oh, you just got to figure it out yourself. If you don't know by now, you're not." Just, like, tell me. Just tell me up front what is going. Like, and then I stopped following them. It's getting where I trust nobody. Whatever they say, it's just I guess I gotta wait until it happens. I don't know.
Rob, let me just add something real quick before, if I may. One of the things that Q did was he taught us through the Socratic method. Okay, he asked questions. We're not supposed to be spoon-fed the information. We're supposed to find it out for ourselves. Our job is to be discerning and sift through the information and do the best we can to find out what's really going on in the world. And how long have you been awake, may I ask?
I've been awake since 2016, and I really didn't follow politics, and then until President Trump was elected.
Okay.
And then I really got deep. I had this like listening to podcasts and stuff like that for 2019 since 2019 heavily.
So you're a part of a large percentage of the population that woke up during that time, and but there's a great many of us, because I hear, you know, frustration in your voice, and I understand that frustration, and I hear disappointment in your voice, and I will say that for everybody that shows disappointment in the things and how long it's taken for things to happen and for justice to be served, I would invite you to just think about the rest of your brothers and sisters that have been awake 10 years longer than you, 20 years longer than you, 30 years longer than you, that have lived their whole life awake and not being able to fit in anywhere because they know something's wrong. They know that it, and so there's just an impatience that the population has, that the masters of this planet do not have impatience. They make decisions that aren't even perceptible for an entire generation. Henry Kissinger died never seeing his majesty of a new world order put into place. But he made every step knowing full well that it may not be in his lifetime. And the patience of the cabal is what has been to our detriment, because we're too impatient to really create, to really engage, and really participate in the things that we need to change this world. And
I'm not frustrated. I'm not hopeless. I feel very hopeful. I keep my eye on, you know, Trump rallies and all that kind of stuff. And I listen, I follow Savino, and I do all of that. And I am very positive. And I am a team player, always have been. It's not that. It's nothing to do with my faith. I am very hopeful.
Okay.
just the other day, I was watching something with January 6th, and the narrator is like, oh, Trump's kids are part of the cabal, and da da da. So it's like, what is going on? Like, oh, this is so. People are talking and trying to sift through nonsense, and everybody just talking and talking and talking, and not really saying anything. And it's not my frustration on the system of what I believe is happening underneath. What I feel is going on, because I think everybody has to be shown it. That is absolutely true. And I think there is a big force in play here. But all of the other, everybody else that's talking about, it gets confusing for when you're listening to one person for 2 years, and then something happens, and then you find out this or that. It just is a lot. You could talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and not say anything. So I do have hope. I am hopeful. I have to be hopeful, because if I'm not, then I will lose everything in our country. So do I have belief in my fellow Americans? Yes, I do. Do I think people are still asleep and still going on in their everyday lives, and I'm discouraged about that? Yes. I don't think people are brave yet. I think in my own community, I don't think people are brave enough. I don't think they're too comfortable. I think, it's just, I thought something was going to happen the January 21st or the January 20th. And it's like every time something's supposed to happen, it never comes to play. So it's like, okay, then maybe we should all stop talking and just wait and listen and wait until it all unfolds. I don't know.
Well, Creasy, if I could just say, I concur with David that I know exactly where I was when I watched that fake inauguration and knew it wasn't right, but I swore it wasn't going to happen because they couldn't let it happen. But that was my naivete. That was my short-sightedness. A couple of things I just put out there for consideration. Number one was there was the world before the printing press and after the printing press, where all of a sudden books could be mass produced and knowledge could be shared around the world. That kind of changed the world. 25 years ago, the two monopolies of data and communications were held largely 99% in the hands of the government until the internet broke apart the ability for us to look at data in servers all over the world and then communicate freely without it being just CBS, NBC, and ABC and PBS. Less than a year, it has been less than 12 months that Spaces has been alive, that we can touch our phone, click a button, and people in 25 countries can have a 3.5-hour conversation about all the things that we've talked about tonight. So all of a sudden, 8 billion people are starting to be able to connect and share knowledge and share wisdom and share discernment and encourage one another like has never happened in our lifetimes. Now, the reason I bring that encouragement up is I don't even know, how you can it's impossible to overestimate the ability for us to connect and speak the way that we've never been able to connect and speak and share like we have in the here and now. And the last point is, don't set up a false expectation or assumption in your mind that we've got to get 50 or 60 or 70 or 80% of the people awake. It's always been about 3% of the population that changes the world. The most elite military operations are their badges are the 3%ers. Like, for instance, a little historical story. When we were separating from the Queen and we wanted to sign the Declaration of Independence, it was about a third, a third, and a third. A third of people wanted to stay with England, a third of the people were neutral, and a third of people wanted to have their own country. But of those that wanted to have their own country, only 10% of that third were willing to pick up a musket and pick up a rifle and fight for what they believed in. That 10% of a third was 3%. There's never more than about 2 or 3% ever, even in the peak of World War II, where you'll have 3% of the population that actually gets in uniform and goes and fights the war. So don't set up an unrealistic expectation that unless we get 70% or 50% of the people awake, that nothing is going to change, because that's just that's factually inaccurate.
But that's what I was hearing. Well, we need 85% of people awake. I'm thinking that's impossible.
Yeah, we don't need that. That's whoever's telling you that is not telling you the truth. And the beauty of you breaking up with people that you followed for 2 years and then they disappointed you, our fellow men will always disappoint us because we're humans and we're failed and flawed entities. The only one, if this is going to work and stick for the next 100 or 1,000 years, the only way this is going to work is if God gets all the glory and all the credit. This isn't about a man, this isn't about a party, this isn't about a single nation, and this isn't about a bunch of whoever's. This is about one thing that we know for sure. The people that were willing to try to kill 2 or 3 or 4 billion people with a toxin and a poison to depopulate the world have no moral line they won't cross. So what that tells me is that A, the entire world has to now know that evil exists. And if the entire world knows that evil exists, then the counter to that is God must exist. And there must be a God. We've been told for 60 years, oh, there's no guy up in the sky. There's no God. That church stuff that Saturday Night Live gave us, the church lady and Flip Wilson, the devil made me do it. And the religions of the world have so beclowned themselves and given themselves such ill repute because they're hypocrites, that the only way this is going to stick is for each of us to grow our own discernment muscle and learn who to trust and where to place our faith and who not to trust. And that is, we're all in that spiritual gymnasium right now, building our discernment muscle. That's what we're having to do. And this process, as arduous as it is and as frustrating as it is, what we're learning to do is more and more and more strongly turn off those people that have, you know what they say about opinions. They're kind of like buttholes. Everybody has one and most of them stink, right? Who do we listen to? We should listen to our God. We should listen to our creator. We should listen to our discernment and our that DNA that's inside of us, that deoxynucleic acid, that fire that's in my belly and my being, that antenna that connects me like the branch in the vine to God. That's who we need to listen to. That's the antenna that we have to tune into, not some guy with a podcast.
No, I agree. And Rob, I started following you. I just discovered you last week and I was so impressed. You were in one of the spaces and I started following you and your words were so hopeful. And I am very faithful. I am very faithful and then my faith drives my life. And just something somebody tweeted, oh, if they target faith, they're trying to, get you in a soft spot and, this and that, blah, blah. But the podcast that I stopped listening to, they were driving for asking for donations. And this one host was asking for donations for his wedding and his honeymoon. And I was like, this is insane to me. And then I just stopped. I stopped listening to him, even though I thought I was listening to good information. But after that, I was like, this is insane. Like, this is not the time to be a grown man in his 40s asking for money for us to pay for his wedding and honeymoon. It was insane. And, then you get discouraged. You're like, okay, are people talking about faith to soften your heart and for you to, it's so much information and it's overwhelming. And so I started following you because I was really impressed by the way you speak and the way you talk and what you have to say. So thank you for that. I've learned a lot from you this past week. So.
Wow, that is humbling and kind. And thank you for saying those nice words, because that's always musical to hear. But I would, just don't let the bastards get you. Don't let the mosquitoes, bother you. And perspective is everything. And just a state of grace and humility every day. But to me, humility also comes with this endless curiosity. And I have an unquenchable curiosity to want to know and know and know. And in order to maintain that level of persistent curiosity, we have to be persistently humble, because the more we know we don't know. So we have to keep going back and more and more and more and seeking that wisdom. And that's my wealth. It's not a bank account. It's not a net worth. It's not a house. It's not cars. It's my family. It is my wealth and my relationship with this quantum essence called life. That's wealth. And everything else is a distraction. We're not looking for it or in it or sharing it or serving the kingdom and serving the wealth and helping other people. And we're just living that life where it's better to give than it is to receive. Then we're missing it. And I mean, I'm 61 years young, and I wish I'd have learned this when I was 26 years old, but unfortunately I didn't. It took me all of my failings and all of my egotism and all of my materialism and all of my stupid, headstrong, I'll do it my way, arrogance and being a jerk and all those things that we've all been there. We've all done it, but none of us would be where we are right now if it wasn't for all of our screw ups in the last decades. And, God forgives us for that. We can't beat ourselves up. We can't be our own worst critic, but most importantly, we can't lose hope. And we can't get frustrated to the point where then we stop. We have to be childlike every single day and wake up with this eager sense of, oh my God, it's Christmas. There's presents to open. What am I going to get? I like to say the present is the present. The only time we can learn, love, share, grieve, pray, console, empathize, give, shine, influence someone else is in the now. The present is the present. And if we're worried about yesterday or worried about next week or worried about things that we don't have any control over, then we're ripping the present apart. And we can't be one with God if we're thinking about last Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, I'm very humbled that you even talked to me, so I really appreciate it. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you for joining us. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you for
Catfish, good evening.
Oh, good evening. Just want to thank you so much, David. I've listened to you a couple times, and Rob, this has been a really great session. I've learned a lot. I've been in following for many years myself. I had a question for David, and it comes down to when Trump says you'll never replace the wheel or the wall. I thought maybe he could address that. And then also to the woman before me, we're taking down the greatest evil the world's ever known. And prior to Constantine and the changing and the Council of Nicaea, this is a big project. Anyway, thanks so much, guys. What a beautiful space you put on tonight. Very, very pleased with the professionalism and just the awareness you've provided. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And could you repeat that question about what Trump said, please?
He said, one thing you'll never replace is the wheel or the wall.
Oh, yeah. So on the surface, right, pretty obvious, right? It's like one of the things I mentioned earlier was the brainwashing or the conditioning of humanity, which actually made a lot of people think that a wall was racist. They equated Trump building a wall to him being a racist. And, for those of us who are anything but racist, being looped into racism sloppily, haphazardly, because of somebody that we support, Donald Trump, or a a process that we support, which means securing your borders, that we were deemed racist. And that was one of the greatest psychological operations I've ever seen actually succeed, that I would have never thought would be the case. And by Trump talking about, you can't reinvent the wheel. Okay. There's nothing that turns better. There's nothing that rolls better. You can't reinvent the wheel. You can't reinvent the wall. I mean, there's a wall keeping me warm right now. Okay. There's a wall that is keeping me from being potentially robbed right now. There's a wall that is allowing me to keep the world out of my space right now. You can't reinvent those. And it's just such simple concept of reality, of common sense, that was thwarted, was manipulated to the point where on the cover of Time magazine, he's staring down at a child that supposedly was put in a cage we find out that Obama built the cages, and that his policy was the most compassionate of all the policies, because look what's happening to these people now. So does that answer your question on the wall and the wheel?
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Yeah, it's a great question. I love that. Yeah.
Hey, Prometheus. Hey, thank you for that question, and thank you for your kind words as well. That was Catfish. I really appreciate that. What you got, Prometheus?
Thanks, Rob. Sorry, guys. Like they're messing with my channel. This happens every time. I've been going up and down from the stage, or not been able to hear you before. So X is still relatively, quite free compared to many of the other platforms, but unfortunately, I do still have my connections deleted. Dr. Yan, she noticed, that even though we had followed each other previously, like suddenly she wasn't following me, even though she hadn't pressed that, and I hadn't pressed that either. So, this is still, I believe, being controlled by the white hats, but there is still some underlying fudgery that is taking place, I think, a little bit. So, if my channel disappears, guys, don't be surprised. Don't be afraid to be digital martyrs or have nomads in this regard. We do need to have alternative profiles on Truth Social, Gab, etc., in order to ensure that this conversation and this movement carries on. But just like a lot of the speakers before, I really want to thank you, Rob and David, for bringing the firepower tonight, like you guys can only do. And it's such a special time to be alive right now. Just like hearing that live breaking news that Henry Kissinger, like that slime ball has left this plane. That was music to my ears, and I know, probably I shouldn't be celebrating, but I think we all know how deeply this man tortured, not just children, but entire nations with his vice grip and his, criminal mind. And he was a brilliant criminal mind. You have to almost kind of take your hat off to your adversary sometimes, to the depth of, cunning, strategy and brutality that they can sometimes bring to situations. But no, it is interesting that the Q clock also ran up till today in that regard, David, and I look forward to hearing your analysis and thoughts and your inspirational words more often. Thank you for coming tonight. It's been wonderful listening to you so far, and now finally being able to speak to you, it's a real honor as well. Just like Rob, just like Dr. Yan and many other amazing people in this movement. So yeah, just thought I'd share. And yeah, sorry if my mic is being messed with. It's part and parcel of the job.
No worries. Well, thank you for that. And I appreciate all that. And Rob, I know that we were trying to close this down a while ago, and I actually have to jump off. But I've really enjoyed this, and especially all the great questions and comments with a very awake, cool group here you got, my friend.
Hey, that word's patented. You can't use cool anymore. Okay, I got that taken care of. But hey, let me do this. Persistence. You've been very patient, man. Thank you so much. What do you have for Dave, real quick, and then we're gonna close it out with Frank in prayer. And we're gonna call it a night.
Hey Rob. Thank you very much. Dave, it's awesome to hear you. You're an incredible patriot, and I appreciate everything you've done. Real quick, I just want to give the one woman some encouraging, some words of encouragement, right? Like, we all feel the pain she's going and the frustration she's going through right now. I think the problem is people's expectations, right? This thing is a game, essentially. It's game theory. And if you're playing the game, you know what's going on. But if you're not, and you're kind of just, half in and half out, you're only going to get the bad news, because you have to look for the silver linings in this operation. So, I'm not trying to say that anybody should pay attention or more or less. That's not what I'm trying to say. It's just pay attention to what's going on in the world and how much has changed and how things are happening that have never happened before, right? Like I can't imagine being, David's story of waking up so many years ago and having to deal with this nonsense for so many years. And what's that? Oh, hello?
Yeah. I mean, think of a David Icke that's been awake for 30 years. That
right?
He went 8 years where he couldn't even walk in public. He was so mocked and ridiculed. Think about that.
Yeah, I thought someone said something there. My bad. So yeah, my point was, I can't imagine that frustration. I've only been awake for 3 years, but all I can say is just look at what's going on around you and understand that it's not on our time. It's not on my timeline. It's on God's timeline. He's the only God. He's the only one who knows. Because whatever's going to happen has to be something that it's a power greater than us that's going to have to do what needs to be done for this thing to really kick off, right? We can all make our speculations and stuff, but at the end of the day, God is the only one who really knows how this is going to pop off. And as long as you have faith in Him, then it should ease your mind a little bit. But I just want to let her know that even the most informed people still get frustrated. But don't listen to. Pay attention to everything, but listen to yourself and what makes sense to yourself, right? And I'll end it with that. Thank you very much.
Hey, man, thank you for those very wise words, man, and thank you for sharing with us. I appreciate it, guys. Just in respect for David's time and my family's time as well, I need to get to my wife here for a little bit. Frank, would you like to close us out in prayer, brother?
Absolutely. Thank you, Rob. Again, thank you, Dave, for all that you do and all you bring to the table for your people. Thank you very much. A prayer for protection. Yeah. Father God, thank you for the gathering of these souls. You have proclaimed when 2 or more gather in your name, you will be present. Thank you for your presence. On this day, Father God, we ask for prayer for protection for your sons and your daughters in the space and around the world today. The same way you protected David from Saul, the same way you protected Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego of the fire of Nebuchadnezzar, the same way you protected Daniel in the lions, then, Father God, please protect your sons and your daughters on this night. Please, Jesus Christ, please place your loving, caring, healing hands upon all of our heads and help to heal what ails us, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. Holy Spirit, flow in us. Holy Spirit, flow through us and remove anything that is not of you, Father God. When they ask who gives the authority and what is his name, we are to say, I am. I am the beginning. I am the end. I am the Alpha. I am the Omega. I am the first and I am the last. All the glory be to you, Father God, and the victory be to us through your Son, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit, the Holy Shepherd who guides us. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we pray, who is the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the Son of Man, the Prince of Peace, the second Adam, Yeshua HaMashiach. Hallelujah. Amen. Have a blessed, great night.
Brother, that is
That was fire.
That is fire. That is an Emmy Award winning. I'm going to record that and tweet just that closing prayer out, brother. Frank, thank you for that, man. That really, that was
a
special.
blessing. And anytime you need me, Rob, you have my my Twitter. You just send me a message. I'll be there right beside you, supporting you guys. You guys are the best.
Thank you,
all
brother.
the glory be to God. I'm just the messenger, Rob.
Amen. We're all antennas. He's the amplifier. We're the antennas, brother. Thank you so much for that.
Amen.
And David, thank you, my brother. I really do appreciate you. Everybody, check out Nino Rodriguez on YouTube. And if you're a subscriber, ninoscorner.tv, because that man is he's probably done over 10,000 interviews, and he works tirelessly. He works hard, and he's fearless, and he's got some great content. So he's just a friend. I don't get paid to say this. He's just my brother in Christ and a warrior patriot. He's doing great work. Dr. Jan is doing amazing work. Out of Shadows is a great movie. If you can share with people that are just starting to wake up, it's a well done, a beautiful Hollywood stuntmen and actors and actresses and CIA people very softly and very professionally and very kindly take people through how they put us to sleep and how things don't make sense. It's a great, it's free. You can look it up on the web and find it. Out of Shadows. It's a great starter, if you will. Thank everybody for being here. Love you all. Godspeed, and have a blessed night.
Just wanted to say, thank you again. An amazing space tonight. And if anyone would like, I'm just going to quickly open up a follow-up space if anyone wants to continue on the discussion. I know these guys have to go. They've done a remarkable job tonight. But yeah, if anyone would like to carry on the chat, just follow up. It's going to be called Q Space or something like that. But Rob, thank you again so much. David as well. And everyone, thank you so much.
Thank you, Prometheus. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
All right. That was Dave Snedeker on Cool Show, spelled KUWL Show, number 15 on Twitter, space thingy. And I'm glad that we were, I was able to actually get that. I was trying to get Dave to send me a link for it, but he was with his sister. So I would, yeah, well, frankly, if I had a relative here right now, I'd be turning my stuff off too. You know what I'm saying? So we have to take into consideration those things. How do I got 10 notifications already? Oh, what's this here? And so it begins. Okay, yeah, but we don't see any of that there, Slow Country. We don't see any of it. I see a cloudy sky outside. That's what I see. I decided to hold a special event that all my followers can participate in right now. Hurry up and join. When was this? 3 hours ago. Yeah, I think my hurry up is already got up and went. Okay. All right, so we're done with Twitter for tonight. What's this here? Let's see.
On the home. Well, I had some good talks with Speaker Johnson, also with Chairman Green and members on the Homeland Committee, and I have been guaranteed that we'll move forward with impeaching Mayorkas. The good thing is that my articles of impeachment are in the Homeland Committee, where we can move forward and work through impeachment in our committee.
What does it mean? You've been guaranteed that those the articles of impeachment are members on the floor of the House?
We will be moving my articles of impeachment through the Homeland Committee.
I see. So then, can you give me assurances about the floor, taking it to the floor?
Once we vote it out of committee, we will take it to the floor.
But is that going to be after the fifth interim report?
We're still working through that process, but it will be very soon. And I was satisfied with the talks that we had, and I think the American people will be happy with it too. And there were members that were upset. They wanted to see it go through the process, which is understandable to me. But the American people are really tired of waiting. So we had good talks today. I'm satisfied with the plan, and I'm happy to be involved, seeing it through all the way to the end.
Nice. Chris Christie gets humiliating news, makes big campaign announcement. I wonder what that is. Hang on. I got to pull this up and look. We got to look. Oh, Chris Christie's campaign is to end. Oh. Chris Christie disregarded recent CNN poll that indicates he's trailing former President Donald Trump and former governor of South Carolina, Nikki Haley, in New Hampshire. He is very interested in winning. Dismissed the notion of collaborating with Haley or withdrawing early to unite support for a contender who could effectively challenge Donald Trump. And I'm getting texts. I was watching an interview with Nino and Dave. He mentioned you to Nino. Yeah, definitely. Okay. I'm reading my texts out loud. There's something going on here, okay? I think Governor Haley and I both have the same goal, and that is to be president of the United States. Yeah, Chris Christie, over my dead body. Yeah, absolutely over my dead body. But it's his campaign's to end. Yep. But he vows to continue. Yeah. Trump won. Democrats cheated. Dan Bongino, what has two fingers and thinks cancel culture imbeciles should shove it up their asses? This guy. All right. Let's see. What's this? Cybertruck product line. Yeah, I don't think so there, Mr. Okay, let's get the heck off of Twitter. I got some more stuff for you. We're not done yet. We are not done yet. No, we're not. Where's my BitChute chain? There it is. Okay, I got to do a quick refresh on this because there's a new one on there that I definitely want to play. There we go. Inclusive feudalism. SGT report. Harley Schlanger. Here we go.
I think what we're seeing is a global revolt and a revulsion against people like Linda Rothschild, Mark Carney. Macron tried to lecture the Africans, and they said, look, don't come peddling your transgender crap to us and tell us that's democracy. The foreign minister of South Africa told Tony Blinken, don't come here and lecture us about your democracy when you are imprisoning Julian Assange. So much of the world is waking up to this, and that's why there's a de-dollarization.
Hey friends, welcome back. That was the one and only Harley Schlanger. And get this, the world's richest family is talking about inclusive capitalism. You know what I think that means? That means a digital ID and a central bank digital currency for you, and what little capital you have left will go to them. That's about as inclusive as it gets for the Rothschilds. Thanks for tuning in, friends. Before we start, just a quick word about our sponsor. Did you know one of the leading reasons skin begins to sag and form wrinkles isn't necessarily because of old age, but because our bodies are missing out on essential collagen? You see, we produce 10% less collagen every decade once we hit age 30, and that's a major reason behind those pesky wrinkles. That's why tens of thousands are turning to this amazing new substance to replenish this diminishing but vital protein. The brand I use has 10 tasty grams per serving of supercharged collagen to support skin health. Plus, it's super easy to blend with your favorite drink of choice. I put mine in coffee every morning, and the collagen from healthwithsgt.com provides the most necessary types of collagen for skin elasticity, hydration, and youthfulness. The best part is, if you order collagen today using my link below, you'll save 53% off. Plus, you'll get several free gifts with your order, including free shipping, free VIP live health and fitness coaching for life, and a free new e-report titled The 14 Foods for Amazing Skin, plus a 60-day money-back guarantee. So go to healthwithsgt.com. That's healthwithsgt.com. The link is below. Hey friends, thank you so much for tuning in. It's wonderful to have you all back. It's Sean from sgtreport.com here, thephaser.com and the libertymill.com with the real news, all the real news that the Mockingbird horror media obfuscate, and cover up. They don't want you to know the truth. That's why we're here to bring you the news about Rothschild. That's her right there, Linda Rothschild, and her move towards inclusive capitalism. You can't make this stuff up. The world's richest people calling for inclusive capitalism. Rothschild wants a merger between corporations, governments, and AI to save capitalism. I'll play a clip here in just 1 second from Mark Carney, the COP26 financial advisor to the Prime Minister and UN Special Envoy for Climate Change. But before we do that, let's welcome our guest, the one, the only, Harley Schlanger. Welcome back. How are you, Harley?
Hi, Sean. Kind of disturbing to see the Rothschild face first thing out of the box.
It is disturbing indeed. Let's scroll back down and see that witch. I don't care for her very much. I have to tell you, she was best buddies, you'll recall, with Hillary Clinton when Hillary was running against Trump. I mean, the emails are there. So the Rothschilds backed the Clintons and the Bushes, I would say, by the way, because they're all part of the same cabal. But the idea is simple. Bring the majority of corporations into line with the far left political order. Once this is done, they will force those companies to use their platforms to indoctrinate the masses, Harley, just like we're seeing from the likes of Target and Bud Light and the North Face and all of the corporations that have already gone woke. They just want more of the same. And Linda Rothschild, she really cares about us. I guess in her view, capitalism has left us behind, Harley. What say you?
Well, I would say she's much more an advocate of feudalism. But I think this idea that now there will be a merger of corporations with government, that horse is out of the barn a long time ago. This happened in the 1920s. This was the whole trusts that were involved in building up the Nazis for World War II. This is not new. It was called corporatism back then. Then it was called fascism. Now they've come up with public-private partnership and all kinds of fancy terms. But the whole kit and caboodle, Mark Carney, his position previously was head of the Bank of England. So you have this cabal, which is committed to a restructuring that's already largely out of the box. And now maybe they're trying to sell it to make it seem as though they're doing something to help people. But why do you think we have someone like Biden in there? Why do you think we have the military-industrial complex dictating one war after another? That's the corporate control over government. And people who are afraid of big government are actually misallocating the problem. The problem is that government has been completely swallowed up by these globalist corporations and these cartels. And what we actually need is a government that's muscular because the people are behind it. And the people are using the government to fight against this fascism.
Fascism is the right word. And Linda Rothschild wants more corporate government partnerships, which is the very definition of fascism. And I'll do a screen share. I'm really curious to hear it from the witch's mouth herself here in just 1 second, but I do have queued up a clip from this propaganda piece. This is Mark Carney. Let's see what he has to say about inclusive capitalism. By the way, the Vatican is in on this too. At the beginning of this video is a bunch of stuff showing the Vatican, the Pope. They're all in on it. Here's Mark Carney.
Starting from where we are to where we need to get to, we need to bring everyone along, and there will be adjustments that come with that.
We do need the private sector's ingenuity, capital, technology, people, everything, their passion to come to the party.
We want to operate in a sustainable way, where incentives are aligned across generations, not just across quarters, and the main actors take a long-term perspective.
Aligning our innovation with the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the priorities of inclusive capitalism.
Oh my God. So did you guys catch that? You've got what? The CEO of MasterCard, the executive chairman of DuPont. I mean, do you know the crimes of the DuPont family, guys, and the DuPont era? Well, I'm not even going to get into it on this conversation. This is all United Nations, absolute total tyranny, top-down tyranny, Harley.
Well, I met Lyndon LaRouche in 1972, and he was warning at that time that this idea of a world government, which is being pushed by the world federalists, pushed by especially the Fabian Society out of London, Sidney Hook, people who were once neoliberals, then they became neoconservatives, then they merged neoliberals and neoconservatives, because they don't care what the ideology is. What they're concerned about is maximizing the control. In some cases, they're not even concerned about the profits, as long as they control the game. And that's, if you look at what's going on with the idea of central bank digital currencies, I know people are very frightened about that, but it's already in place. And the fight has to be to bring down these corporate cartels, because they're going to continue with one scam or another. Now, Mark Carney, it's interesting to have him in there, because Carney is not only a leading green, but he was one of the people who was originally involved with then Prince Charles and Klaus Schwab in pushing the Great Reset. At that time, at the beginning, when they first started talking about the Great Reset, what they were talking about is replacing government's ability to make budgets. They basically said, well, the central banks can control credit and currency, but they don't control spending. So we need to have technical teams assigned by the global corporations to override the decisions of parliaments and congresses. That's what the Great Reset was. Put in the hands of these private technocrats the ability to protect what some people call the unipolar order or the rules-based order or the sole superpower. The sole superpower isn't the United States, as some Americans have been led to believe. It's these corporate cartels that operate over and above sovereign nations. You want an example of that? Look at the European Union. And Carney works very closely with Christine Lagarde, who's the head of the European Central Bank, works very closely with Ursula von der Leyen, who is the head of the European Commission. She comes from an aristocratic family. All of these people are either part of an oligarchy like von der Leyen, or like Mark Carney sold his soul to these corporate elite, these cartels, a long time ago. And they may talk about trying to democratize and fight against authoritarianism. They're the most authoritarian people in the world, because the rules-based order basically says nations must do as they say. And if they don't, they'll be overthrown. And if you don't believe that, look at what happened to Gaddafi when he was breaking with them. Look at what happened to Saddam Hussein. And look what they're trying to do to Putin and Xi Jinping, because they're moving for a de-dollarized system outside of the control of the collapsing US dollar.
Can't disagree with a single thing you've said. And by the way, speaking of aristocratic families, do y'all realize that Nikki Hilton, yes, Paris's sister, heir to the Hilton Hotel's fortune, married a Rothschild? She married James Rothschild and now goes by Nikolai Olivia Rothschild. So I find it really entertaining, if not completely insulting, Harley, to watch CNBC roll out the red carpet for Linda Rothschild to speak about how an AI summit can reset capitalism. One of the world's richest families. You're about to hear from one of the world's richest women, parroting her desire to reset capitalism.
More inclusive. Joining us right now is Lady Rothschild. She's the Council for Inclusive Capitalism founder and CEO. And good morning to you. Tell us about this op-ed and tell us how you think AI can make capitalism, if you will, more inclusive. What are you arguing?
Thanks for having me, Andrew, and greetings from London. First of all, it's a great achievement of the British government to convene global leaders from the G7 and China, as well as the biggest technology companies in the world and the best universities in the world thinking about AI. So this is a great achievement. It is a first. I am sure it will not be the last. I am sure the United States and the United Kingdom will work together on AI. But stated its purpose for this meeting as AI safety. And I say that that purpose is way too small. Because AI is going to change everything for good and for ill. I say, why aren't we asking, how can AI address the structural deficiencies in our economic system?
Harley, I guess we don't have to watch much more of that. So she's the head of the Council for Inclusive Capitalism. Would you care to even venture a guess as to what that woman's worth? Let's just start there. Inclusive capitalism? I mean, they own the central bank printing presses all over the world. What in the heck is she talking about?
Well, by inclusive capitalism, I assume she means that she wants to include all of capitalism in her personal bank account. We note that she's introduced as Lady Linda Rothschild, that she mentioned the importance of the British government taking leadership in this. You look, the fingerprints of the royal family, the House of Lords, all of them are on this plan. And this is also the grouping that launched the so-called Green Revolution that's now deindustrializing the United States and Western Europe. Here in Germany, where I live, it was just announced today that Germany is going to be in a recession through all of next year, negative growth for 2 years. The driver, the one-time driver of the European economy, whose ingenuity in auto and machine tool technology, engineering, and so on, has been thrown out the window. How is that part of an inclusive capitalism? Well, virtually everything she's saying is a fraud that was probably written by some artificial intelligence machine. That's how these guys operate. They don't have original ideas. If they actually told you what they think, no one would listen to them, because what they think is that most of the world are a bunch of stupid idiots who will buy into something if you use the latest gadget, the latest gizmo, the artificial intelligence. Somehow this will make you more smart and more capable, while they're picking your pocket while you're looking at this new gadget. So, I'm sure she's worth billions, if not tens of billions. Most of what's gone on with the so-called Great Reset has been the most radical transfer of wealth in world history, from the middle class to the super wealthy. And the middle class is being pushed downward. The productive jobs, the physical economy, which used to be the basis of people escaping poverty and working class, is gone. And what we're seeing, the hope, by the way, is that people in the global south and the countries that provide the raw materials to the exploiters of the Lady de Rothschild and others, the global south is saying, look, we've had it. We don't want this Green New Deal. We don't want the digital currencies, except if we can use them to get it outside of the dollar system. That's one of the ways it's being sold. But I think what we're seeing is a global revolt and a revulsion against people like Linda Rothschild, Mark Carney. Macron tried to lecture the Africans, and they said, look, don't come peddling your transgender crap to us and tell us that's democracy. The foreign minister of South Africa told Tony Blinken, don't come here and lecture us about your democracy when you are imprisoning Julian Assange. So much of the world is waking up to this, and that's why there's a de-dollarization. The people who haven't woken up to it are the middle-sized companies and people in the United States who still have a little bit of money, who think that somehow they can attach themselves to this new approach and make some money. But the majority of people in the United States not only are losing, but they know they're losing. Look at the approval ratings for Biden. Look at the number of people who think the country is going in the wrong direction. It's 70-something%. It's never been that high. So they're trying to sell something with a very slick PR campaign that if people actually stop a minute and think about it, as you're pointing out, Sean, what's the irony of a billionaire, never worked a day in her life, doesn't have a single original idea, telling you what's good for you? Most people in the United States don't like that, but they tolerate it. And if they looked and saw what was happening in South Africa, look at what happened in Niger, one of the poorest countries in the world, just kicked the French imperialists out of their country. This is happening everywhere. And I think the comeuppance for the United States is that we tried to destabilize Russia and knock out Putin. And instead, it's going to knock out the governments of Europe and probably Joe Biden as well with this completely insane Ukraine gambit.
Do you know what? In a minute, I want to play a clip. Remind me, I hope we can get to this, a clip from President Bukele in El Salvador, because the reason I bring that up is because I think part of this global revolt you referenced is the move to Bitcoin, the move into Bitcoin and a money system which cannot be debased. And that's doing wonders for El Salvador. We'll see how long that story plays out without interference from people like the Rothschilds. But we must resist UN digital ID, because part of my thinking here, Harley, is that inclusive capitalism, as it pertains to the Rothschilds, would be a universal global digital ID, right? So everybody can have access to capitalism, but you'll all be tracked and traced And Dr. Michael Yeadon, the former executive at Pfizer, has a little something to say about that. Listen to this.
If we continue, we're going to end up, all of us, carrying digital ID. Now, you might think digital ID is no big deal, don't we have digital passports? But no, there's something coming, and it's definitely coming, that's different. So first, your passport, there's 190 different formats in the world. There isn't one format. What is coming now globally is a single format digital ID. Second, it will be what's called interoperable. When your ID pings the system, not only can it make a decision as to whether to allow you to enter a door or buy a product, but it can make a mark on that digital ID and edit it. That's not true of any ID at the moment. That's called interoperability, global format. And here's the worst part. It contains all of you, your health data, your unique ID data, your financial data, your driving history, where you live, what you've bought. That is what is coming down the pipe for us. If you don't believe me, then I'm just going to paint a picture as to why it's the last important decision free humans are ever going to make.
All right, I'll pause it there. We'll let Harley paint the picture, because in addition to digital ID, Harley, track and tracing every human activity on planet Earth in the Internet of all things is a central bank digital currency. They're going to tie the two together if we the people fall for this. If we allow this, they're going to tie the two together. And if they don't like your politics, well, guess what? You don't get to take part in their system, the beast system, anymore. And I don't want any part of their beast system, but we need to warn humanity. This is coming. And in fact, haven't they already, or aren't they about to roll out digital ID in the Eurozone?
Well, that's been put on hold briefly because of the growing revulsion and revolt against the European Union in general. But let me just add something to what he said. I don't think this is something that's coming in the future. Much of this is already in place. And when people talk about a social credit system in China, they don't realize we have the same thing here. If you're a small businessman who's run a productive business that's made a profit and done pretty well, you may be turned down for a loan if you go in to your local banker, because the banks are already functioning on this basis of social credit. And the best way to realize this is you look at the drop in loans that have been made to small and middle-sized corporations, mom and pop businesses, and so on, and the productive sector that is in machine tools and things of that sort, which is not completely integrated into the largest corporations. They're all starved for credit. And where's credit going? It's going to the largest banks. This is what the central banking system is doing, giving credit to the largest banks to bail out their most bankrupt customers who are sitting on top of a huge debt, just like the US government. The debt problem that people recognize, the 33 trillion for the US government, it's almost as large a total debt in private sector and corporate debt. And so what's the point of the debt bubble? Well, everyone is dependent on what the central bankers do. And even if they don't fully implement this digital ID and some of these other things, they already have the power and the control. What they don't have is the control over some of the countries in the world which are saying, we're not going to go along with this. That's why the United States is funding the Ukraine proxy war against Russia to try and knock out Putin and the Russians. You know, I know very well the chief economic advisor, or one of the chief economic advisors to Putin, named Sergei Glaziev. He has said repeatedly that Lyndon LaRouche is the greatest economist he knows. That's Putin's leading advisor on economics. Why do you think the sanctions didn't work in Russia? Because of people like Glaziev, who believe in the old principles of the American system: cheap credit for physical production, for research and development, for innovation. And Putin just gave a speech the other day that I wish Americans could read this. He said, where does freedom come from? It comes from individual creativity and will. As long as the government defends the right of people to be creative, which means no censorship, which means no top-down control, then a nation will advance. But when you lose that, you become like Germany, a nation that's subject to another country's control. So I think a lot of what the person you just had on there talking about is already in place, and we just don't know it. And the key point here is if the global South nations, that is the ones that produce the oil, the BRICS, the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa just expanded. Who do they bring in? Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Iran, as well as Egypt. The first three are among the largest oil producers in the world. They're moving to bring in Nigeria and other countries that produce much of the raw materials and the special metals that are needed in business. It's being consolidated out of the control of the dollar, which has been weaponized against them. And so who's stuck in the dollar system? The United States and Europe. And that's why the US and the Europe continue to support these crazy wars. They're going to target China. There's no question that they're building up for something against China over Taiwan. So the irony here, Sean, is that the American people are the toughest nut to crack for these guys because Americans believe in freedom. Americans may be somewhat blocked and inactive and passive right now, but if you push them hard enough, they'll fight, they'll rebel. We saw that in 2016. So who are the best allies for the United States right now? Ironically, countries like Brazil, Russia, China, India, countries that are saying, we don't want your stinking system. And even though in some cases they're using digital currencies, what are they using them for? They're using them to replace the dollar. And more importantly, they're using local and national currencies for trade. So the Americans have to get in on this battle against the globalist elites. And don't think this is somewhere 10, 15 years from now. When they first rolled out the Great Reset at the Davos meeting in about 2020, I think it was, with Klaus Schwab, Prince Charles, Mark Carney, when they first laid it out, they thought it was a done deal. And when they found out that Russia and China weren't supporting it, and that much of the global South wasn't going to go along, that's when they decided they have to move ahead with a war in Ukraine against Russia. So all is not lost, but the American people have to find their fighting spirit and find out who our real allies are and who the enemies are. And it's very important when you show something like Lady Rothschild, not because she's a Rothschild, but because she's one of these oligarchs. She sits in the House of Lords. The House of Lords was the leading agency behind Russiagate to target both Putin and Trump. And they're preparing the same thing for the 2024 election. They're already saying that the Russians are about to try and fix the US election again. And when Putin was asked about that, he said, I don't know why they think I have so much power. Well, that's the fight. And if the Americans realize we do have potential allies, doesn't mean they agree with us on everything. Doesn't mean that there aren't some things that we wouldn't want to change about China or Russia. But the Chinese and the Russians want to change the United States. Putin in his talk the other day to the All-Russian People's Congress said, look what passes for science now in the West, the transgender issue. What the hell does that have to do with science? And he said, we believe science is the way that you improve the conditions of mankind through increasing the productivity of labor, through technology, not funny business like AI. And that's, I think, the lesson that we can learn from looking at what's being pushed by people like Mark Carney and Linda Rothschild.
Amen. I want to show you one thing, just as an aside, before I cue up the last soundbite. If you can see the image behind this is my thumbnail for my latest interview with Dustin Nemos. But if you can see this image behind, did you happen to see this news item, Harley?
I must have missed it.
Putin was given a presentation. He's shown these images, and the heat image you see here, you can't really make this out. I wasn't prepared to show you guys this, but this is the heat image of Google AI tearing apart this Apollo image of a man standing on the moon. And Google AI says it's a faked image. So Putin's getting a presentation about that, and I find it just hilarious because all their lies are spilling out. Are you seeing that? I'm going to play one last soundbite in a second, but all their lies are coming out, Harley. People are starting to recognize all their lies, and the propaganda isn't working anymore.
Well, look at what we're told about Ukraine, that Ukraine was winning, that Russia was unprovoked, that if we just give them enough money, everything will work out. Now we're seeing a rebellion in the Congress, especially among Republicans, not necessarily for good reasons, but because the U.S. is so far in debt. But the question is not that we're going broke, it's that we're going broke doing bad things. You know, if you create credit to do things that are good and useful, then that's one thing, for example, in World War II. But when you produce credit to give a gang of corrupt thieves like the Zelensky government a blank check, and then you give them our weapons and you find out that we no longer have 155 millimeter shells. You know, it's so hilarious here in Germany because the Germans just discovered that Germany has a deficit. And the deficit right now is 6 billion euros. And they tried to change the constitution to allow a deficit because they have, it's complicated, but they're not allowed to manipulate figures to make it look better than it is. So the problem is the Scholz government has just committed 8 billion more euros to Ukraine, which is about $8.4 billion more. But they're closing down schools in Germany. The trains, which used to be so marvelous, don't run on time anymore. They derail all the time. They're getting to be like American trains. So we're seeing the total collapse of the Western economic system, but money still goes into war and into bailouts. And so the real focus has to be, how do you defeat the power of these oligarchs? And the most effective way is to pursue this policy of de-dollarization. It's not being done because they hate Americans in America. It's they hate the corporate leaders that choose people like Biden and Schumer and McConnell to be our representatives. And they want, and I know this from talking to people, I do a lot of interviews now in Africa and in the Middle East. They just say, what happened to your country? We used to look up to your leaders, people like Kennedy, even Eisenhower is admired in places like Egypt. And they look at Biden and they say, how can the most powerful country in the world have someone who can't even zip up his pants? So, you know, we've got to win back our country. And it starts by understanding who's the enemy and what policies can take away their power. And the move toward an alternative financial system, not the globalization system of Klaus Schwab, but a sovereign nation which works in conjunction with other sovereign nations on projects for mutual benefit. That's how you overcome and take money out of the pocket of these pirates and looters.
Well, that's right. And you mentioned the need for Americans to find their fighting spirit. I want to show you an example of the fighting spirit. And I'm not saying Bitcoin can fix the world, but I'm saying Bitcoin can solve a lot of problems, at least for a little country like El Salvador, which in 2021 made Bitcoin legal tender. President Bukele just read the Riot Act to every official in his government. I'm going to play this and I want to tell you, just sort of recap this for you. I think this is so interesting. And I tweeted, President Bukele just may be the baddest badass on earth. So he sat these people down and for 20 minutes, he told them about integrity and about life and about the fact that his biggest fear is not death, because in 100 years, he makes the point to all of these people, will all be gone. What scares him is leaving a legacy that's a bad legacy, a legacy of corruption, a legacy of criminality. That's what keeps him up at night. And he wants to make El Salvador great again. So just wait for the attacks to come from the mainstream media. He's telling every single one of these members of his government that they will be looked into by the Attorney General. Not him, not President Bukele, but the Attorney General is going to look into every single one of these people to see if there's evidence of corruption, because they will not stand for it any longer in El Salvador. And El Salvador now recognizes Bitcoin as legal tender. You know who just moved to El Salvador with his wife? Max Keiser, one of the biggest proselytizers of Bitcoin in the world, along with Michael Saylor, who hasn't moved to El Salvador yet, but it wouldn't surprise me. The point being that Max Keiser has put his money where his mouth is, and he's moved to El Salvador, which is becoming great again because of a good president. Now, wouldn't it be refreshing for Donald J. Trump to regain the White House and sit down with every member of his government just like that and let them know that they're all going to be investigated for corruption? Because there is no immunity, Bukele says, where corruption is found. That would be a great way to make America great again, Harley.
Well, that would be how you drain the swamp. And I think, look at the converse of that. Supposedly, the anti-corruption policy of Zelensky, which we know was a fraud because of the way they covered up for the whole Burisma case and fired the prosecutor who was looking into the Hunter Biden question. So on the one side, you have the so-called anti-corruption of the corrupt individuals. On the other side, you have people who really are serious about returning power to the people. And I bring this up again because I mentioned earlier what the Great Reset was originally about. It was about having the spending policies of government taken out of the hands of elected representatives. Now, look, we can complain all we want about bad representatives, but ultimately, every 2 years you can clean out the House of Representatives. We haven't done that. And some people say, what about term limits? How about just sensible voters who take responsibility? But the point is that we have that power as long as the people are the ones dictating policy. What they fear about Trump, and they talk about him being inconsistent and changing positions. And, you know, my personal view is if someone changes a position, maybe they realize they were wrong about something. I'd rather have someone change what they're doing. Especially, it's like a corporation. If a corporation is going bankrupt and keeps doing the same thing, well, what's going to happen? It's eventually going to crash and lose everybody's money. Bankruptcy reorganization is a refreshing approach. And that's what we need in the United States. And it means we need to re-regulate banking, take it away from the largest banks in the country that control the Federal Reserve. Same thing in Europe, the European Central Bank, the Bank of England, the Bank of Switzerland. These are all corrupt institutions that represent the most wealthy interests typified by Lady Linda Rothschild. So, you know, I'm pretty optimistic these days, Sean, because I can see the system collapsing. And whatever they're trying to push is not gaining support. In fact, it's getting more and more people on the edge of their chair saying, maybe I should get off my rear end and do something.
I think you're right. Look, hey, here's the thing. Their con game is based on confidence. And nobody has confidence in the system anymore. We don't have confidence in our systems of government. We don't have confidence in the FBI, the CIA, the FDA, certainly, which approved a bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine and pushed it on our children. And I think Bitcoin is an interesting story because Bitcoin versus Rothschild's inclusive capitalism is the story of not bailing out any more banks. See, I think Rothschild's inclusive capitalism is like what we saw in 2008, 2009.
Yeah.
Their banks fail, and we, the people, have to bail them out. That's about as inclusive. That's about as inclusive as their capitalism gets.
That's a very important point because the other part of this, when people say, well, at least we control our money now if we don't have a digital currency, you don't control it. There's something that was written into the Dodd-Frank law after 2008, after the collapse and the thievery, called bail-ins. That's now the law of the land. The money you think is your money in your bank can be taken by that bank at any time that they need it. And so, you know, we're dealing with a situation where there's a house of cards that's collapsing. They're going to grab anything they can that's real. And that's the final point I want to make about the BRICS and about what the Russians are doing. The Russians in particular, Putin in particular, and I'd urge people, just find a speech or two of his on the internet and read it and see if you really think he's crazy or if he's onto something. What Putin is saying is, we're not going to back our currency with printing presses. We're going to back it with produced goods, with raw materials, with oil, with grain, with fertilizer, with gold. And that's what we're seeing with the move away from the dollar, is countries that are refusing to take the promise of the so-called Federal Reserve notes and want something real behind the money that's being taken from them. They don't want it taken from them. They want it invested in their countries. And so that's the revolution that's occurring. physical production versus printing presses versus paper economy. What Bitcoin has as a possible benefit is that it removes it from the centralization of the private banks. I'm still not completely sold on it as a solution in itself, but I think the fact that people are looking at Bitcoin shows that they know full well that you can't trust the so-called money produced by the Western governments.
Couldn't agree more. And the thing about Bitcoin, and I've come full circle on Bitcoin, I used to despise it. I used to think it was a CIA op. But if you do the work, if you put in the hours, if you really understand it, you realize that the magic of Bitcoin is that it allows you to take your wealth wherever you want or send it in a flash for no cost at all, for virtually no cost at all. And there will only ever be 21 million of them. So the stinking government can't create them out of thin air to fund wars that the people don't want. So I think it's an interesting story. We'll continue to follow it. And I could not more highly recommend people go watch this presentation. This was nationally broadcast on radio and television to the people of El Salvador, as Bukele tells every single person in his government that the AG will be looking into you to see if you've committed crimes against El Salvador, to see if you are criminal. Can you even imagine Trump sitting down and doing that? Boy, it sure would be nice to see somebody investigate the crimes of Joe Biden, Harley. I'll give you the last word as we say goodbye.
Well, I mean, the crimes of Joe Biden are mostly out in the open, and they're just not allowing the Congress to pull the string. Or maybe we just know the tip of the iceberg. But I think the question then is, will the American people finally decide enough is enough? We're not going to allow these so-called self-appointed elites who think they're better than us. They think they're smarter than us. And if we submit to them, maybe they are. But if you look at what's happening in some of the poorest countries of Africa, where they're kicking the European colonial masters out, a real anti-colonial revolt is underway. We need that. Who is the original anti-colonial revolt in the world? The American Revolution against the British elites. And I think this question of the House of Lords and the lords and ladies of London making policy, this is who Biden listens to. This is who Obama, remember Obama just quelling over the Queen of England. These are people who take their marching orders from London, from MI6, and that's what Russiagate was all about. That's who orchestrated it. So let's get our country back. I'd urge people to find my daily update, and it's hard to find these days, Sean. Last time we talked, I was getting about 20,000 views a day. In the last week, largely because of developments around Ukraine and Israel, I'm getting about 2,000 views a day. They're hiding it. They're making it impossible to find. But if you want to see what I say every day, 5 days a week, you can get it from the LaRoucheOrganization.com, LAROUCH organization.com, and go on programs, click on programs, and it'll say Harley's Daily Update. And that's one place you can go. You can look on our website in general, and if people have specific questions for me, I'm always open to your viewers. You can send them to me at harleysch@gmail.com. That's HARLEYSCH@gmail. And if you put that on the link there, Sean, that would be very helpful.
Happy to do so, Harley. Always happy to do so, and always happy to have you back on the show. Thank you so much for your lucid commentary and your truth, right? Because your truth is the real truth, nothing but the truth. Whereas from CNN, people like Anderson Cooper, they pay him $12 million a year to gaslight the American people, Harley. That's why we love having you on. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Sean. See you again soon.
All right. God bless. All right, friends, thank you so much for tuning in. I'll remind you every single day for free. Join us for free to get the antidote to those Anderson Cooper talking points, the Mockingbird mainstream media lies. You won't find Mockingbird mainstream media lies at sgtreport.com. You'll find the antidote to corporate propaganda. God bless you and yours, friends. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. That's what he said. He said, bye-bye. That's what we want to say to a lot of them is bye-bye. Yeah. All right. Moving on to our next one. You guys ready for this one? Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Let's see. I think I got to do Bink. And let it roll. Here we go. Table of Titans. Let me fast forward a little bit.
Now with the Middle East war, the Ukraine war, and maybe...
All right. Should be ready to start. Right about now. Right about now. All right, come on, man. Don't make me pull a Joe Biden on you. I'll walk up your stairs and trip a bunch.
Guys, are you new to investing and have savings you need to protect? Right now, with the Middle East war, the Ukraine war, and maybe Taiwan soon, you need a new playbook that's safe to avoid the frenzied panic of the unprepared. In crisis after crisis, gold has been there in the background, standing firm. Take control in the chaos. When fear reigns, gold protects the wise. Get a hold of gold now before it's out of reach. Noble Gold Investments is offering a free, solid silver, 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with new IRAs this month. Shield your savings with a Noble Gold Investments IRA. Give them a visit over at spaceshot76gold.com. That's spaceshot76gold.com. You can also click the link in the description box below. Noble Gold Investments, the only company that I trust.
Let's go! You're now tuned in to the Patriot News. Patriots United, that's how Patriots do. Doing deep dives and discovering the truth. Follow along and you'll discover it too. Yeah. So doing research and covering Q. We turn the deep state into bumbling fools. How they don't know what to do. We got them on the run, rabbit popcorn. The world's best movie has begun. Let's go. We made it through the storm, now get ready for some fun. Now comes the pain for the traders, every single one. From Evergreen to Renegade, they're all gonna fall. This ain't a game of Pokemon, but we're gonna catch them all. Taking back power from the clutch of the cabal. They won't answer questions while they're rushing down the hall. You got love for us, so we've got love for y'all. That's the meaning of where we go, where we go on. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team, yeah, the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D, Wally, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team, yeah, the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D, Wally, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Let's go, let's get it. Yeah, you know what's going on at the table of Titans. Yeah, you know they're going strong. Yeah. We're taking back control. The cabal got it wrong. We got it where we fit in, right where we belong. The movement is exclusive, so come join along. Red Pill with this music while you enjoy the song. Yeah. It's easy to lose and we've been waiting for so long. Knowing all we know about common ping pong. Wake the normies up, sleeping with pajamas on. Yeah. It's time to wake up to the Q phenomenon. Feel the energy, just like the beat I'm rhyming on. The Great Awakening, it's time to turn the sirens on. Where we go on, with no one left behind. The community we formed here is one of a kind. The deep state is scared and they're running out of time, cause the Patriot News got them running from the crimes. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team, yeah, the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D, Wally, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team, yeah, the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D, Wally, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree.
The approach to some of the stuff you're doing with AI has been very specific, right? There's not a let the chips fall where they may approach to those businesses, I don't think.
No, we focus on making the best products. And Tesla's gotten to where it's gotten with no advertising at all.
I understand that.
Tesla currently sells twice as much in terms of electric vehicles as the rest of electric car makers in the United States combined. Tesla has done more to help the environment than all other companies combined. It would be fair to say that, therefore, as a leader of the company, I've done more for the environment than everyone else, any single human on Earth.
How do you feel about that? No,
How do I feel about that?
Yeah, no, I'm asking you personally how you feel about that, because we're talking about power and influence, and
I'm saying what I care about is the reality of goodness, not the perception of it. And what I see all over the place is people who care about looking good while doing evil. Fuck them. Okay?
Let me ask you this, because I think part of this.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. I hate you.
Go fuck yourself.
Fuck.
So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Table of Tides. It is Thursday again, and I hope you guys missed this last week. That was Turkey Day, and here we are again, and it seems like it's all been fucked up for the last 2 weeks. We've got interesting things to talk about. We got UFO, we got hearings, we got some QAnon, some Pizzagate stuff. We're going to go all over the gambit of stuff, and plus a little sprinkling of Seth Rich right on the top. So we got a packed first hour here. We got a lot to talk about. I got a full crew today. Tron, what's going on? What do you think of the show?
What's going on, guys? Elon, absolute beast, coming out there with the FUs and whatnot. And this is the moment that we're at in 2023, less than a year to go in our election, our 2024. And this is good stuff. We see the same rhetoric coming out from our side, Dana White, UFC, that kind of action with the same kind of attitude. If you're not with us and you're against, yeah. What's going on?
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, but it's the same kind of idea that if you don't want our business, then we can go elsewhere. We have Patriot companies out there, and we could do this alone. So thank you for everyone joining us. Hit that thumbs up. Big show, big week. And Gavin Newsom was on tonight. I heard that was interesting. So
I grabbed a little piece. He just burned Ron DeSantis. It's absolutely great scorcher. So when we get over to election stuff, we're going to cover that. Mr. Space Shot, what's going on, sir?
Oh, how's it going out there, my fellow world patriots? And yeah, I would actually presume to think that DeSantis would probably get annihilated by Mr. Newsom there. And let's not forget the guy, you know, as much as we know he's a little slime ball, he's definitely a slick little slime ball. And the guy talks good, you know, he's a decent looking guy. He definitely talks good. So he is a threat, but I think a lot of people out there know what he really is, and they see what's going on over there in California, which is of course not a good situation. But yeah, Hulk's got too many links for me to keep yapping on there. Appreciate you guys all hanging out with us this fine evening and this Thursday and many Thursdays before it. Working on about 5.5 years here, guys. So really appreciate you guys' support out there. And I think this is what we've been waiting for, guys, because take a look around. What are we seeing? Everything's starting to kind of formulate, I would say, back into a certain time frame, and it seems like everything's just unloading in the last couple of weeks, and definitely certainly in the last few months for sure. But thank you guys all for hanging out there. Mods, you guys rock. And Patriot News, Country and Wiley, thank you over there for helping us get this endeavor off the ground many moons ago. And back to you, Mr. Hulkinator.
Yeah, Ardoc, it's your turn. What's up, brother? Mute Doc.
They turned off the European internet is now turned off.
There you go. Sorry. Speaking of too many links, you do not have to play that link that's third in your list now because it was captured in your longer post there at the very beginning of the show, which was, of course, the fuck 'em. And it's not. I love this show. I think you got everything lined up here. We got also witches, storms, and LGBTQ issues going on. I'm excited. Let's just get on with it.
Let's rip the Band-Aid off of this thing, get right into it. Again, Chris Pavlovsky over there at Rumble is added to the federal defamation lawsuit with Trump and the rest of the guys out there. I thought this was absolutely good, so I brought out an old Q post right there. Tron, go ahead and read that right there.
Your ability to spread information across the digital battlefield and bypass their control is what they fear, their narrative failure, and why they are doing everything in their power to disrupt false labeling, daily attacks, censorship, termination, government hearings, foundation to terminate and censor, etc. Keep charging midnight riders. And yeah, man, this is still holds true today. Bigger now than ever.
It does.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we had the whole Pizzagate and all the other stuff we were all talking about, all these conspiracy theories that we're all going to go into here very quickly. Because, I mean, this is basically where it kind of lit up the internet there, because he hit the QAnon thing with the AI stuff. And now we're on to this particular thing with this meme, which has now been deleted, saying Pizzagate is real. No, it isn't. We have experts. They traffic children, but we have experts. Your expert just went to jail for child porn. And that brings up Meeks over here on this side. The dude that disappeared and also debunked Pizzagate, you know, that comment Ping Pong, Elefantes, all those groups. It just seems to have a problem here. This happened in September, just a little bit ago. We got a couple more guys the last couple of weeks going down for the same thing. I find this quite interesting there, Mr. Space Shot. What do you think so far?
Oh, it's very cool.
We talked about this on Saturday.
Yeah, and we'll probably talk. I'm sure we can add in some, you know, some other names and stuff of people that have been busted, let's say, since, you know, the boss took office. But keep in mind, guys, here's something I wasn't aware of, and I made a fool of myself by putting a post out. Not so much, but did you guys know that there were 2 Pizzagates? Yes, 2 Pizzagates. One,
wait,
yeah,
wait, I got it right here. Right
Thank
here.
you.
So you jumped the gun, but I got it. I'm going to play it right now for you. We played it on Saturday. It was
2011.
fun. Let's get it.
Yep, this post is from 2011.
20 from 11.
You actually, what do you make of this?
Well,
last time I had him on my show was in a fairly lively debate with you, actually. What do you make of this?
Well, I was a little surprised by that debate because all of a sudden he comes out of nowhere and starts going crazy. And, you know, I've known him over the years and I learned a lot about him that night. I was absolutely shocked. I mean, I found to be almost unstable. And I watched this today because I was watching between Pizzagate and Anthony Weinergate. I found Anthony Weinergate to be a terrible situation. He obviously knows it's him.
Last time I had him on my show.
So what's the Pizzagate that Trump's referring to there?
That's great. Yeah, that's crazy. So thanks for people in the chat who had you know, posted this, because I had no idea. Apparently in 2011, if I'm going off of just the memories, I didn't dig on it, but apparently he ate a pizza. Donald Trump ate pizza with a fork. You know, a guy who wears $5,000 ties, you know, and expensive suits. Can you imagine? He ate a pizza with a fork, right? So they called that Pizzagate in 2011, and I had zero idea of that, or else I would have never posted that. Clearly, because, you know, why would I say, hey, why is Trump talking about Pizzagate in 2011? So that's it. That was the first Pizzagate. And coincidentally, here's another thing. So, you know, we do find out information from digging on other things, which is Anthony Weiner there, who showed his wiener to an underage girl in 2016-17 while he was, I think, mayor or governor. I think he was mayor or whatever it was, right? Well, this also happened in, as you can see here, 2011, when he was a congressman and sent more pictures of his unit. But this time, at least it was to a 21-year-old woman, which made him step down. So nice little wrap-up smear on the wiener situation.
Yeah, exactly. And it was conspiracy theory back then, but we seem to not prove that. And this kind of ties into our Seth Rich kind of angle over here, because we all saw Seth Rich, which was the DNC hack, they said, but the dude's a guy sitting in front of a computer that's dealing with the email system. And if he starts seeing these emails come in, that he realizes, A, they're a bunch of pedophile Satanists, or they're going to throw the election for Bernie over to Hillary Clinton. This guy gave the stuff over to Julian Assange, and we all know how that story went right after that. But, you know, this is just another failed robbery, right? Even though they left the watch, the wallet, and his cell phone all there. And, you know, don't make any connections about Mary Browser being there at the hospital or whatnot and forgetting to turn off her location data on Twitter. Remember those things?
Oh,
I mean, there's
yeah.
all conspiracy theories that ends up being true. I mean, you guys want to throw a little bit on there?
I'll lead the other guests. Who was she with at 4 a.m. at the hospital? Muriel Bowser showed up at the hospital to apparently check if they're my guesstimation is to check that he got killed, right? Do you guys remember who that was, Ardoc or Tron? Because to be honest with you, it's actually escaping my memory at the second. And I'm going to overlay. And I'll drop in the links if you guys want to take a look. In 2019, I did an interview with Matt Couch where we were talking about all this stuff back then and the lawsuits. And it was interesting that the parents didn't want people even looking at this stuff, right? So you'd figure Donna Brazil. Thank you, Hulk. Yes, that's what it was.
Thank you,
and Hulk,
chat.
Yeah, and Hulk's absolutely right. So when Muriel Bowser came out and she was like, "What are you talking about? I wasn't at the hospital at 4 a.m. when Seth Rich got shot. I was in California or whatever." But like Hulk said, whoopsie daisy, she made a tweet and she forgot to turn off her location services, which shows that she was indeed in that area. So whoops, we make mistakes, and Anons absolutely jump all over this stuff. And we can go over the whole hack thing. We just know clearly it was not anything that was over the internet. The speeds were too fast. Bill Binney, former NSA and noted as a patriot of the utmost level by Q, they had tested it and said basically the shortest routes between Europe and the United States, essentially, there was no way in hell that was done over the air. It was something that somebody put in, like a memory card or a USB stick or whatever, and download it from there and got the information out. And then everybody connected Trump with WikiLeaks after that, unduly, of course. But lots of interesting stuff happened there, and great point to add, Hulk, that he got robbed, but nobody took anything of value apparently. So
do you remember the two doctors shoot? So Brazil was there with the other DNC operative, and then there was the two doctors, and we traced the two doctors into all these political things along with the mayor. The mayor was there as well with her. So supposedly she met with all of these people at the same time. Then remember the two Colombians by the FBI SUV that were found dead. They had no ID on them, and the Colombians are a favorite tool of our CIA for assassinations. Trying to remember the video cameras. Remember the video cameras that we researched all, and the police said, no, we don't have any video cameras. No. That was, we dug that so much, it was incredible.
Yeah, they didn't have the laptops, they didn't have the DVDs, they didn't have the hard drive or the USB stuff that they seem to all have right now, because they're being ordered within 2 weeks to turn over that stuff. I'm not sure who's requesting the information. That's interesting. Is it the judge that's asking it?
So there looks like somebody's filed a case. I don't know who the case is. At the top it talks about
that
it.
Was with Matt Couch. Is this part of Matt Couch's deal there, Space Shot?
Yes, 100%. So he says, breaking news, FBI ordered to disclose information on Seth Rich's personal laptop, his work laptop, DVD, the tape drive within 14 days following this order by a federal judge in Texas. Because remember, Matt's attorney has been on this thing since the beginning. I forgot the gentleman's name, but I'll pop it up in a second, Ardoc.
Yeah. That was on your other post. You already went to the next
And
page.
again, the hack was never investigated by anybody but CrowdStrike, and they said it was Russia and Cozy Bear, or whatever the hell they called it there at that time, with CrowdStrike being connected over to Ukraine. What was the other guy that started CrowdStrike with him?
Dmitry Alperovich.
Well, I thought it was one of the ones with Sidney Powell, one of those guys. I'm thinking the Overstock guy, or no?
No, there was.
I thought he was connected there.
This is Dmitry Alperovich, and then his other partner was connected back into. Both of these guys were connected back into Mick guy got killed, but he's maybe not dead. The privacy guy. Good Lord, why is my brain not working at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning?
Trying to put it
Tron, the dude with the wife where he got killed over in
the McAfee. They were McAfee. They both worked with McAfee, and then one of the VPs or the senior VP also worked with McAfee, but he came out of the FBI, and that guy was kind of the one that was in charge of kind of handing out the assignment. Remember, it went to the former major who was with, I think it was a major, maybe it was a captain, in NSA that left NSA like 2 or 3 months before he'd worked under Admiral Rogers. That was the guy that actually mirrored the DNC server and was supposedly the only one that had access to or touched the DNC server in an investigation. Johnson, that's right.
Johnson over CrowdStrike. I'm starting to remember.
And Dmitry and during this time, of course, Dima Alperovich and CrowdStrike, and it's still yet to be totally disclosed and open to the public, was working with Ukrainian, what we would call Ukrainian hacker groups. And that's the way we do things with clandestine services. We use, hybrids, and they were, in essence, what it turns out to be is that was and is part of what is now the Ukrainian Centers for Information and Psychological Operations, CIPOs, of which there are four. One was destroyed.
Did the Black Ledger for Paul Manafort came out of there also? Was that the same intel group in Ukraine?
Black Ledger was organized by two individuals that were working in kind of with and without the Party of Regions, Lyshenko and, oh good Lord, who's the other guy? That was all forged. And that was admitted by our NABU buddy, Artem Sitnik. Yeah. The whole Russia collusion hoax was started by Hillary Clinton, and then we have to understand that Ukrainian CIPOs are created by us with our tax dollars and our military funding and assets and resources and our intel services, because we can't spy on ourselves. And you've got this big story that I don't want to cover over yet, because that is all linked in together, your Schellenberg stuff. So when you're ready,
exactly. We did hit that already over there on that side. Oh, I did want to go. No, you were talking to Pizzagate over there on that side. More Pizzagate stuff, and again, still tied in John Podesta and our favorite guys over here, all playing the same bullshit again. That's part of the Wikipedia leaks. You're going to find all that stuff in there, plus the hot dog order for $65,000 that was out there. And I just want to play the one clip before we get off. Oh, I did want to get over to this thing really quick, because there was a video footage of his senior Pentagon official, Stephen Habeck, getting arrested in connection to human trafficking. I don't think it was kids or anything like that, but
go back to your A&M thing. Go back to the one right before that. Scroll down below. Scroll down below. Is that A&M?
Yep.
Yeah. So I dropped this to you the other day. Because my daughter attended A&M and graduated from there and whatever. And this was a big shock. Now, this is Bush country. This is George H.W. Bush country, as well as George W. Bush country. And of course, George H.W. Bush has the big memorial up there. That's where his funeral was held, and so on and so forth. And so this one was interesting that, they busted this guy, and all the references to pizza. The FBI is very aware of these things. Your field agents and whatnot that are working to stop child and human trafficking or whatever, they run into a brick wall when they get up to the 7th floor on if any of this stuff gets close to touching any of the higher ups.
This is interesting. Look, cheese pizza. Pizza is one of my favorite foods. This all came out in the court case. This is what the FBI uses to identify these keywords itself, and they use it in court. It's not the first time. It's happened multiple times. And this just happened the end of, right before Thanksgiving. This was when that court case came out. We have more Pizzagate over here. So there's absolutely no information about Pizzagate that's being 100% true or not. But I mean, God, people are still getting arrested for molesting kids and whatnot there. But then we have the CTIL files, the U.S. and CTIL, the U.S. military contractors created a sweeping plan for global censorship in 2018. New documents show, but we know this went well farther than that. I want somebody to read this right here. So we'll start right there before we allow our doc to talk. John, you want to read any of this?
The clip file.
Yeah, the whistleblowers' documents describe everything from the genesis of modern digital censorship programs to the role of the military and intelligence agencies, partnerships with civil society organizations and commercial media, and the use of sock puppet accounts and other offensive techniques. Lock your shit down, explains one document about creating, quote, your spy disguise. Another explains that while such activities overseas are typically done by the CIA and NSA and the Department of Defense, censorship efforts against Americans have to be done using private partners because the government doesn't have the legal authority. The whistleblower alleges that a leader of the CTI League, a former British intelligence analyst, was in the room at the Obama White House in 2017 when she received the instructions to create a counter disinformation project to stop a repeat of 2016.
It was January 2017.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I'm trying to put the timeline together, thinking that these guys, we've seen this story before come out, and we've seen these bits and pieces to come on there. But to say that she's in the room at the White House when they're setting up the January 5th thing with Flynn and all them for the Spygate stuff, right? That's all in the same timeline, right?
Do you know? Okay, so remember the Q post, Tron, where they're talking, and this is talking about the Palpatine's revenge. And we decoded this, and we went through all the different players, and there was one called Limey. Okay. Limey is a female former British intelligence officer who was then working in the media, and she was running and breaking certain stories that were supposed to break in UK media, and then US media would pick them up, and Twitter, social media would be picked up by all of these networked accounts that were run out of Ukraine, posing as lovely little BLM and or DNC blue wave check marks or whatever you want to call them. This is how the process worked. And they would flood the social media, and then the major mainstream media would pick up the story from the UK international media. And that's how they do it. But essentially it was originated and started by the White House through intelligence services.
You mean Five Eyes? Because we were spying on people in UK. UK was spying on people in the United States, and they were just trading information. Here's all these guys in your censorship and whatnot.
So this is a little, I mean, yes, and you could say Five Eyes, but it's not official Five Eyes. So the UK and the US and Canada are very, very much aware of the beastie that they created in Ukraine. That's where we ran all of our intelligence hub operation. We used to have it in the Middle East, okay? And this is where when Snowden went to go work for some of these projects as a contractor, he was stationed in the Middle East, and he was working on data processing and data filtering for social media posts and intercepts of US citizens. That's what they were doing in one of their projects. So, but we finalized things after the coup. We really built up their information services, and we built essentially what is commonly referred to as the number 2 influence operations, psychological operations in the world, China being number 1. China is still tops when it comes to being able to send messages and control media messaging where they want to. Even some of the things that we think are, being pushed by conservatives or liberals, whatever, they're being pushed ultimately by Chinese. You can't see it very clearly. So yeah, this is how this is all linked together. We created this. CrowdStrike, Dimal Perovich, all the Ukrainian oligarchs and corruption in the government allowed us to build this network for them, build up their military capabilities. With their version is we're going to defeat Russia. All these neons in Ukraine, anti-Russians, perfect willing recipients to take this technology and build this up. And help us do this. We need to stay in power. Do this. So it literally became an arm of the DNC, and they're running this out of there. Now, then you link in all these other little organizations that you're going to see listed on here in academia, in the public sector, in the private sector, that all interact together. And you end up also making sure we don't forget the lovely Maxwell sisters, who also are smack in the middle of this. Yeah.
Magellan, the search company. Yep.
Well, wasn't Magellan. Well, maybe. Oh, I mean, she may have run that way back when. But you have the real time, both quality and quantitative and qualitative search tool that our DHS uses right now. That, remember, like in Jason Bourne, you watch Jason Bourne, and they were able to find something about somebody anywhere instantly, real time. That's what she makes for the U.S. government. So they can spy.
Yeah, so that's Ghislaine Maxwell's sisters. Yeah, the twin sisters out of the family itself. So that's interesting. So this was all a setup for us. This includes CISA, because Trump started CISA, and they basically went against him and through the election with Chris Krebs and the rest of those guys to fortify that election.
What's up? NetSwick. See, they like to name things in cute little names like this because they laugh about it. So NetSwick, you posted, nothing could stop what is coming. NetSwick. They created that name. We thought, oh, that's so great. The storm is coming. Nothing can stop what is coming. They created NetSwick, and they thought it was cute, and they named NetSwick. And after their little acronym, nothing can stop what is coming. We're going to do this. Nothing is going to stop us. We're going to take this back. We're going to control this. We're going to censor and shut down any opposition. Nothing can stop what is coming. That's their acronym.
Yeah, exactly. So how long have we been played? Quite a bit, guys. Just pay attention to where the truth lies and where disinformation starts. That's an important part over there. Quick mention over here. Jim Jordan's releasing the YouTube files part 1 about how Biden's White House pressured YouTube to censor Americans. And they talked about the COVID-19 things. And basically, YouTube said that's kind of in our gray area. We kind of leave it alone. We don't want to get too involved. Well, it comes back that they push YouTube and Google to get and censor that stuff. And that's how we all ended up with the COVID-19 stuff, censorship happening out on the internet. So this is coming out from Jim Jordan, part of his.
No shit. How did that work out, Hulk? With them banning everybody? Were they able to do it?
He's going into the conversations about how they are going back and forth and trying to get it censored, and YouTube's pretty much staying hands off until the very end, where Google and YouTube have agreed to, and then we're going to go and censor all these people now. So I find that quite interesting.
Do you know what the end result of our court case essentially was with Google versus, us versus Google essentially, and we were proving the point that, which is probably shown in there. Remember, they had the social media, essentially a forum or a committee that same day where they were talking about, getting people off of the social media that are, quote, dangerous and whatnot. So long story short is they came down to say, essentially, Google was like, no, well, we didn't want that type of content on our platform. So we took the initiative because we didn't want it on there. And it's like, oh, no, really had nothing to do with them. Basically, basically pressuring you and saying you're going to lose your 230 protections over and over and over. So I think once it comes down to it, people that would sue Google or YouTube in the manner in which we tried, they'll end up doing the same thing, right? They'll either push the blame and say, oh, well, we wanted to do it, or, hey, they made us do it, or whatever. So it's always pushing the blame, or whatever it is. You have heavily left judges out there too.
That's why it has to go through the state's attorneys general, like Texas State Attorney General. You have to go through them, and you have to sue them under a monopolistic practices where they are also discriminating. And it's really hard to do, because until you can declare that social media is a utility, which the Biden administration may have just done, you can't. It becomes this gray area, this foggy area that they're able to slip out of. And they know this. They created this. This is part of their very carefully crafted structure for the big tech and how it's supposed to work. It's been very well thought through for probably 50 years, well before the technology was created. You got to go back to 1972, 1973, when they were writing about how to design this and how to create this.
Oh, yeah, the long game over there on that side. What else did we want to get into to show you? Oh, the sunburst thing was quite interesting with the Dominion thing. Some important things to point out here. Here's why Trump is compelling discovery in the SolarWinds sunburst hacking attack after the 2020 election. SolarWinds hacking exposure. CodeMonkey found SolarWinds listed on the Dominion's website. Dominion deleted the evidence from their site, and then after the 15th, 2020, testified that it wasn't used by them. That's the same day Blank found it was embedded in the code in their site. And he's referencing over here. See down here at the bottom says SolarWinds right here. Well, after it came out, they took the little SolarWinds down there at the bottom. So this is one of the largest hacks that happened right before our election. So it was absolutely crazy, the veracity of this particular deal. And we all saw this happening, and it wasn't supposed to be Dominion and the whole voter thing we're running to in Georgia. These are the things that they're talking about. And this is what Chris Krebs and CISA was supposed to protect us from. And guess what? It didn't happen. And they let the guys into the door. So this has been denied on this motion. They're not going to have any of this or the January 6th stuff that Trump has asked for in the couple of cases that he's he's falling into. But it's interesting that he's asking for this information and pointing to it.
You made a point that says Chris Krebs is supposed to protect us. No, that's not what Chris Krebs' job was. Chris Krebs' job and the whole CTIL, their job was to make sure that it was not discovered and could not lead back to the Obama White House. That their job was to make sure that it was protected, that this voting operation was protected. Nothing can stop what is coming. Anything that was supposed to potentially be a risk to it, they were supposed to identify it, social listen it out, information warfare it out, smear it out, sue it out, whatever had to happen to make sure that their voting fraud would go. So this is knowingly, mens rea, a treasonable offense against the Constitution of the United States, punishable by death.
I like that one. I like that little last part there. What else do we want to get into? Again, I'll leave this in chat if anybody wants to get more information about the solar winds things, but the biggest thing to pay attention to is Palo Alto Networks over here in California is involved in them, and that's a lot of the group that pre-planned a lot of their strategies on how to deal with disinformation before. There's a lot of them, but that's one of them that were running over there all at the same time. And that brings us to these guys. Well, Matt Taliba and Mike Schellenberger testified the most shocking thing they found about the Twitter files, including former officials with the Aspens Institute, corporate media, and social media pre-bunking the Hunter Biden laptop. They quarterbacked this thing before it even happened. Did you want to make any comments on this before I play a little bit of Schellenberger down here?
No, go for it.
So let me get down to the bottom down here because it's going to be, this was this week in Congress. I'm only going to play a little bit of it, not too much.
Just understand, everybody, he is a whistleblower. He's blowing the whistle on some of our most sensitive. He's not the whistleblower. He's the guy that talked to the whistleblowers. He's blowing the story, and he's being threatened and all kinds of stuff about some of our most sensitive information warfare operations.
Hey, Hulk.
Things give me spinny spins, so let me refresh this. Go ahead, Mr. Space Shot.
While it's refreshing, I will point your guys' memory to post 3329, April 27th, 2019. It says, fast forward 1 year. It shows a link, The Hill, Adam Schiff and Glenn Simpson in their Forrest Gump-like encounter in Aspen. So, yeah.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. So think about that. It says,
Aspen
rewind 1 year.
Institute.
Bigger story yet to be discovered. Leak investigations go both ways. R&D, a house needs to be constantly cleaned. But it just thought
When's
it was
that
pertinent. April 27th, 2019, just with the whole Aspen Institute.
That lines up right with what they were doing, guys, with the Aspen Institute. Because we were wondering why it was over there.
Read that statement of Schellenberg. I'll just say it real quick. We discovered that the Aspen Institute had created a workshop. Remember, like the BCG group or the BEG groups that we talked about? All these
Global Engagement Center?
Global Engagement Center now, attended basically by all major media, including social media platforms, their chosen select influencers, to basically pre-bunk in advance the Hunter Biden laptop story, even though there was no evidence that existed outside of the fact that the FBI knew they had it because they got it in December 2019. So they, through their social listening, at DHS, okay, and other groups are able, NTC and NCTC, they're able to pick up in SIGINT on the social media platforms of things that are being talked about. This is what we refer to commercially now today as social listening, which is used by PR and marketing firms, but it was previously a tool of clandestine operations. And they picked this up. There was somebody talking about it. Excuse me. And they got prepared. That's how they knew.
So here, I just want to throw this out. It says paying 3.3 million influencers. The group Defeat Info will map, discuss the president's claim on social media. Will seek to intervene through a network of more than 3.4 million influencers, paying users with large followings to take sides against the president. Digital shoulders. Again, look here. Trump lies about Joe Biden, COVID-19 threaten our society. Republicans and Russians weaponize the lies to divide the nation, and big tech companies can't or won't help. It's up to us to act to defeat Trump in 2020. Again, they had all this stuff set up, guys. They're setting us up way from the beginning itself, guys. So I just find this interesting.
It was originally supposed to be funded in the 2016 National Defense Appropriations Bill that we talked about. And the Global Engagement Center was what was supposed to train and bring all these people in and hand out money through NGOs to groups like Aspen Institute, which would then give out the money to social media influencers and others. But ultimately, a lot of this freaking money ended up going to Ukraine. And they ran this shit out of Ukraine, and they would feed back these social media posts and run a network of 15 million people. 10,000 agents and assets that were knowingly what they were doing, run by about 2,000 or so officers of the TSIPO, mostly out of 72nd and Brovary, and pushing out to 15 million willing idiots and or bot accounts. They would just go in through, so they would be targeted to very specific accounts in social media and certain political uses of social media, willingly with Twitter and YouTube and Facebook's assistance. That's the part where CTIL comes into play and where Media Matters comes into play. They targeted this thing from so many different angles to make sure this operation was successful. And there's footprints everywhere. They're very sloppy.
Like this guy? You mean like this guy?
Oh,
Mr. Space Shot, read that.
Micro and yeah, well, one second, and just so everybody knows, like what we're talking about there, you think of the people like the Krasenstein brothers that get paid, and the guy you brought up on Saturday, Jim Stewartson, right, anti-disinformation activist, but here's the kicker, guys, to that. Yes, we know about the Krasensteins and the typical lefts, but you have to also be wary of certain people that are on, quote, I'm putting up the big air quotes, guys, our side, these OGs that have been doing this since 2021, they've been doing it for 2 years and got this big following, got producers all of a sudden. To just be wary of this stuff. So, yeah, Hulk, and I was very hesitant to use this as a source, but it checks out as far as the stuff with the court cases. So, Southern Poverty Law Center, of all places, which has been going after us in, lockstep with Media Matters for many years here, says 8 years after he repeatedly hijacked Twitter's algorithm to hustle disinformation in service of Donald Trump's presidential campaign, which I think is BS. The pseudonymous radical right. I never saw that before. Radical right poster known as Microchip has emerged as a key source for the FBI. The government deployed Microchip as a witness trial of Douglas Mackey, aka Ricky Vaughn, and it just talks about there's certain things that they were discussing, which was, hey, we made up Q. Remember that, Hulk? They made up Q, and they provided the chat logs. Yep,
with Jack Poso.
Yep.
I want to make one point on that because he got involved with this microchip thing, and you can make all the points on that. And then you see him post on Twitter, "Nothing can stop what is coming," that acronym that Mr. Ardock had alluded to again that they started. And then you have him, going on with Roseanne Barr. They're talking about, Q was a psyop and, trust the plan and sit back and, doing those sort of things. I just find it interesting how that all kind of laid out together.
Pick a side, right? Like pick a side. And, I put a post out here. I'll drop it for you there if you want to show the folks, but it's just basically showing this. And, somebody picked it up because it went somewhat, got a lot of decent followings on there, but people came out and said that, actually, you know who responded to it? Defango actually responded to it. He's under some other account, and he was telling me that the chat logs that I did send over to you, Hulk. I think you're showing the wrong side of the screen now.
No, you didn't. You said, where'd you send it?
I sent it. Oh, geez, where did I send it? Oh, there you go. You're welcome.
Send it to me.
You're welcome, Debbie. Debbie just got it. All right, there you go. Debbie just got it on there. All right, here you go. Now you got it. But yeah, so. Yes. The interesting part is the chat logs I did put in there, and somebody had asked the question about Defango, and he put it down the bottom, and he put in another copy of the chat log. He's like, "Oh, this is old and grainy. If you guys know, Discord has had this problem for years where they mess up the links and the dates get all messed up. It's a known thing. It's like, oh, that's coincidental, isn't it? How that works out like that?" But and actually go down just a little bit, Hulk, if you see Doc Holiday's, because I think right there. So people were asking about clarity about, why was I going after Jack, saying, this was his boy, this microchip guy. I said, sure can. Jack went on many months long tirade talking about how Q was fake, right? He would pop up on Twitter Lives. I think it was Periscope back then, in diners, other places, just to constantly talk crap. Apparently, nobody was buying his crap. So then he claimed to know the people who started Q and then proceeded to post the original chat. And then actually, if you see Sweet Tea down the bottom, she actually has a video of that thing. But you can see right there where Hulk has it paused, September 14th, 2017. That is the post date of the microchip one underneath it. But if you notice, it's like 9/16, right? So it's 9/14. So how do you post something on 9/14 that has a date of 9/16 of the same year? It's 2 days ahead of time, right? So unless you're a time traveler, it's bunk. But it's interesting how they, kind of try to sweep that under the rug. And to this day, nobody's figured it out. Nobody's came out and said, "Yep, this is the guy. Here he is. He lives here," or whatever. Nobody. And I find that very interesting that nobody's even. Even the government, like you'd think under Biden, they would go after it, but they know what's going on. You know what I mean?
And then we had this right here, right?
Oh, what is
Nothing
this
happened,
LARP?
right?
More LARP
The
stuff, guys.
president-
A merch account.
Just wait for the
TikTok,
t-shirts,
TikTok.
right? Wait for the t-shirts. Hulk.
And that's why, guys, there's always opportunities. And these were people back in the day that got called out. And now Jack Prosobic is like this big guy. He's speaking on at Mar-a-Lago events here and there. He gets retruthed by the boss. But it goes to show you back then how many infiltrators there were and how many more there are now. Like Space Shop brings up a good point. How many popped up, these new quote-unquote influencers or patriots after the 2020 rigged and stolen election. And there's going to be more because now that we have less than a year left, we see the return of things like these, like websites and Ingersoll Lockwood and debt clock messages, and just keep your eyes focused on the prize, guys. Like, yeah, the information might be good, but don't get hung up in the psyop within the quote unquote psyop. There's a lot of LARPs out there. Some come, some go. But just stay vigilant and be smart. But yeah, man, this is another one.
I throw this for you here. I pulled this back out here. Why don't you go ahead and talk about that one? Go ahead and read that one for us, Tron.
Yeah, guys, this is an old drop here, 1859, where a Satan account at S8N says, "I miss you, son, Donald Trump." And this Twitter account was referenced for a specific reason, holds many questionable messages from people of power and influence. These accounts are run by big names. So several people out there that are influencers or even heads of corporations, CEOs, they have different Twitter accounts. And this one was supposed to be Dorsey. There it is right there. Why would people ever want to go to heaven spending eternity with the most boring people ever? Come to hell. It's where the fun people are, fan meetup. And there's Elon. I love Twitter, and Elon Musk the same. But just it goes to show you guys that who's really behind these big accounts out there.
Yeah, it is. And you got to be careful what's happening out there. So that was the CTL files on that side. What else do we want to get into? Oh, yeah, I wanted to bring this back up. We had mentioned this about Hemisphere the other day. He goes into a lot more detail about this Hemisphere and AT&T, about the cellular service and the trillion phones that they're spying on. Wait, what? A trillion phones? Yes, a trillion phones.
There's a surveillance program that affects anyone who has AT&T's phone network. So we're talking very few people, very few. AT&T is part of something called the Data Analytical Services, or DAS, and it's coordinated with federal and local law enforcement agencies. And here's what it does. They have been secretly collecting and analyzing over 1 trillion domestic phone records. 1 trillion. And they do that every year. If you have AT&T, you're being snooped on by the federal government. It used to be called Hemisphere, and it's run by AT&T in coordination with different agencies. Now, Congress just found out about this, and they're going to do something about it, but I'll just throw this in. It's not a commercial. Patriot Mobile. This is what it does. It goes after anybody who has been in direct contact with a criminal suspect and anyone else who has had communication with them. So some guy that you don't know called somebody who's a criminal of any sort.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh, where'd he go?
There goes Hulk.
There it was.
Well, so Tron, Moab, Utah, NSA. This is where they have massive data storage for these call intercepts, and this is part of where the Hemisphere program is collected and run out of. And for those of you that weren't here when we talked about it back in 2018, 2019, for example, Quanta Services, they run Quanta Telecom. No, Quanta. And
Quanta's here,
they
right? No accidents.
They in every single node, in every single subnode for your phone lines, for your internet connection, for your high-speed internet, whatever, every single node and subnode, there is a device. And even in your point-to-point and point-to-multipoint retransmitters and transmitters, there is a device. And there's pretty public open source information out there for you to go after. There's nothing that's classified in what I'm telling you here. But this information is being collected by NSA. Okay. And it doesn't matter your telecom. It doesn't matter what service you're using here in the States. Now, this is why they were very, very concerned about Huawei coming in, building a network and having their phones here in the USA, is because this Chinese are doing the same thing. Okay, we did this to Europe on European phones and European networks and devices, and Europe said, "Screw you guys, we're going to go with Huawei," and they started building Huawei networks, and they are still building Huawei networks. So yeah, that's this all related.
Interesting that you talk about the he's not. I'm monitoring to see if he comes back in the room. But it's interesting. You talk about all these records, right? And what do we find out about Jack Smith wanting all of President Trump's Twitter followers, people that retweeted his post, liked his post? Like, you're going to get those type of records on 80-something million people? Like, where are they going to say? Just the amount of holding data right there alone, just on that. I mean, that's crazy. But I think it's like another push over the edge, though, Ardoc, right? It's like, look how bad it can get. See what they'll do?
But that's when we created the surveillance state concept 50 years ago, before this technology was readily rolled out and available, they created it with a purpose in place. And the purpose was to do just that. The purpose was to capture and eliminate privacy. And that's what Zbigniew Brzezinski wrote about in the 72 and 73. That has been their plan. It's been laid out. It's been there for everybody to see. It wasn't communicated publicly, but it's been there.
Sorry, I dropped that out. You're talking about Hemisphere and AT&T spying, and you can wrap that up into January 6th and the rest of the spying, like Erickson. So yeah, that came out there. We'll see if Congress does that. But I just wanted to throw that out there a little bit. I did.
All right, guys. I hate to do this. I really do. But in the last 30 minutes, I've fallen asleep 3 times. And I'm afraid if I'm going to fall asleep, that this will end and I won't wake up until morning. So we're going to clock where it's at, and I'll pick this up tomorrow. I'll be coming on at 11 a.m. Okay. And we will start at 11 a.m. and we will go until I get through everything that I got, because believe me, this isn't all of it. All right. I got 3 other videos besides this one. So, yeah, I was trying to hang out. I was trying, but I fell asleep. And, yeah, it's been a long day. Exactly. All right. So, yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and stop this for now. And we will pick this up first thing tomorrow and continue through, get all this info. God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. Get some rest. We all need it. Peace.